What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the CCT Central Europe Malta Finals, brought to you by Gaming Malta. It's time for our final best of one of the day from Group B, and it's going to be Movistar Riders, the Movistar Riders versus ENCE. My name is Parla. I'm still one of your desk hosts. I've got to say that properly now because I know at points Cole, who's joining me on the analyst desk, is also going to be jumping in with the hosting, and maybe some other people will be too. So I've got to be more accurate with that. I'm one of your desk hosts. And yet, still joined by Grimmy Ranner. Guys, excited for this best of one. That last best of one, yeah, unfortunate we didn't get to see the berry bomb, the sprout blossom into a tree. But yeah, team spirit looking amazing. Now we turn our attention to Movistar Riders and ENCE.
I think this might also be another one of those not as close games. We've got a very out-of-form Movi, and I wouldn't have given them much benefit of the doubt, but the fact that they are, the ENCE are playing with a stand-in, a very short notice in the form of Henu, who has come from their academy team, I think we could give something to Movi, but I would still definitely favor ENCE in this matchup, and I still think after seeing the performance of Sprout, I was giving Sprout maybe the second place in this group in Group B, but definitely with seeing how they played against Spirit, I feel like we could be seeing ENCE most definitely claiming that second going through playoffs.
Cole?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had much to really believe in Movistar Riders, so I'm hoping that they can bring some of that energy here today, but it's going to be tough, right? They have some tough competition. I think their one big capitalization point here is that ENCE looking relatively weak right now.
Okay, guys, anything else you'd like to add before we start introducing our teams one by one and going into detail, more specific details on both of them?
I think just in general, the theme for Movistar Riders, this could be an event for them. If they do make a run, and if they do make it far, this could be huge for them. Both regionally and internationally, they have absolutely tanked. In the other online CCT series, they've gone out in they've gone out in the first qualifiers, in the first round of playoffs. Regionally, they've just been dumpstered by the likes of Soar. I think they lost 16-3 on Anubis in one of their big regional tournaments. So for them, this could be a really big deal, and they need to just take it.
Cole?
Yeah, I think it's a big deal for both teams, right? Both teams trying to build back a little bit here in this current system, and right now, I think this land is a perfect way to do it. If they're able to show some form here, maybe even struggle a little bit versus Pure, but get out of the groups, get your chance into playoffs, get some more reps in with this roster, then either team I think can really springboard off this event.
All right, time to focus in on both of our teams in a bit more detail, starting off with ENCE. ENCE, everybody, welcome to the stage. There we go, we can see Snabby in the middle. Snappy, legendary caller, in-game leader. He's been representing his country of Copenhagen strongly for many, many years now. And yeah, he currently heads this ENCE lineup.
Yeah,
has been for some time.
I got so much faith in Snappy as an IGL, man. Absolutely love to see him every chance that I get. His calling, it's honestly one of the most fun styles that we got underneath the A1S era when that gun was super strong. I felt like their T sides were some of the best in the game, and that elevated them. Granted, they did have Spinks back then, and that helps out a lot. But yeah, it was still very good, and I think that you can see some of the struggles that Spinks had going on to Vitality. Maybe there was a little bit of Snappy involvement there.
I think if you are a team that's having to play with a stand-in, you want an IGL that has a track record of building up young talent, and Snappy definitely has that. Perhaps him as IGL in this matchup versus Movistars, where ENCE are having to use Henu. Maybe Snappy's going to be able to bring out a lot of talent from this youngster.
I was actually talking to Whitey, the coach of the ENCE Academy from the UK. He's been resounding the scene for a while. He was actually saying, on the face of it, he doesn't know what roles he's playing, but if he was slotting right into Vali's roles, he would be actually playing identical roles. So this could actually really help ENCE, that you've got someone who, if they're going into that lurk role, and if they're going into that position where they're playing a little bit more passively, playing a little bit more late in the round, clutching, this is definitely something that could favor ENCE because you've got someone playing in position and actually just like slotting into your system.
Cole, is it fair to say though that if Hinu doesn't rise to the occasion, the powers of Diha, Madden, and Sunpass combined should be enough under the leadership of Snappy to overcome Movistar Riders here?
Yeah, I mean, again, I have a lot of faith in Diha there as an individual. He's really stepped up to the plate when Spinks did leave out on the rifling and the impact there. I do think that he can step in. And I would think it would make most sense to just kind of fill in those roles for Hinu. If he can do that, then it's going to be really easy for Snappy to get adjusted. I know that, part of the issue there with Valde was maybe some disagreements and some role issues. So if they can, get Hinu in there and just get him confident, set him up in places that he's comfortable with as opposed to Valde, maybe there's some elevation in the roster that they can hope for.
Now, one of the players I mentioned was Sun Pius, and would you believe it, he used to play for the opponents of ENCE in this matchup. It's Movistar Riders. Movistar Riders, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home. Perhaps we can touch upon that a bit. At one point, Movistar Riders were gaining a lot of traction. It was Alex Mopos, Martinez, Davi, One, and Sunpius. And now we get one of those opportunities where we can see Sunpius on his new roster of ENCE squaring off against Movistar Riders. Do you think there are any emotions coming into play there? I know it's just the best of one at the start of the tournament, but do you think both teams are relishing to play their well, for Sunpius' former team, and for his former team, their former teammate?
Oh, 100%. You've got Sunpius who's come out of this Movistar roster after they've just made a top 4 placement in IEM Cologne. Monumental for the region, for the team, for everyone. And then he leaves to ENCE, and okay, we're all thinking that, like, okay, you have just lost your best player. I did an interview with him at that event, and he was kind of bigging himself up a little bit about his secondary calling, and they just lost all of that. They brought in Martinez, and he just has struggled to find the impact. They made another roster change. They brought in Sassol for Defs, which I thought was actually
I spoke incorrectly. When Sunpius was on the team, it was Alex Mopos, Davi, Deaths, and Sunpius.
Yes.
Yeah, excuse me, sorry, Martinez was the replacement. Apologies, guys.
And I was actually thinking that this was going to fix some of their problems, because Sassol is a bit more of a lurker player, and if you watch a lot of their different games, he's kind of playing on the outskirts, and when they go in, you may play on the third man in if they are going for a full execute, and especially when you've got a team with a lot of entry fraggers in them, kind of everyone but Sassol, you're adding just another extra layer of depth. He's played with Emmy for ages on Partisan, Coalesce, and he's come into this roster, and they just got worse. So I think for them, this is definitely going to be a big grudge match to come into this event and go, you know what, Sunpius, we didn't need you.
And what do you think, Cole?
Yeah, I mean, I think a grudge match is a little bit different than a rivalry, because I don't think ENCE are going to have too much trouble being able to get a win over Movistar here, because they're going to be facing their former teammate, the former teammate that's helped them go so deep into tournaments. So that's a big issue here. There's probably going to be a little bit of fear. Martinez, looking to get some edges over his replacement. That's always going to be interesting. I think maybe those two, we could talk about a little battle between those two players, and that would be, very fun. But is it going to be, a rivalry? That's a big question here, and that's going to be only answered by Movistar. They need to show up.
Let's bring up our CCT head-to-head and see which players we would like to highlight before we get into this best of one. For Movistar Riders, it's going to be Martinez, and then for ENCE, it's going to be Diha. Shout out to Diha, by the way. He gave us the recommendation for mini golf. Big call there. But now we have to see if he can make, well, not Diha himself, but we're going to have to see if he can make big plays on the server as well.
Yeah, Diha was actually at IEM Katowice for the whole weekend, so I was looking at this, and in the back of my head, like Taz wasn't there, for instance. He was probably at home scrimming. Diha was.
Yes.
And you genuinely got to look at that and be like, the weekend before a big event, you've got one of your star players there from basically like Wednesday, Thursday, all through to Sunday evening, probably Monday as well. So that's definitely a couple days of practice that you've lost right before your travel days. But you are putting right now in this head-to-head 2 players in different roles. We're talking about Martinez with the AWP and Diha on the rifle. So you've got to take a look at some of the statistics with a little bit of a grain of salt, like the ADR. Obviously, Martinez is just not going to have that high of an ADR compared to a rifler. But I think it's going to be a very interesting battle. Both these players for their teams need to respectively step up.
Yeah, because there have been times where we've seen Martinez since he joined Movistar Riders, where he looks brilliant with the AWP, and he's really exciting.
Yeah.
To watch, but then there are other times where he's just not on that level to really help bolster the team and keep that trajectory that they had before. Cole, do you think in this matchup you'd like to see Martinez really have a strong performance? Of course, it's going to be a small sample size, but that's what we're dealing with, the best of one. And if Martinez, I think, can do some good work with the AWP, it's going to be great for the Movistar Riders.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to have some nerves coming into this one, right? You're playing against what is, I imagine, a little bit of an idol and some pious. I think that's going to be a big factor here. Again, you know, when you're playing up against, you know, one of the players that you're going to be looking up to, it's always a big deal. So coming into this one, confidence is going to be key, but, you know, as such a, you know, young and new player to this roster, is he going to be able to bring that confidence into the server? That's a whole other story.
If this could end up being a battle of the Martinez AWP versus the Sun Pius one, perhaps the Veto is going to be very important and figuring out where these two are going to be finding each other on angles.
Yeah,
and the map Veto is up on screen now. That was my little into that.
Perfect.
that was a perfect little slide into it.
Where would you guys like to see it play out, their battle of the Spanish AWPs?
Well, I mean, like, obviously an AWP-heavy map, so I'm very glad we've taken something like Vertigo off, which can be very you see maybe like on the T side they're playing with their rifles, similar to with Anubis, and I think Nuke is one of those maps as well that we see as the map's going to be on the screen. T side is fundamentally very hard for AWPs to get impact, so especially if we are going to see them power through with the AWP consistently, it's going to be very interesting to see if either Sampaios or Martinez can capitalize on that. And it's what I'm also very interested in is Hinu. How much of an impact is he going to have on that lurk role? If he's playing in towards Nuke, is he going to be playing? I know I was talking to Whitey, and he was saying both CT and T, he plays around door. Is he going to be playing those roles? If so, then he's going to be really good at holding up rotations. He played there a lot, and that could definitely help someone like Sampaios to start searching outside.
Cole?
I'm excited to see this head-to-head. Like you said, maybe T-side opping a little bit trickier, but the CT side opping on Nuke is like a test of your fundamentals. It's a test of how well you're able to get in their face, how well you're able to, you know, hit the rotations, and a lot of teams, you know, worst nightmares is dealing with oppers on this map and towards the outer yard, towards the ramp if he's on A. There's so many different ways that you can be proactive, and that's going to be a really interesting, you know, battle between these rosters.
We have an interview ready. I just want to make sure I get the name again. Say that one more time, producer, please. Okay, we have an interview with the coach of ENCE, Saw.
Coming into the CCT Malta, it's been a bit weird since we just did our roster change, and now we are using a standing from our academy team, Henu. Well, preparation is key, and we didn't have a lot of preparation coming into here, but still we are gonna do our best on each one of the matches we're gonna play. So not too much focusing on the end result, but rather focus on every match we're gonna play. Yeah, so the decision was hard for us to bench Walde, and the main reasons being that when you look at our results, it was disappointing for the team, for everyone involved. The expectations were higher, and obviously, like, when you look at it now, it's mainly because of the playstyle differences. So I think he is a good lurker, like maybe a bit more passive style lurker, and he can fit a lot of teams. But for us, it just wasn't clicking like we would have liked to, like what we thought from the start. So we had to do something, we have to do a decision, and yeah, it wasn't easy, but yeah, it just needed to be done. First matchup against Movistar will be interesting one for sure. Especially since Sampaios has some experience with the team, with them, and like he knows their style a bit. He can tell us maybe something to give a bit of like advantage. So that should be really good for us. I'm expecting a close match, like a really good fight from the match actually.
Saw making the cardinal sin of calling Movistar the movie stars. But other than that, brilliant points, and always great to hear from him. I think he's been a coach instrumental to the success that ENCE has had since he joined. Anyway, Freddie, there was a point that you wanted to touch upon. I want to make sure that we allow you the time to say it before we head into the match, because I'm not sure when that's happening. So, yeah, Freddie, what is it that you'd like to mention?
Kind of got 2 points on that. So one, just going into it right now, he was talking about how Valde was a little bit too passive for his liking, and then you brought in someone like Hinu, who Whitey was saying to me, like, is a passive player. So in this tournament specifically, how is that going to play out? Are they going to force him out of his comfort zone a little bit, or are they just going to slot him in and kind of play their old style? Secondly, everyone knows it's just been released. Nuts is joining the roster. He plays an endpoint, and obviously as a UK boy myself, I have watched a lot of endpoint, I've looked at a lot of statistics, and he is fundamentally one of the most aggressive players I have ever watched in my life. And you're now replacing Valde, who they were saying was a little bit too passive, with Nertz, who's also an entry fragger. So that's going to be something that's quite interesting to see where ENCE go with this one. And also something with Nertz, which is very interesting, is he gets very unsuccessful entries, and what I mean by that is that he gets them and then they don't really allude to anything. In our ESL Premiership that we had last season, he was actually, if you look at the stats, he was one of the lowest players for entries made and then the round conversion. So especially going to ENCE, I feel like they're going to be able to develop that a little bit more, but it's just like, where do they slot him into that? But for now, looking back at this tournament, you got Hinu, passive player, they don't like passive. What's the crack with him then?
Okay, so I guess that's a question we will hope to answer from watching this best of one. Guys, we also have an interview with one of the players from Movistar Riders, so a player, not a coach this time, and it's MOUZ.
The beginning of the year is pretty good for us. We are working really good, and the practice and everything in the team, just the mood and mental, are going straight in a good direction. We are yet not really prepared for everything, but we are working on it, and I'm pretty confident on my team. We need to improve a lot of things, but we are fine. Just about bringing Martinez and Sosol, we already have the experience just to reach our goals and to reach different positions in the rankings or in the tournaments. That's going to be our work. We are going to make them feel better in the game. We are going to give them a few utilities just to improve as a players. I think that eventually we are going to be even better team than we were in the past year. First match is going to be against ENCE. As you said, Sumpaios is going to be there. In the first moment that he leaves, it hurts a lot for us, so we didn't communicate a lot with him. But nowadays, everything is in the past, and we are in a really good state with him. We want to beat them, and of course they don't know to get beaten by us. So it's going to be, I hope it's going to be a really good match.
MOUZ hoping that it's going to be a good match, and also addressing the fact that he'll be playing his former teammate of Sumpaios.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm really surprised by the fact that he seems so nonchalant about their recent success. He's like, yeah, you know, we need to improve a little bit, but we're fine. He's only just gone down and down and down the rankings, so there must be something up his sleeve, because you cannot ignore the fact that they are just not winning literally anything. So the fact that he seems so calm about that, I really respect, and he's very much just like, you know what, we got this, and you gotta give it to him.
Yeah, you just hope that there are things going on behind the scenes that lend to that confidence, because as you said, it's been sort of a downward slope since the exit of Sumpaios, and we're not seeing sort of like physical evidence, so to speak, from matches that we could have the same mentality about Movistar's as MOUZ is claiming to have. Cole, any thoughts on what MOUZ had to say?
I like the bold statement of saying that they'll be better than they were last year as well.
That's a huge quote, right? He was like, we think with this roster that we can be better than we were in the last year. And yeah, like I just touched upon, and Freddie was talking about, like, I don't know, I don't necessarily see it right now, but hope to see that potentially that trajectory can be found.
Yeah, it's a bold statement, right? Because they're not looking too good, but again, like you said, there's got to be some confidence here. They are coming into this one, and of course, you're not going to say, "Oh, I'm going to lose in this interview." Right? that's not. No one's
I would
say
also
that,
respect that.
Yeah. I mean, at least it's honest. But no one's going to say that, right? Because you got to believe you can win every matchup here. It's just going to be, you know, are they showing those results? Are they showing that upward trajectory once again, or are they, you know, continuing to struggle here? And I don't know. I haven't seen any proof to say otherwise that Movistar are going to come into this one giving us a sign that they're going to be better than last year.
Yeah. Freddie, want to jump in, mate?
I think it's just wow. You couldn't have sounded any enthusiastic
Hey,
about
no,
that.
you were looking
We're
at me,
like,
and I was
yeah,
just giving
we
the
could go.
opportunity, brother.
I think it's yeah, touching on Cole's point, really intrigued by that. We're gonna be better than last year. Like, didn't they reach top 10 or top 15 at least? They made top 4 at Cologne. They were doing really well. They made Pro League. To do better than that, you literally have to be playing in the finals of Cologne, and they have shown anything but that right now. So I really respect the fact that he does say that, and I really hope that we do see that, because it's really unfortunate to see this is like kind of the only team from their region doing anything in regards to Spanish CS. I think Sasso, if I'm not mistaken, this is actually his first ever Spanish team. He's always played international. In the last year, I said playing with Emmy and his various rosters. So maybe he's going to come and revitalize Spanish CS. And you know what? I wouldn't be against it. You never want to prey on the downfall of a region.
No.
And if a team does good in a region, it promotes everyone.
I'm gonna say it's good confidence, right? It's good to say you're going to get some wins. You're going to be better here, and like you said, the nonchalant nature of that interview, it was fine. But I'm kind of worried in that case. If you're not getting those wins and you're still so casual about it, is that kind of leading into some complacency? So I'm a little bit worried that maybe that's kind of where they're getting into, as opposed to keeping their heads up high and imagining they're going to get better. Because I need to see those results before I see that complacency.
Seeing some fist bumps there, so I imagine this game is going to be ready to go soon. They're starting the knife round. I have confirmation that they're starting the knife round. Smiles from Saul.
That's pretty
Madden's
close.
flicking his wrist. We'll have to see if his rifle is just as finessable on the server.
He is good. Madden is.
He's brilliant when he's on.
crispy.
He's brilliant when he's powered up, and he's definitely very exciting to watch when he's feeling himself.
Yeah, I think that's actually he's actually
I
someone
think
that
it
played.
ties into what we were talking about before, right? Is that right now, Movistar Riders, we're needing to see a lot more from them.
Yeah.
As a whole, we have the question of Southall. Sorry, I'm being rushed now. And then ENCE, it's not necessarily on Hinu to step up as the new guy. The rest of the 4 should be able to carry it out. That's my opinion. Guys, can I get your final prediction, please?
Agree. ENCE really good. Movi should probably identify their bad past and actually build upon that. Yeah.
Who's taking it?
ENCE.
Cole?
ENCE.
All right, everybody. Second best of 1 for Group B. Final best of 1 of the day here at the CCT Central Europe Malta Finals, brought to you by Gaming Malta. This one is ready to go. Movistar Riders versus ENCE. Dinko and Henry, over to you.
Thank you, Paula. It's the reunion, It's
really
finally
is.
Sampai's first time playing against the Movistar Riders, and what I loved was it didn't go down well. They didn't talk to each other. That's the kind of stuff I love.
I guess it kind of makes sense because, unfortunately for the Movistar Riders, they did fall off a cliff the moment he left. They went from one of the hottest prospects in European Counter-Strike to just completely anonymous.
Just to give you a little bit of context as to how steep that cliff was, they were world number 5, and they fell to world number 34 in the space of 6 months since Sampai's departure, and they have won 9
You can understand
maps.
why they're pissed.
They've won 9 maps since he left, Henry. They have a win-loss record of 3-21.
Yeah, their map pool doesn't look great. Really, it's difficult to find any positive signs for this team coming into this matchup. But in the interview, they did seem relatively gassed up. They're like, you know what? We've got nothing to lose at this stage. Practice has been going really well. And they even had the audacity to say they can reclaim their previous success and get better than 5th in the world. How is that thing?
I think that's definitely interesting to hear. Maybe a little bit of cope. But I think this is going to be the first step. They've shown absolutely no signs that they're going to be able to do that. But, we've looked at it. One of the biggest problems for me for Movistar Riders is the lack of direction that they have. Obviously, Sampai's is being the second caller, being the direction. And also Mopaz, who's a very aggressive player. He was playing well when they were on top of the world. They had a 1.06 rating when their highest point, and now he's got a 0.89 rating. Not really winning a lot of aggressive attempts, and he's a very aggressive player. So if you're not winning those fights, you're just going down 4v5 a lot.
Well, Dinko, thank you for waiting.
Yeah.
And, of course, the viewers at home, we are underway here. As Paula said, the final best of 1 of the day. We have a best of 3 coming up, featuring one of these teams straight after. So here we go, ENCE starting on the T side. In terms of utility, not much, but headshots are plenty. Alex opening things up. Back to a 4-4, and they will start to retreat somewhat as the CTs rotate over.
Yeah, very back and forth start at least already. 1-for-1 kills coming in. 1x bet odds at the top of your screen, certainly favoring ENCE coming into this one, who have just today announced the signing of Nerds.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it is actually going to be very interesting. You lost Spinks, now you're going to replace him with another Israeli player.
Well, that was the thing. From what I heard, he was the original man for Valdi's spot, right? But he was under contract. Valdi was a free agent. It just kind of made more sense at the time, at least more fiscal sense. But now this is the team they wanted originally. Let's see what happens with it. It's Alex actually taking down a very key scout there. Diha removed. They've got the man advantage to Julie's. Still alive and well here above the huts. And Sampayas trying to make his way out. Not going to look too good for him, but doesn't manage death.
I'm kind of shocked that ENCE have gone this slow in the pistol. They're a team that love to just be super aggressive, super quick, but this pistol round has been a bit of a limp into the round, and this favors the side of Movistar Riders. They're up a player. They've spotted the attack in towards the ramp, and here goes Sampayas just holding, waiting for that aggressive maneuver from the CTs, and now that opens up a chance for his teammates to come back into the lobby and potentially finish on the safe side.
Well, this is a 3-on-3 now. All bets are off. The advantage of Movistar Riders managed to garner has completely subsided now, and in towards upper we go. The next frag will be very important. Bomb to be planted. This is the frag required. Davy won't be able to do much about it. Bomb goes down and they retreat back towards the lobby here. Kits available on Mopos, but a lot of work to be done here, Dinko.
Well, Alex hasn't seen anybody cross, so he has to be aware that they're posted up inside of the lobby at the moment. They're worried about the CT vent, and they're going contact into this. Not yet spotted. Now they go. And Sampayas and Madden with the double kill. Henu able to close. And there's ENCE with a pistol. A slow limp into it. They were down a player, but still able to turn it back.
What an opportunity for Henu as well. This is the prime tournament to show what you're capable of. Obviously playing within the academy division of ENCE right now, more of a Finnish-focused team. And a chance now, you're not at a tier 1 event. You're actually, this is in your wheelhouse. You could perform here. You could slot into this roster and hopefully show up. He closes things out there, very nice. Interesting round there. Started off the slow push towards outside, an equal exchange, and then waiting for that aggression with the CTs there. Sampayas, he's obviously very aware of the tendencies of this squad, takes down the aggressive flank, and at that point, back in towards upper they go. But not all said and done here. Round 2 will bring a force fight to the table for the Movistar Riders. We've got a couple of upgraded weapons here with the FAMAS, the MP9, Deagles elsewhere, bare bones utility. Anything but here as we see ENCE with a full wall of smokes towards outside, making their way down towards Secret. A couple of players there with the Galil and Mac 10. So first objective complete, but they've got to get through this wall of defense. Actually quite a promising setup, Dinko.
Yeah, Martinez in a pretty good position. Again, his teammate out to the left side to pull distraction, but Diha able to isolate the fight. Does get traded out by Davy G. And he's just going to maintain his spot with the 5-7. Snappy's going to be forced away back up towards Secret. Doesn't really want to go down to the pistol here. Just staying alive allows another access point into this B bomb site. And that's exactly where they want to go. You can see ENCE starting to come back down the ramp. Leading the charge is Madden. Still quiet about this one. Just seeing if anybody has rotated down to the B bomb site. But for the time being, no resistance.
Nothing at all. Doesn't bode well for the CTs, I have to say. If this bomb goes down, they're in a world of trouble here. Might be considering the save of the upgraded weaponry. Time will tell. They do have one player down towards lower. That's going to be Davy G, hoping to catch straight error towards the window, but not going to happen. Snappy gives them the man advantage. The bomb already been down. I would say the round's over, but we'll see if they can find anything to salvage here. Looks like they've got everything under lock and key here on the end side of things. Snappy maybe goes down, but he's only got the Galil to give away. Wouldn't be the end of the world.
Here goes Davy G's 5-7. It's Madden, and another kill for Davy G. He might even get away with 3, and he will. The kills all come in, and that is a ridiculous steal away for the Rifles. Of course, not winning the round, but being able to steal away guns like that, Henry, that shouldn't have happened.
That is not bad at all. That is against the script, actually. Yeah, there are actually a couple of fist pumps there. Why not? You've taken everyone down. You saved 2 AK-47s. It was the force by Dinko, but you've got 2 AKs. It's still a competitive round going forward. You might consider buying up into the next one, to be honest with you. Sounds bizarre, but honestly, I wouldn't mind it too much. So, Galil, AK save, not fully investing. Going to be going for the Desert Eagles, 5-7. Still a competitive round with 3 smokes.
The effects can be seen on the T-side economy more so.
That's
here,
why
right?
I suggested like a buy here, although it's a Hail Mary, could be absolutely massive. And speaking of which, we've got an upper rush as Maiden will open things up at the Mac 10. Good trades coming in from ENCE, though. Looks like no harm, no foul on the previous round. They could pull this one off. Good nade towards the heaven position. Hell of a nade, actually does about 100 damage. Smoke off towards main. Should be the end of the round here. Henu and co just picking them off, and one player remains in the form of Alex, but not for long.
Classic snappy call right there, you know, nice and quick.
Alleviate the pressure.
Exactly, just pop out on the side, hit some headshots, get the round done, and now we get into the real part of this game. We'll get to see if Movistar Riders can be able to compete.
And the fact they've had such a clean follow-up there with the Mac 10s and Galils, they've really kind of like saved their bacon, I would say. Their Danish bacon. And we will see a 3-0 come through. And Movistar Riders, the Martinez Orb on nuke.
Yeah.
It's a tall order.
They were talking about on the desk how they're kind of disappointed with how Martinez has been playing. I've actually been impressed with the level he's been able to keep up, given the fact that they're underperforming as a team. His stats, yeah, against some weaker opponents, but they're very comparable to that of Sampaius at the moment. So I think he's been performing a little better than maybe he should be with the results they've been getting. So I'm excited to see where he's able to get done with this.
Well, it's an absolutely perfect start for ENCE. 3-0 on the T side. They've got secret control once again. It's up to Alex to try and find this kill towards main entrance. Very difficult shot, but up against the Galil does have the firepower advantage at least, but still ENCE making their way around the map, taking vision away from the CTs. Martinez having to recover, does land the shot towards his former teammate Sampaius, down to 9 points of health, but still safely crosses over towards Secret.
And Madden going to be climbing up towards heaven. He's already advanced. He often is this far in front of the pack. This is his role in the team. Just creates so much space, but look at that. Alex swings and finds Sampaius. 49 seconds left. Madden creeping over the top of the site and just kills everywhere for the Movistar Riders. Just absolutely picking apart this round from ENCE. No one from the T side getting anything done yet. They're yet to draw blood, and finally Diha will do exactly that. But 35 seconds to pull off a 1v5, Henry. I've seen taller tasks, but this is still very, very tall.
One of my favorite riflers, Dia, but we'll see what he can make of this one. Certainly a tall order, looking to cause financial damage where possible. Low HP player towards a bomb site eludes him, and it will be a pretty clean round there for Movistar Riders. They said they're coming into this one feeling prepared, feeling confident, and that's a very decent round to kick things off in round number 4 there. So a flurry of frags comes towards outside. Let's see how that went down. It was Alex from the window room. Managed to get a double kill here. Excellent work. The smoke's dissipated. And you can see some assertive pushes there towards ramp as well. Very clean, tidy round there from the Spaniards. We'll see if they can keep it up. As we said, the money was ruined in that second round force spike. So here we go. The reflections of that now being felt. 3 rifles, Tech 9s. Still a viable round for ENCE. Might as well give it a shot, but definitely on the back foot here.
The way to recover earlier on for ENCE was a call from Snappy to be quick. Just use that pack mentality.
Yeah.
Let's see if they get anything done this time. It's a little slower from them. And Martinez, this is the kind of move he loves to do. It's actually quite similar to what Sampaius likes to do, is try and get into a secret early, try and get these peaks. But they found the gap. They made their way down the ramp. Davig's already rotated down here with the double doors wide open. He's taking himself that first kill on towards Henu, the stand-in player down and out. Now the bomb plant being committed to for Snappy. He'll run in front of the smoke at Decon, tosses the nade in.
Big nade.
But Movistar Riders, they're losing nothing in comparison to ENCE. They're just taking kill after kill, and finally Sampaius gets something done in a second on the Tech 9. They've now suddenly turned this round from an impossible win into a doable round win. A 2 versus 3. Snappy in a very good position, but he's exposed from many angles. He'll drop down and cover himself off. Look at it play time now. Snappy peeks out, a massive headshot, but the kills come in from Mopaz and Southsol, and they will recover the round and get the defuse locked in.
Still an uncomfortable situation there. Snappy and co doing very well with the little guns, managing to get that bomb planted, bring it down to the 3 versus 2, but still well handled, I have to say, from Movistar Riders. They are not going down without a fight here. This is excellent work from Davig. Good positioning, slows him down the incendiary as well, gets himself a double kill here. And sure, the bomb gets planted, it gets a little bit squeaky towards the ember, but still overall, Movistar Riders have managed to hold on to the round itself and force out just the pistols here in round number 6.
Yeah, half buy coming in for ENCE. Again, often a team that can be very quick on the T side, but we'll see what the call is here, because charging towards the hut, they would get absolutely blasted by utility. You see Movistar Riders were aware of that possibility. They used up a lot of their nades early on.
So, towards ramp we go, Dinko. Full send, flashbang in, up to Martinez to defend. Doesn't need to fully commit to this. 1 kill, dropping off would be great. Just keeping the AWP alive in this sort of scenario is absolutely fine.
He must have the doodle lore, because he's got the new skin that's been replaced. Spawned in place of it. But here goes Davig. Chose his position in the previous round. Very intelligent play here from Davig, not putting himself in harm's way. But it does concede the bomb plant. And this might give ENCE a chance to win this round. The Tech9's Madden uses the doorway, hoping that he could have used it to his advantage, but MOPA's able to hold on. And now Movistar Riders getting back in for the retake. They line up. It's a team kill from Henu, but he'll swing and recover a decon. And Henu is doing so much already with his Tech9, but finally he'll go down. Still 2 players up for ENCE, and they're both at the window room. Alex spots them out, the rifle, trying to nip at their heels, allowing distraction for the flank to come around the back. And Martinez and Alex will work in tandem to pull this off. But another one where ENCE make it scary, they make it combative, and they get a couple of kills and a bomb plant.
Well, that time it was just a partial investment there. Tech9's in towards ramp once again, managing to get that bomb down towards lower. A couple of interesting frags there. Henu certainly making things interesting, but very well handled once again. Movistar Riders, as long as you win the round, that's all that really matters here, tying things up 3 in a row. Henu making a bit of a name for himself. Sure, there was a team kill, but still, like he said, he recovered it. And Alex to close things out here as he get the defuse in. Sure, a little bit uncomfortable, but that will happen as we do have a potential technical issue here, Dinko. I thought we'd been pretty lucky so far, you and I.
Well, we have, Henry, and unfortunately, this is part and parcel of events every now and then. We've had a few PC crashes, but hopefully we get this one resolved as quickly as possible and get this tech issue out the way. It would be kind of unfortunate considering this is the second best of 1. There's another best of 3 to be had with one of these teams in it right after this. So obviously a lot of Counter-Strike still left to be played today. And I'm sure these teams want to make sure they get that one done as quickly as possible.
You'd think so. That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, some features here you see obviously in Malta. We don't usually give a shout out to the admins, but we got one in the back there, Zelian. He's been around the scene, Maltese volunteer, helping out with Gaming Malta, really trying to grow the local scene. Good to see him.
The Maltese Counter-Strike scene, not known to be a huge one, but...
How is it out there, Henry? How was your experience?
I definitely have not really partaked as much as I should. I definitely should be attending a few more local events. They do have a few cafes out there. And yeah, maybe this year could attend an event myself, maybe play in a tournament. Who knows?
That would be cool.
I've won one of the biggest CSGO tournaments this year already.
You have. Your prize earnings have gone up substantially.
Yeah.
Did you earn more in that tournament than you ever did when you were actually playing?
I did look that up. I think my total career winnings in Source was like $15,000 or something like that. Okay. Officially. It was definitely more than that, but officially on Wikipedia, I think that's what it is. And it won like 10K in that one. So it wasn't far off. But yeah, that was a pretty good shout. But here we go. A slight technical issue. The headsets are off.
Couple of headsets off here, Henry.
I'm not going to start throwing us back into the game. If you are just joining us, this is the final best of 1 of the day in the GSL format. We are moving on to a best of 3 next, where we will see Team Spirit make a return against the victors of this game, so presumably like a half an hour break in between. But you would assume, and I'm using that word very loosely, ENCE versus Team Spirit, that's the matchup we'd like to see, right?
It feels like this tournament originally, when I think Spirit were in a different group, it felt like it was a collision course between those two teams to the grand final. Now it's a group final. Now it's a decider of the group. Right now, Spirit obviously would come in as favorites into that one and come in feeling like the sharper side. And it's obviously playing with an academy stand-in, and he didn't get the Nerds deal done in time. But you got to say, for ENCE, it's been a hell of a disappointing time for them too, right? You've gone to Katowice. I think Dihad did a bunch of interviews where he said this event means more to him personally than the major, and obviously ENCE is an organization from Finland, but you've had a couple of Polish players. You've almost cultivated a fan base there.
Yeah.
To not make it into even the main event kind of sucks for the organization and the players.
Well, it did spark change, so maybe that's what they needed to kick up the arse just to make the changes necessary. So who knows? It could be a blessing in disguise.
It could absolutely be that, and you know what's a blessing? We're right back into the game, Henry. The issue has been resolved, and it's a quick one. Now, reminder where we are. We've got a buy here for ENCE coming in with the rifles across the board.
We certainly do. Not necessarily requiring the AWP on T side. I don't know they could afford it regardless, but here comes Snappy. Trying to crack things open, and he gets the door slammed in his face. Some Pirates will pull one back, but a 4-on-2, they'll try and put the brakes on here, but the bomb has gone down in a very awkward spot.
Oh, Sampaius has just got himself a chance back into that. If he takes that second kill on South Soul, maybe there's something here, but Diha still with a very difficult task at hand. Must clear the CT vent, but there's so many other angles he has to worry about here, Diha. Information as to the whereabouts of Salsol towards the back of the cylinders is there, and Diha's going to move forward. Alex will take him out from the CT vent, and that's the round secured for the Movistar Riders.
Looking pretty good. They'll take the lead here. As mentioned, it was the perfect start for the likes of ENCE, 3-0 up, but 4 in a row against them here. Very solid upper hold. You can see no real flashbangs coming in towards Mopos there. Still a great sequence from him, but didn't have to break a real sweat to get into that position. We will see Alex closing things out here against the Orpidea. Another impossible scenario for him. Back down to the partials once again, ladies and gents. We have got the Tech 9s out in 4-4, some Pius with the AK-47. So the Orpa making the full investment here, Dinko. So,
yeah,
interesting. We'll see whether he can make it work. He's got the most frags so far, 8-5. Setting up the wall of smokes here from T-Spawn.
Yep, the standard variation. Nothing too crazy about this one. We'll see if they decide to play with him. I don't think they will be. They are looking for an inner hit, and I think the move here for the Movistar Riders is perfect. I mentioned Mopaz and his aggression. He loves to play for information, and it's a perfect move for him because now he sees the main pack of the attack is actually inside, so they can disregard those smokes towards outer yard and just focus on the inside bomb site hit. And Martinez, look how aggressive he is with the AWP here. He's really getting into the danger zone.
Getting stuck in is what we like to see, and it's towards Ramp, but all the action's going on, and Mopaz trying to swap out a weapon there. They will recover the kill, but still, this could get a bit dicey. As we make our way down towards lower, Davy was great in this position before, but needs to stay alive or find that one kill. The bomb should be planted momentarily.
Yeah, the bomb is going to go down yet again here for ENCE. And Martinez holds, good pick, takes down some Pius, his counterpart on the other side. And that's the rifle gone, most importantly here for ENCE. That's the biggest player you had to look for. And Davy, as you said, he's just been so restrained, so consistent from the double doors. He comes out only when needed, and he's able to get himself a couple of kills and recover this madness for Movistar.
Sure, he allows the bomb to get planted, but he's still alive. He still has his rifle, can wait for his teammates instead of offering up yet another weapon with an equal trade. He allows the round to go in their favor. Once again, that lower bomb set, that's 3 times now. It's looking dicey, looking like the round is out of reach, but they managed to retake time and time again. And sure, the money will be boosted now for ENCE. It's pretty decent round, all things considered. They came with a Tech 9s at a single AK, but still, Davy looking very comfortable here. And that's going to be 5 rounds in a row. So maximum loss bonus for ENCE at this stage. And the Orpha Pius finally comes out. So we'll see what he can make of this. You would assume a default round in towards that outside play, try and boost him up towards red. Or you could take it straight towards Ram, for example, and try and go for an early pick. A tactical pause just to discuss their options here. I'm not sure they thought this is where it's going.
Did they just double pause? Because I think
maybe.
I think they just used 2 tactical timeouts back to back. So that's interesting early on for ENCE.
Bit of a dicey scene here for them. They came into this one as the favorite, but remember, they've got the stand in here, and you're playing against the hungry Movistar Riders, looking to prove themselves.
Looking for revenge.
Exactly. This reunion of swords, there's no love lost between these two teams. Movistar Riders had a rough year so far. They want to bounce back. They want to show they're still viable in top-level Counter-Strike. And this is a great showing so far.
The easy way to put it is the Sampai's move to ENCE kind of ruined the best moment of their careers. Bitter taste.
You can understand why they're upset, right? Like, they just made it as players. They've been around for a long time. Some of these players are like 26, 27. They've been waiting for that moment, and it gets taken away from them.
Well, Martinez, he's gone for the aggressive setup. He's not here alone. He has got the rifle beside him. It's Henu, who was noted on the desk by Freddy to be a passive player. We'll see if his patience will get him his reward. I don't think we'll be walking into the crosshair of Martinez anytime soon. His role is to just hold and wait for this aggression to keep going. But look how aggressive the CT setup is here for Movistar Riders. Celso's pushed in towards Hut as well.
This will be a lobby pincer. You can see them starting to push forward now. Great maneuver from Movistar Riders. Really assertive play, not allowing ENCE to really run their set pieces or the defaults. Sure, they've got a bit of outside control, but you've sacrificed lobby and a frag and a key player. And there it is. The in-game leader gets dropped as well. Down towards lower once again. They've made these 5-on-3s quite competitive. The bomb normally goes down, but Movistar Riders, they're happy to let that happen. Martinez, maybe not so much. Great shot there towards the single door. Looks like the round is done, but can they get yet another plant?
Have been good at getting his bomb plants, but never really been able to pull it off. And D-Hack goes peeking around the corner, but the AWP was ready for him. Martinez absolutely destroys him, and Davy G's been my favorite player to watch in this game so far.
Yeah, hasn't missed a beat, to be honest with you.
Now, Henry.
Yeah, it's what you like to see. Really great opening gambit there from the Spaniards. The lobby pincer, you can see they had no idea. They're focused towards this outside depot, trying to get towards Seeker, which has been working out for them. And Movistar Riders starting to show their scrapbook now. Martinez hitting some great shots, and Davy G continuing to be an absolute fortress down the lower bomb side.
It's these different CT looks coming in from the CT side right now. Movistar Riders that just ENCE haven't been able to handle. They're a step ahead at the moment on the Spanish side, and they put ENCE back down the pistols again. You're going to see them more often in this position because you get the bomb plant a lot. You feel like you're compelled to go for these buys, but this is the half investment, waiting for the full buy in the next round. We'll see if they can make anything of it, but right now Movistar Riders in control.
Absolutely. Really enjoying this, to be honest. 3-0 down in 6 rounds in a row. Sure, you're on the CT side, but the context of this matchup, the Sunpire story, Movistar Riders dropping off the face of the planet Earth like after losing him. And now here they are, turning up, showing us they can actually still hang with the big dogs. But for now, Diha opening things up and that aggression from ramp once again. But this is looking more competitive now. For a second, we did see ENCE with a chance of those Tech 9s, but back down to the 3-on-1.
But that's even a different look again from Movistar. It's daviG playing aggressive in towards ramp, actually getting a chance at going aggressive into the lobby, but Madden wants to make it expensive. He at least wants a kill here.
It's about all he's worth in this spot. Maybe a frag and a plant.
Timing.
I think he's gets Martinez there.
He's got him locked in. Martinez goes down. Madden first into 1 versus 2. Both remaining players are low here, Henry. I'm not going to count Madden out of this one just yet. It's up to Movistar Riders to lose this one, but Madden using his utility, buying himself some time to reposition to hut, potentially feeling more comfortable with the cover you've got inside of the hut area. And daviG ascends up the ladder at heaven. In the meantime, in tandem, Alex comes up the vent. And they're looking for Madden. Soon they will realize that his positions are limited, his options are limited, and his health certainly limited, so he can't push through the fire. He can't get around the corner to stop this defuse. That's a good move there from Movistar Riders.
Yeah, instant defeat there, unfortunately. The Molotov lasting 7 seconds, 5-second defuse. You do the maths. And there we have it. Well held. Decent attempt, though. Like we said, the kill, the bomb plant. That's about what he is worth. He manages to get that.
And gets away with the AK too, doesn't die.
Absolutely, good point. So still not around for ENCE, but they're getting closer, at least. Another 5 on the 3 leads into a bomb plant, but that's about it. So is it a tactical timeout? Looks like it is. 2 of them remaining. We'll see Saw chime in now. Be sweating a little bit here. They were the heavy favorites coming into this one, regardless of them having a stand-in or not. And with the best of 1 format, Dinko, this is dangerous. They're on the T side at least. 3 rounds can be enough. It's serviceable.
I think, yeah, I mean, a lot of the problems actually come on the T side for ENCE as to why they made the move in the first place. And as Freddie was talking about, you know, you're not going to bring in your academy player who's also passive and fix those problems right away. So I thought ENCE would probably come in with a bit of a faster play style, but I think Nuke is just a little more difficult to be that fast. But I think with how slow they're playing, just look at how much control Movistar are getting in these rounds on the CT side. They've got ramp, they've got lobby, they're just everywhere.
They're inside the heads of ENCE right now. They're not just having full map control. They've taken over the server. The fact they're getting these aggressive pushes, these nice coordinated pincer maneuvers, it's really impressive to watch. And ENCE haven't had a response since those first 3 rounds. We'll see what can be done here. As we have a different setup. Look at the aggression from the CTs. Then go 3 players towards outside, pushing towards lobby. But it's the upper rush now. ENCE trying to fight back here with an aggressive push themselves.
Oh, Mopaz doesn't do enough. He doesn't do enough, and Alex is smoked off at main. So the fact that the Anchor has gone down without a single kill puts ENCE in a really comfortable position.
This might be a save already. You've got a double AWP setup, right? I don't think you can even justify thinking about going for this.
You either catch them as they go outside, or you call this one off. There's no other way about this for Movistar Riders. They go for a bit of a gamble play. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them long term in this half, but ENCE finally break through. And it's important that it's actually a save call to note, because ENCE's money's still pretty rough. But if they keep all 5 players alive here, it's going to recover the economy game for the rest of the half here.
Yeah, you get $3,500 by winning by virtue of the bomb blast as well, so they'll get a nice injection of cash going forward. So good to know. Diha trying to affect the funds of the CTs here. Takes down Alex, but there it is. Nice little kill and retreat there. Will he survive, though? Now, I'm going to go with Sasol.
Yeah.
Sasol?
I was listening to the interview. Mopaz was calling him like Sasol, you know?
I know, that's the thing. When you hear players say it still sounds like I can't say it like that. So I need to find something that's going to be universally accepted here. Sasol.
Yeah, that's good. That's enough.
That will do. And this round will do for ENCE as well. As you mentioned, a bit of a change of pace for both teams there. We saw a 3-man aggressive push towards outside from the CTs, trying to keep things unpredictable, assertive. Doesn't work out, not the end of the world. It's one of those rounds, though, when you have the double AWP setup, you have to call it off when the bomb gets planted so early on. They'll maintain that setup, though, as mentioned, saving the majority of their weapons. And round 12 coming through, Martinez this time up close and personal.
Boom!
With the AWP. Tantalizingly close there, but doesn't quite hit the mark.
Yeah, has missed that one, unfortunately, there for Martinez. But I love the aggression. I love the kind of moves he's willing to go for and get in the midst of battle. But this time, ENCE able to get outside. Most importantly, Madden gets a kill. And that could have all still went wrong because the bomb nearly gets caught outside. daviG and Salso, though, a double kill somewhere on the map. They've managed to pull this back. And it started so well for ENCE, but once again, the Movistar Riders have turned it around. And daviG has been so good.
He's dead as well.
But he's surely going to fall. The shot somehow doesn't connect. Enough damage. It goes through the metal on the window frame. And so unfortunate here, but suddenly ENCE have turned it back, and they're in the bomb site. They've got the bomb down, and Movistar Riders have to save. What a topsy-turvy round.
Difficult to keep up with that, as we'll see. Back and forth frags. It looked like Movistar Riders had that one locked in. Kills coming in from Davi G, but with the AWP couldn't justify the full retake. They hit a player towards the window room. Wasn't quite enough. Snappy down to just 4 points of health, but once again, success found towards lower. This time converting the round as well. After finding yet another deficit. So that's one positive sign of life if it ends. Even when they are down 5-on-3, 5-on-4, they're consistently getting down towards lower and making these rounds competitive. This one has been converted. The money's still very strong. We're getting to the bookend of this first half as well. 7-5. The narrative's starting to shift somewhat. When they were 7-3 up, you're thinking, wow, this could be something really impressive now for Movistar Riders. Still a decent showing. 6 rounds in a row, but at this stage, you can feel ENCE coming online and understanding what they need to do to win these rounds.
And I mentioned it 2 rounds ago. Yeah, sure, I've liked all the different scenes we've seen from Movistar Riders, all the different moves and setups. But the one setup where they go outside heavy and they let them have the site, that for me is the moment where I mentioned it. I said, I hope that doesn't come back to bite them for the rest of this half. But you take a gamble like that, you take a risk. When you're in the driver's seat, there's no real reason to take a big risk like that. You give ENCE a chance back into this half, and that's all Snappy needs all the time.
It was unfortunate that they went for the fast upper play again, the moment they did that aggressive swing, but that is the risk you take, and you're against Snappy, who's already called that tactic twice already in this half. So yeah, unfortunate, but that's the way she goes sometimes. We will see a tactical timeout coming in from Movistar Riders, trying to stabilize the proceedings here. Speaking of which, that's making me feel a bit dizzy, but...
Vertigo
exactly.
induced now.
It looks like another fast upper play here. Nading off the door. HG's towards main entrance, and it's done a ton of damage towards Martinez, who can't respond in kind. Rattles off a shot, but still willing to hold the squeaky door position. Maybe setting up Mopos for a push here.
Yeah, this is better. This is the kind of aggressive moves that have been working. And Mopos gets aggressive, but Henu is ready for it. Takes up a different position, reads the maneuver, and Martinez now the second pillar. Henu's just going to hold the same position.
You're going to be disciplined here. Maintain the advantage. No, it's unfortunate. And great response from Martinez there. The fact he's already been taken down to 30 points of health, knowing he has to hold this position and find a kill in their favor, that's excellent work. And should be a kill for himself. It's still on 30 HP. 1 AK bullet to the chest would have done it, Dinko, but he can't connect.
They've absolutely fumbled this one. Pius peeking with the AWP into Southsol, but he's going to run away, get back to safety, and 50 seconds left. Snappy towards outside, catches Alex. At least brings one more kill back, and little bit of a storyline has developed in this first half of ENCE being able to recover these rounds and at least make them scrappy. Haven't won a lot of them, but certainly put themselves in tight positions. But 35 seconds left. We'll see if they're able to make this one happen. Pius still up in the lobby. No aggressive CT maneuvers giving it away. And Snappy's about to make his way through main right into the crosshair of Davi Ju, who hasn't really missed the mark in this game so far. He's been great today. Pius now realizes there's no getting out of this one. He will save the AWP. And that's an 8th round to the Movistar Riders, who have now won the half by a minimum of 1 round. And they look to try and continue this. It's been an impressive performance from Movistar Riders. And this AWP might not get saved, Henry. This AWP might be taken away, and it is.
Oh, it's a big one to take as well.
No, you can see what it means. They know it's a bias, so every kill they get on him is an absolute grudge match kill. That's perfect.
Yes, indeed. Gracias, amigo. As we will see that AWP given over towards the end. But what a round for Martinez. It has to be said, 35 points of health, continuing to force the issue. Kill after kill, rotating into perfect positions. That's a much-needed round there from the Movistar Riders. Securing the half, 8-5 after being 3-0 down. They've done a great job here. As we will see another buy coming in for ENCE. Got the AWP in the hands of Pius, of course. 9 kills to his name so far. Martinez just a note with 7, so pretty equal battle so far. Towards outside, potentially we go. Bomb down towards T-spawn still, but a different variation of smokes now. Trying to gain some control towards the garage, potentially. Flashes could come towards Alex momentarily, but speculative shots and the Maiden takes him down.
Yeah, it's just a 1-for-1 though. Again, it's not really creating that space to the same level. And Mopos rotate it down, use the double doors to just jump spot safely and then drop back in. Movistar Riders haven't been making too many mistakes in this lower bomb side. They've got the protocols down really well on this lower site, and ENCE have struggled to get in there cleanly. Yeah, sure, they've got into the site sometimes, but a lot of the time that they've been able to get that bomb down is because it's been let happen by Davy who's wanted to play the retake. Now here they go, ENCE into the top site, and it looks like the maneuver to get aggressive again through Hut has been called. The barrel spotted, and some Pius with the no-scope. South Soul eats some lead.
That is absolutely massive here. Round 14, some Pius getting the job done, throws the bomb down to his teammates as well. 4 versus 2, Martinez could save the day here. Good position. Spots his rival AWP player, and here we go. The retake is on. Incendiary towards the upper bomb site itself, but the T's scrambling towards safety.
Snappy getting around the back. He started the flank. He's looking to take down Martinez from behind, and that's exactly what will happen. MOUZ comes in to swiftly get revenge, but he needs 2 more. And they're in a great setup to deal with him on top of the Hut. Diha peers down below on his measly surf, and now ENCE are getting loud. They want to play this game. Again, you kind of feed into it. You know, this is probably a lot of the motivation is coming for Movistar Riders from this. But if ENCE can try and shut them up, get in their head, this could be a real fun second half.
Well, they've done enough now, ENCE. It was getting a little precarious towards the mid-stages of this first half, but now round after round, really hammering it home. They are the stronger team here, but still 1 round to go, and it's a pretty decent buy on both sides. There's an MP9, a couple of concessions to be made. As for MOUZ, but the AWP for Martinez is still out. I'll talk towards main from Henu here. Look at that first frag towards Hut if possible. We're smoked out, and we'll see things slow right down. Sounds to utility, the majority of the smoke still available for ENCE. I haven't fully committed to the wall of smokes just yet, but speaking of which, we have got Alex up close and personal.
He has made a lot of noise.
He has. He should be going down here. He's not going to check this.
It's a lazy peek into it, you know, somewhat considering it, but not fully committing to it. And Alex was able to get away with that opening kill. Movistar Riders up a player in the final few seconds of this half. Here goes the attack into the upper bomb site. MOUZ gets away with another one. It is traded, but there's an opening now down the vent to get into B, and perhaps this time, this is where ENCE can make this happen, but Davy is sprinting back down the ramp. Smoke is out. He's preoccupied, but the double doors opening wide. That should allow the bomb plant here, and it will. And they're actually able to get away.
Exactly.
This is something that ENCE haven't been able to do, Henry.
So the fact he's managed to sneak behind them is great, but he doesn't get a frag for it. He doesn't manage to shut down the plant. So Davy once again in a prime position, but it might be out of time here. The retake is on, 4 versus 3. Low HP for Hannah. We'll see where this is going to be enough, as some Pius knows he has to be active with the AWP. Hits the shot, but now man advantage favoring Movistar Riders.
Well, this is a difficult position with a lack of utility. No smoke, right? So you're just tapping, trying to get them to open the door. And Davy will do exactly that. Madden cannot line them up. And onto the defuse they get. There's a little bit of a fumble on the defuse. South Soul is going to try and stick it through, and we'll have enough time to close the half at 9-6. It's Movistar Riders who, after a serious drop-off, after losing some Pius, finally face him for the first time in his new team, and they're up at the half against him. This has got to feel good.
And bear in mind, they lost the pistol as well. The 0-3 conversion came through, and Movistar Riders, they never gave up. They looked like they were down at points, but their solid hold towards the ramp room, towards lower, and good adjustments as well. Sure, there are a few hiccups along the way, but that's going to happen. A very competitive first half, and this best-of-1 format as well. Bear in mind, anyone's game here, and ENCE, they could be sweating going to the second half. They lose this pistol, all bets are off. Anything could happen.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the faces. You know, look how immediately they're all reading on the notes. Blade is having his say. They have a game plan heavily prepared for this game coming into the T side now. I'm excited to see what Movistar Riders have up their sleeve. Again, a big talking point is Pius, and how much did he really play in terms of the direction of the team. You know, he talked about his ability to kind of be that second voice. He's gone over the ENCE. He's definitely had some input over there too. So Movistar Riders, it's time to show that they can put up a good T side here against a team of the caliber of ENCE. And of course, you know, we're not even seeing the fully fledged ENCE team here. He was playing with a stand-in.
That is a very good caveat to mention here. This is a stand-in playing for Henu. All he can do is play his best Counter-Strike, and so far, pretty capable. He looks like he's holding positions he has to, making the kills that are required, and hasn't made any tragic mistakes or anything like that. So he's holding his own.
Here we go, second half kicking off. Movistar Riders now get to go on their attacking side, and ENCE will show us a face of their defense. Some Pius plays on top. Hut. Snappy is the ramp player here for the CT side.
He gives it up.
Him back, yeah.
Which is fine. It's not a bomb site, a solo hold. If you go down with nothing, it's a huge red carpet laid out toward that lower bomb site. You just got to slow down and try and cause damage and funnel them back towards upper, hopefully. That's where the Julies are waiting.
Well, some Pius could really tear them up here. He could shred a hole in the Movistar Riders pistol attack. It's a good first kill for some Pius, and a smart decision to drop down and use the cover of the Tetris boxes, and he is stacking them up one by one. Alex finally gets 1 kill, but a lot more needed from him. He realizes forces are delinquished, and he will. Well, he's going to die, surely, Henry, at any moment now.
Well, that's the real beauty of the dual elites demonstrated there. Sure, they have high firepower, they can do a lot of damage, but it's the amount of bullets you have available. 30 to go, and you can just miss a few shots, reposition, and never have to reload there. 3 kills of some Pyres coming through. That's going to feel good. Should be pistol in the bag. I said that with bated breath. You never know these days. Anything can and will happen with 40 seconds on the clock. For now, though, a 4 versus 1. Alex with just a USP. He has got armor, but we'll be saving here, of course, on the T side.
Smoked off as well, just like
Smoked
the perfect
off.
time. Good luck, Alex. You really had nothing going for you here. Supply spamming through. And realizes the only
you might as well, I guess there's a mistake could be made. They'll be throwing pieces of utility like the smoke. Every dollar counts in this game.
They got info, they just tagged him up.
Yeah, so this one will be coming to an end.
Some Pius, what a round from him.
They're enjoying it a lot, aren't they? There he is. Laser focus, doesn't want to celebrate too much. The job is not done yet. A lot of rounds to be played here, but that was a good recovery. See how blind he was there as well? They knew where he was. It was a team flash of Mopos as well. They denied that kill for Sossor. So that's going to be a little bit frustrating, but still excellent work from these dual elites. 4 kills in total, and we get into round number 17. Didn't go full eco for the Spaniards here. Glocks, no flashes.
Pretty much full MP9, you know. Diaz gone for the rifle.
I guess
a lot of money.
You'll have that kind of bonus round situation up against the AKs. If they have a clean run here, they're going to have 4 MP9s up against AKs across the board. So something to note there. Can be a very good scenario. Could also be one of the backfires.
Well, Diha handling the pressure.
There it is.
The rifle at range. Now, Diha is going to be the key player for me to look out for in the second half. He's a very aggressive player towards the yard.
So the question is, a lot of teams will throw away an MP9 here and pick up the AWP just to kind of add some more firepower in. But do you want to make that play in this sort of scenario? I'm not sure. If you put a gun to my head, a proverbial one, I would say probably buy the AWP and actually have a chance of winning this round. But we'll see. You can also go for a stack and maybe push towards ramp. We will see. For now, though, MP9's reinvesting in the utility. No AWP to be spotted. And we'll see what they can make of it. What's the play? Do you go for an outside push, maybe? Try and get that 1 kill, upgrade to an AK full back.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Movistar Riders, you can't really afford to expend too much of your utility early on. You don't have a lot of it. But you have to realize when you don't combat that early utility, you might give up a lot of space, and that's where this MP9 and Bias has been placed. It's pretty aggressive here.
Very difficult round here. ENCE needs to get an opening pick, and that could be the start of it. The MP9 not connecting fully.
How has he not got a kill from that?
Not sure. Awkward in terms of the angles there. A second player to take him down. That was the opportunity. That was the window, and it slammed shut.
Definitely should have got away with at least one there. Bias, he'll be kicking himself about that, but Madden just caught good timing to get into a solid position here. But does he just peek? He does. That is a classic Madden move, and he actually gets away with it.
Back to the 4 and 4. Probing towards outside. A distinct lack of utility here for the T side. They've got a couple of flashes and a Molotov as they do spot Dihad towards heaven here.
Yeah, he's one of the most important players here too. The only rifle still in play at the moment. Dihad is going to start looking at his victim, but South Seoul has actually managed to get all the way over towards CT. Just can't find him. Diha is intelligently ducking behind the stairs, and they realize they're going to use a Molotov to go ahead and attack him instead. And the Movistar Riders are going to go ahead and take themselves their 10th round win. Again, as Henry was mentioning, you know, the fact that they have just kept a lot of the MP9s over. When you pull out the AKs across the board, you are expected to see those AKs come out on top most of the time. And you're up against these 4 MP9s, especially when an aggressive maneuver like this doesn't go your way. You really are fighting an uphill battle, and just not enough firepower across the board there in the round 4 ENCE. But it's not the end of the world. They've got the game close, and now they've bought again. But a couple of weaknesses here, but
the end of the world yet.
Yeah, exactly. Not yet. Yeah, not yet, Henry.
We'll see what happens.
It eventually will come, maybe.
Oh, it has to. A long enough timeline, Dinko.
The sun will either entirely implode and
CSGO will be long gone, I'd imagine, at that stage.
Who knows? It could happen right now. Did you see the other day, Henry? A large part just ripped off the top. So you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't know that.
It's a first.
All right. Well, it's been fun. Been a hell of a run. It's been a hell of a run.
Should we see ourselves out, Henry?
Maybe. Let's see how this best of one goes first. We'll make the call afterwards. So, ENCE, the FAMAS, the AWP, and an upper push from Movistar Riders. The MAC-10 opens things up, and it's made in need of at least a double kill here. It won't happen. They have one line of defense, and that's Sampayas with the orb, making it happen here. Excellent maneuver with the AWP there. Gets a triple kill and shuts them down.
Well, he created black hole, that sun, certainly in that one. It just imploded upon them. Every kill needed from Sampayas towards the site does so well from the position, and that's what you can get out of Sampayas when you get this AWP out on the CT side. This is where he's going to do his best work. This is where you're going to get to see Sampayas really start to light up the server. Davy leaps out with a MAC-10. It's good. First kill. It's a second in from Movistar Riders, but this is the difference maker. Through the fire and the flames, he just stands tall and gets a 3K.
Yeah, that's a world-class play coming in there from Sampayas. 19 kills to his name now.
This is quick again. The T's just charging in. Madden's got himself one. Henu on the MP9. Finally, a kill comes back from Movistar Riders, but the quick call has not worked out. And Sampayas, again, 2 from the back of the site. And now it's just Alex left, trying to get down the vent, trying to get away with a bomb plant at a minimum. But they come hunting down the vent, and Madden realizes that Alex's move might be to sit and wait for that, and he is ready to take him out.
A couple of rounds there that
couple of quick ones.
Have completely fallen apart there for Movistar Riders. Dismantled by Sampayas and Madden here towards the upper bomb site. It seems like a bit of a desperate call at this stage.
Yeah, definitely.
It looks like it at least.
Yeah, it feels like it.
2 rounds back-to-back in the upper bomb site. You just get completely mauled like that. That's surely going to be the finances in disarray as well, as we just see P250s, Tech 9s, no armor. That's going to be the lead for ENCE. Pretty much guaranteed here. A bomb plant would be a godsend if they can pull it off. What's the play? Flashbangs towards upper, bullets towards Squeaky, and it's made him with the first kill.
Yeah, great first kill from Madden coming in, but ENCE really should be keeping this one quite comfortable. Davy leaps into the site, and Henu for the first time in a while we see him get a quick multi-kill, really putting an end to that attack forward. And even the hopes and dreams of just a bomb plant starting to fade away. Good read from Martinez, good crosshair placement, but unable to make anything of it with the weaker gun. MOUZ is going to go back down the ramp. There's a player waiting for him. Every extremity is covered off right now. There shouldn't really be an access point for him. And that's ENCE taking the lead. He went up 3-0. They lost the lead, and now for the first time, finally back into it.
You love to see it. As here we go, once again tested towards Squeaky Door. This time against a full eco. Very comfy. And it will take those frags all day long. As Dinko mentioned, into the lead now on the CT side. Bodes very well for the best of 1 setup here. All for Sampayas. 21 kills. Not slowing down, but looks things as well as we get into a crucial stage of the game for Movistar Riders. Lose this round, I would say ENCE in cruise control. That will be the end of it. Need to make this one at least competitive. Get a bomb plant down. Make them work for it. What's the play going to be here? Looks like CT's potentially getting ready to probe in towards lobby themselves. When the smokes get deployed, that could be the cue for Henu to get lobby information here. We have got a rotation as well in the form of Diha getting towards secret steps. He'll be ready to challenge with the flashbang momentarily.
Sampayas just waiting for any sort of contact, but he hasn't really seen anybody just yet, and those smokes are going to go up. Sampayas not really finding too much impact towards outside, so we now focus on the defense that have shifted down to the lower bomb site. They got to smoke off secret and cut off that access point, and that's going to buy significant time.
So what is the next move here now? If you're Movistar Riders, sure, you've got some basic outside control, but you have no smokes remaining. You have a couple of Molotovs. Sampayas not really under much pressure here. If he can detect this player towards Garage, in a lot of trouble. That's what the bomb is as well. So maybe an upper split here, coming towards the heaven position. Quite good timing here for Davy G, to be honest. He's actually slipped the net somewhat.
Well, that could become a problem later in this round. And when I say later in this round, we have 30 seconds left, so it should be happening momentarily. Here goes Snappy, aggressive into ramp, gets one, but it's one and done. Southsol opens up a chance to charge down the ramp into the lower bomb site as he splits with his teammates from Hell. But there is one down here already.
He was ready and waiting. That was Diha. Remember, it's secret. It's rotated now just to deny the plant. He doesn't want multiple frags here. Deny the C4, and that will be round 1.
First strike. There's the bomb plant denied. That's the round win. And Diha's going to go ahead and get himself another kill. It's now just MOUZ, and they cannot go down after the time.
I was so scared when he pulled the trigger on that first player. Don't worry about him at all.
Just kill the bomb planter,
get the C4. Of course, you never know if he's going to swing and check you. I'm having a bit of fun there, but still a little bit of a scary moment for him, but did the all-important frag and managed to deny the plan. did get a bit dicey there with the lack of information. You saw Snappy pushing in towards ramp, trying to work out where they're going. Fortunately, it goes 1-for-1, absolutely fine, as they had this player down towards low. If anything, baits them down into a lower bomb site and secures the round. So that was a pretty much win-win scenario for Snappy as long as he gets the frag. And there we have it. No plan, of course, and a forced buy of sorts. Not everyone fully invested. A few Tech 9s and AKs and much faster pace towards outside. Touchdown grenade. There's about 80 damage there, and the follow-up spray from Dihad does not connect. But they have got secret control, Dinka.
Yeah, but Sampaius is here, and that's the problem. He's waiting for them to commit around the corner, and Sampaius takes out Alex. The second victim to be offered up, it's South Sol that goes around the corner. Sampaius will reap his soul. Finally, Martinez, his replacement, cuts him down, puts him down a peg. Now he has the AWP to play with. Now this is the weapon you want to have in his hands. Is there anything he can do with it? Can they somehow pull a round win out of the bag here in round 23? And still in the better position. Snappy about to have a 1v1 fight, but he loses that fight. And now the numbers are evened out. It's a 3 versus 3. Sure, plenty of utility and a couple of players here for ENCE. But you don't want to be in a position where you lose this round.
Certainly not, but it's anyone's round at this stage. 45 seconds. In terms of the utility on the T side of a flash, this comes down to the Rock'em Sock'em Counter-Strike. Who can find the gap? It might have to be Mopos here. Beneath Heaven, deciding his options, and that's a great kill. Towards Heaven he goes now. That could be the cue. Henu has to deliver at least one single kill.
Well, give it his position. Hopefully at least gets one from this. Not the cleanest, but there's the one kill you asked for, and that's all he'll get. Maybe a bit of nerves there. Maybe he should have got away with a bit more.
If he gets that first kill cleanly, I dare say he gets the second on the AWP. Yeah, I think that's almost a lock-in. Dihad, though, certainly capable of winning this sort of round. Hasn't got the kit, actually. No grenades himself, but they're both towards upper, so if he can find the first kill, not hesitate, he might get the second, but so much to do. Lack of information, doesn't know they're both there. They're not giving anything away.
Yeah, we've seen him win some big clutches on this bomb site in the past, but this one, he just goes around the corner, and a headshot, but unable to transfer to Davy G, who makes sure that 1v1 goes his way. That could have been something special.
It really could have been. I like the jump around the corner as well, averting the crosshair of the AWP itself, but well recovered. This was a round with a couple of AKs and Tech 9s. That was the all-important frag down towards lower, and maybe this one as well. The lack of the initial kill that I think he gets Martinez. If he gets a clean kill there, which he arguably should have done.
Yes.
He did dodge the flashbang. He had to reset his aim, but he had plenty of time to recover. It's unfortunate it happens. And there we go, a very important round. Much needed there for the Movistar Riders. They're right back in this one now. As we'll see the odds come in, still favoring ENCE, of course, but trust me, Movistar Riders can do something with this. A very important round here. Money broken on either side. Whoever gives this round up, good spray from Dihad. Great damage there towards Alex.
Yeah, massive damage from Dihad deployed. Unconfirmed damage, though. Alex is going to go down towards Secret. And he's not alone. He's got 2 more players alongside of him. Dihad will be repositioning just outside of the decon door. He's on the steps at the ready. As he starts to come around the corner, he decides to drop back. He's playing alongside Snappy, who's on the other stairway, but Dihad's very committed to this position. Oh, and it's not clean. He at least gets one, but maybe should have got a little bit more out of that. And Snappy has to quickly get away.
Good damage done at least. Snappy now just trying to buy time, calling for the rotations, and they are coming. It's in the form of some pies. He holds towards the ramp with the AWP, but he has to hold the aforementioned ramp itself.
Yeah.
Still plenty of time. 40 seconds remaining. They could actually fall back, and looks to be the case here as well as they start to make their way back towards Secret. Movistar Riders, that is. Good smoke from Henu, but he's already slipped by.
No, Henu's left the gap. Mopos has slipped underneath it.
Oh, that's going to be rough. A couple of blunders there back to back, and he's given access towards upper now.
Yeah, Madden's going to be having to patch this one up. The spill on the aisle A. And he's got himself a double. The cleanup crew is here. His teammates are coming in. And Madden is just destroying them single-handedly. Finally, they will get rid of him as Alex gets a double. And it's all down to a 1 versus 1. Alex looking to close it. He goes for the fake plant, and Snappy secures the headshot.
Oh, what a round that was. It certainly had it all. We said it was do or die for both teams there in terms of the finances as well. Back and forth we go. Snappy down in the 1 versus 1. And it's real awkward there. Going towards the main entrance as well, you'd think the Movistar Riders had this round at the lock and key, but it's that incendiary. That one right there, funneling them towards the right-hand side of the bomb side, buying the time. They couldn't get the plant in, and Snappy, sure, he could have lost this one, but assertive play, trying to shut down the plant, manages to win them a very, very crucial round. That'd surely be tactical timeout territory. And indeed it is. Movistar Riders didn't get the plan there. Money was already very low after winning the previous round. And we'll see what they make of it here.
That would have been ridiculous if Alex was able to pull that one off. That would have been just mentally shattering for ENCE.
There were two sick plays there. One from Madden towards upper, and then as well on the T side.
You mentioned something in that round that, you know, you don't want to pick on it too much, obviously, with the circumstances.
Absolutely.
But two back-to-back mistakes in a pretty crucial position.
I guess we didn't see the context of the full scenario. So he pulled out the grenade, he was looking to smoke the right position, but he allowed a player out.
Just the timing sometimes works against you.
His mistake necessarily could have been a communication thing, but that's how it looked.
Look at this. Look how aggressive Sampaius is. He's caught by Flash, and luckily that will allow him out of position. D-Hat alongside of him. Sampaius, it's all about quick AWPing now, and it's just one. Is it really worth it? That much commitment to the resources, but Madden, another double, a 3K from Madden. He finally turns around, but there's not enough ammo to get the fourth. But Madden has done so much. He's pulled ENCE out of a hole 2 rounds in a row now. Heroics from Madden, but it's on to MoPause now to try and pull out a clutch for the Movistar Riders.
Madden turning into the Berserker here at this point. That was very impressive. Again, back-to-back. MoPause, though, a chance to win this. Snappy gives it up. And sure, he does significant damage, but it's down to the new boy, the academy player, Henu. Up against one of the talisman of Movistar Riders here, MoPause.
This is massive. If MoPause wins this, the money is not good on ENCE. This is a way back in for MoPause. If this is such an important 1v1 for him to pick up.
And with the time ticking away as well, you can almost play yourself for your Henu. You've got so much time to work with. You know the bomb's down, but you've lost track of him now. Great reposition, though, in towards the warehouse. I actually really like this. He's got vision of the bomb. So many angles to clear out. Sure, he might check up, but you have so many advantages here. This is a very nice call from Henu.
But the other thing is, it could have come from someone else. They're all watching his screen right now as well. So Henu just playing from the back of the carriage.
It's the perfect spot. His round to win. One bullet would do it. It would be amazing if MoPause, he's ready for it.
He's so ready for it. Goes around the corner.
Hit him.
And Henu hits the headshot.
I agree. You got to big him up as well.
Yeah,
he's had a couple of rough rounds, right? You got to make sure you build him back up and understand that he's vital to this team winning this map. And that's a huge clutch to win as well.
Great to see his team backing him now. And yeah, this is the moment, obviously, that's kept him in this. Back-to-back rounds, Madden has saved the day. He could have even got 4 there if he had an A4. If he had a bit of extra ammo, maybe he gets a 4K, but a really, really solid round yet again from Madden Mania. 14-11.
Absolutely true, Dinko. Full investment now for Movistar Riders, limping into round number 26. Galils are out, 1 AK-47, bare bones utility to say the very least. And in terms of the initial setup, looks like an upper execution eventually. They're setting up for flashbangs, Molotovs through the skylights, a player going towards main. We'll see if they can crack this one open. If they can win this round, maybe there's something else to be said about this game. But right now, ENCE looking likely to pick up map and indeed match points.
Just taking their time here at Movistar Riders, setting up a play into A. Utility put in place. Henu from the CT vent. There's actually a damage from him. It's the kill from Alex onto his own teammate with the Molotov. Sampaius and D-Hard taking kills for ENCE, and it's now just 2 players left for Movistar Riders. They're about to concede map point.
Yeah, that round never really got going.
No,
bit of a non-starter. And Snappy's got a guaranteed frag. You're never checking this in this sort of scenario. I say guaranteed. He makes a bit of a meal of it, but gets the double kill.
There we go.
And job done.
Snaps him up.
Snaps him up indeed. And
oh, I love it. Sampaius is he's telling him he's got the right move here.
Let's get to round 16 first. Especially in this sort of round, in this matchup, I'd be just keeping quiet until the job is done. Then you can start screaming.
I love it. I actually love it. Because in esports, we have these stories you try and build. A lot of the times, the players don't feel the same way as we want them to. But
That's a good point.
This is like an open case of, yeah, we don't like the fact he left our team. Sampaius is still even battling his ex-teammates. I love it. This is the kind of stuff we love.
It's a great narrative for the event, and a good close to the best of ones for sure. 4 rounds in a row required now for Movistar Riders. Not looking too good on the T side, I have to say, and it all starts with this particular setup of 5 Galils, basic utility, and Snappy holding strong towards that ramp room. They do have time on their side, but it is slowly but surely ticking away. Looks like they'll be potentially considering their options towards ramp here, but some outside play as well, so the lower split could be coming through.
Well, Sampaius meets Mopause in the
so
ramp room.
confident.
It's just prancing around the corner.
That's his 26th kill as well.
Yeah, peacocking right now. He's
Absolutely.
just having a great time. I mean, this is definitely a match for Sampaius to show up into. Diha lands another beautiful headshot, this time onto Alex. Davy G adds to his tally, who's, you have to say, had a great game by his standard, 25 and 15. But 45 seconds remain, perhaps only 45 seconds left in this map. Southsalt goes ahead and gets another one, but Diha quick to trade. Great work here from ENCE, making sure these trades are effective as we head into the lower bomb site to try and close this.
Last chance saloon for Movistar Riders here. 3 versus 2. Good Molotov, a better headshot. Diha delivers, and it's just going to be Davy G remaining here. His time is limited, and there we have it. A convincing finish in the end from ENCE.
Yeah, the Reunion restaurant is closed today. No cold dishes of revenge being served as Movistar Riders lose their opening game to ENCE. Malta starts strong for the ENCE side, and they are now looking down the barrel at a team spirit coming in as favorites. This is a matchup I think everybody's excited about. This could be the game of the tournament. Obviously, ENCE coming in with their stand-in situation. Spirit will be favorites into that one, but...
So what did you make of Hanu, though?
Hanu's a pretty decent player. I mean, there's nothing like crazy out of him. He kind of did his role coming in last minute playing LAN. Thought he did okay, for sure.
Some nerve showing in the first show, this first match here potentially, but he still had a very decent overall game, I would say. He managed to hold his positions well, gets 1 kill when required, but overall, a couple of mistakes, but still, they got the job done with a stand-in. That's going to feel very good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's lots to talk about in this one, too. A little bit more of a meal in this best of one rather than our first one that didn't have too much to talk about.
Are we throwing it there? Was that a nice throw?
Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Dinko. Guys, I want to go on actually from a point just raised by the boys, because it's not like he had some standout performance, but he did what he needed to do.
Yeah.
And when we were upstairs watching his 1 versus 1 against Mopause, we were making jokes and like, oh, he's shaking, but he pulled it off. And that was a high pressure 1 versus 1. Who knows if they lose that round where that match goes? So shout out to Hino, shout out to ENCE. They take this best of 1, 16-11 over Movistar Riders, and they will be the team playing Team Spirit shortly in a best of 3. But before that happens, of course, us on the analyst desk need to break everything down. Just look, right off the bat, look, let's get into it. Star performers, Sampaius, 26 frags, former Movistar Riders player, now on, and has been for a while, on ENCE here, taking out some of his former colleagues.
Yeah, I think it was Dinko raised the point that he actually rates Martinez in conjunction with Sampaius, and that Sampaius isn't actually doing that much better than him right now. But I think Sampaius definitely silenced a lot of those questions right here. He had a really impressive showing, and it wasn't even close as well. Martinez was on, if I'm not mistaken, quite far down on
right
the
at the bottom.
Right at the bottom,
Right at the
yeah, and you have the 2 polar opposites right there. And then as well, Sampaius, he was joined very comfortably with the likes of Madden, who we were talking about. I think he had 3 kills back-to-back, both basically securing them the win.
Yeah. Cole, any thoughts that you'd like to jump in off the bat? Initial reactions to that victory for ENCE.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, again, I highlighted it. Martinez, he's gonna come into this one just as nervous as maybe he was in that clutch there, because it's facing off against someone that you look up to, and it showed up in the server. I think Sampaius, he just took off on that CT side as well. He was in their face. He was exactly what he needed to be. The fundamental rotations on nuke that every offer is just gonna have so much fun with. He was able to get away with that, and definitely elevated the game. But I gotta say, man, Movistar, they gave it a good try. I felt like there were a couple trades off from winning some really, really crucial rounds. It was Madden Mania, I think that's what we called that, although I don't know.
Madden went huge on 2 pretty crucial rounds at the end. Yeah, we have to highlight that. Sorry, Cole. Carry on.
Yeah, it was back-to-back rounds, and they just need to trade Madden. If they were able to do that, then bam, they might have had a round. They might have had some legs to it.
Was it back-to-back?
Yes, it was.
3Ks, or was it in like a round in the middle? I'm not sure, but yeah, he went absolutely huge on 2 rounds. One on the A site, and then were they both on?
One was on backside by side, the other one was around door area mini. But then in both of those rounds ended up in a close 1 versus 1. So you kind of got to throw that into the story as well of like, look, he had a great round. He puts them in the advantage. In one of the cases, Alex, to be fair to him, did just hit some unbelievable
Alex hit 2
shots.
amazing shots
But
as
then
well, yeah.
the second one, it was still in the context of an anti-force buy, anti-eco. Madden saves them because it was looking a bit ropey, and then even though he got the 3K, that seemingly wasn't enough. And Cole, do you want to run us through the narrative of what you were talking to us about that 1v1 at the end? Who were you? Do you want to explain your
it was a good
thought
breathing
process?
moment. It was.
Listen, whenever you're in a 1v1, you're a new guy, you got to save the team right here. Your money's going to be broken if you don't win this clutch. You're shaking in your boots. You're going to miss the easiest shots right there. I was expecting from I was kind of, I was hyping up. I think it was Mappa that he was playing up against. I was like, this guy's about to own him right here. One tap. It doesn't matter what the HP is.
He had it.
He had it. And he stepped up in a really crucial
What
moment.
I would be curious to know, I'm not sure if we can find this out, is what the comms were like at the time. If the team just let him completely play it out, or if Snappy, because Snappy probably knew in that moment, based on the Bond's position, look, that corner right in the back of Silo is your best bet to stay alive here and get the jump on Mopos. I wonder, how much of the decision making in that 1v1 clutch was Hinu or the
telling
team?
him where to go.
I don't know. I don't know.
Go back across right now.
Left, right, left, right, left, right.
He's just leaning over.
He's just like, move out the way, just starts playing on his setup.
Anyway, maybe a thought worth thinking. Overall, though, strong performance by ENCE. It was nice to see Hinu thrive in some tough situations. I don't know about this next narrative that I'd like to bring up, but I do feel there's some credence to the idea that 16-11, it's kind of a strong scoreline for ENCE. But, with a couple swings, I think we kind of touched upon it. This wasn't necessarily as dominant an ENCE win as it looks on paper. Is that fair, guys? Feel free to disagree.
I mean, I said it. They were a couple trades away from winning really big rounds. If they were able to just nail those down. It's small details that Movistar riders that they have to work on, but they've got so much strength. And again, maybe that's ENCE showing a little bit of struggles. Required a couple heroic moments from them to get the job done. That's certainly
Cole, I
serviceable.
feel like I do have to tell you, by the way, when you guys are on, there we go. When it's just you two on the sofa, it's this camera.
That one right there.
Here to the left. There we go. No!
Okay, we're both looking at it.
Sorry
We're
to
both
cut you off.
eye contact.
Cole, Freddie, did you want to say? Cole, did you want to finish your point or? I probably completely thrown you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
I've chucked Cole under the bus. I'm trying to help out though because I've seen the whole thing.
I've been looking at both.
I
think I was looking at yours for a little bit as well. I was like, am I supposed to be looking over here?
Guys,
okay, I've got a point. I've got a point.
Yes, Freddie, jump back in. We're here for Counter-Strike anyway, so carry on.
What's Counter-Strike?
I don't even know. I think you're about to tell me.
Okay, so I think you got to look at the two differences there. Firstly, you have. I'm going to be staring right. Okay, it's not even look at the camera.
Okay. Before you get to your point, hold your point, Freddie. Keep your point. But I have to call it out. Our 1xBet player of the match. I've already mentioned him. Some parts he had an amazing game. Freddie, continue with your point whilst everyone can pay tribute to the Sun God.
Okay, so I've got kind of two things that lead into the same thing.
Yeah.
You've got firstly Sprout against Spirit didn't find anything. You couldn't really take anything away from that matchup. Spirit looked really dominant. Whereas you look on the duality of that, you had Movi who, okay, like look, a loss is still a loss, but you can still look at that result and go, you know what? That wasn't that awful. This is definitely a step in the right direction. And then for ENCE as well, you're already seeing some maybe cracks in the infrastructure. And then you've also got this really interesting narrative building up of some Pious versus Wonderful, because they both got the MVP of each respective match. They both looked really dynamic in their own individualistic ways. You've got kind of, honestly, two different AWPers in that one. So you've got Sampaius, who was notoriously hyper-aggressive, and then Wonderful, who normally quite is, to be honest, in that Anubis was quite passive, playing with Chopper in towards middle, and maybe just getting the 1 kill, 2 kills, not going for these unreal multi-frags. So I think it's going to be a really interesting one going into this. And then as well, if someone like Madden can continue doing what he was, then I really think that Spirit are going to be in trouble.
That could be an ultra-competitive game.
Oh, yeah, it could be, but then this is the point I was going to, like, kind of leading back to the beginning of that point. You saw the cracks in the seam. Is that firstly Henu just warming into it? Or is that genuinely just the ENCE we're going to see for this whole tournament? We're going to have to figure it out as it comes along.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you would like to add, Cole? Some great points raised by Freddie.
Yeah, I mean, I'll add a little cherry on top, is I think Movistar are going to find those trades that maybe they didn't quite, or rather Spirit are going to find those trades that Movistar weren't able to find, right?
Yeah,
because that's a key difference.
Absolutely.
We are going to get those last kills. We're going to get those big 1v3 clutches because that's what they're made of.
Let's take a look at Group B and how it stands. We've seen two best of ones take place within it. Starting off with Team Spirit overcoming Sprout. That was a dominant victory for Team Spirit. And as we just saw, ENCE came out on top of Movistar Rise, which places us in a position now where our two winning teams so far, Team Spirit and ENCE, are going to square off in a best of 3. And then tomorrow in the losers bracket, we'll see Sprout play off against Movistar Riders.
Yeah, really interesting. I think we've had a few one-sided affairs. Both of the starting group games may have been a bit one-sided, and then ever since it's got a little bit more close. So if that's continuing on this same theme, then this next best of 3 will be a third mapper.
Oh, such a demon, this guy. Wow. Cole, is there anything else that you would like to say before we head to a break? I don't think we need to do anything else, so if you have any other final
say
thoughts,
goodbye to you.
Now's the time to say them, Cole. About Counter-Strike, Freddie, not about Marvel.
Yeah. It's always about you.
Stop. Cole, anything else you'd like to add? I guess looking ahead to this matchup between Spirit and ENCE.
Oh, I'm very excited for it. Again, we're going to see if they can hold their own up against the likes of Spirit. It's going to be a bit of a more difficult task, but it's going to be an exciting one for sure.
Absolutely, yep. That's going to be, as Freddie was just alluding to, that's going to be the end of my day. So, Cole, you're going to be taking over in the hot seat, and you're going to have Alan returning to replace you. And Freddie, you're sticking around?
I think I'm sticking around.
Okay, wicked. Everybody at home, thank you so much for tuning in and supporting today. But do not worry, we still have one more best of 3 to go here at the CCT Central Europe Malta Finals, brought to you by Gaming Malta. And it's a best of 3 in Group B between ENCE and Team Spirit. Do not go anywhere.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give me up. Don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad. Cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong. You will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math. When I hate, I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give me up. Don't be scared. I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give me up. Don't be scared. immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. Don't be scared. Just step it up, don't be scared. Love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just step it up, don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad. Cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad. I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just step it up, don't be scared. Love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to...
And welcome back to the Central Europe Malta Finals. We got rid of Paula. We brought in myself here for the hosting. I've got two lovely analysts right next to me. It's going to be Ellen and Grammy Ranar. I hope I did that justice
that a thing
there,
now?
but I like it, man. I really like that. I hope I did it good on it.
And I hope Parla's watching because, yeah, we actually had a little bit of a meeting. We decided we have a coup, and Parla's out. Cole's in charge now.
I like this. I like this. Get the Americans back in.
Yeah, I guess this would be the day shift for me in the US. So
Yeah, so you're like, guys, this is a normal time for me.
yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, but we have a good matchup ahead of us here. We actually have a bracket for you all to run on through, so we'll pull that up and yeah, take a look at how things are shaping up because I think we really got lucky. I got lucky for the hosting because we got the best match of the day potentially here with Spirit taking on ENCE.
So talk me, I wasn't on these games obviously, so talk me through from your guys' perspectives, maybe from both of these games, did they go to plan? I mean, that Spirit, the Sprout game was an absolute bloodbath, wasn't it, in the end?
Yeah, completely. I think you look at that Team Spirit Sprout game, and Spirit were just kind of all over them. Sprout didn't really come in with anything, and then Spirit came in with everything. There was just, there's really no other way to put it. It was a very decisive game for Spirit. Everyone was very decisive throughout the whole matchup. You had only towards the end, I think the score started to stretch apart from each other. Chopper way down towards the bottom, and then you had Wonderful, as he normally does, go all the way back up to the top. And then looking at the other matchup, it was definitely a lot closer. I think Movistar gave ENCE a run for their money. Definitely for us, we were feeling that it could have gone a lot closer. It could have genuinely been a Movi win if a few trades, literally a few trades, had gone their way.
Yeah, I mean, Alan, I kind of want to pick your brain here because I think we saw really good form out of Spirit and maybe not the best, not flawless form out of the likes of ENCE in their victory. So, I mean, how much would you put stock into, saying you come into this with better form versus maybe not so much?
I mean, for ENCE, we've got to be realistic about their situation. They're using a stand-in. He may be from their academy team. He may know the system. But it's not only the actual situation having the stand-in, it's coming to an event like this knowing there's an imminent roster move, knowing that practice. I mean, I'm not sure if they've already practiced with NUTS. I have no idea, and they've got to play major qualifiers and stuff in the near future. So for them, there's a lot of things going on, and it's just unrealistic for them to commit everything into just focusing on this tournament. I mean, of course they'd love to, and they'd love to perform as well as they can, but there's just so many kind of variables in the mix that for those guys playing good Counter-Strike is going to be a really tall order this entire week.
Yeah, no question. So we're gonna give a bigger introduction here to ENCE here. So make sure you stay tuned for this video. Getting a closer look at ENCE. I mean, I think that they came in looking relatively, comfortable here. It's actually a big matchup for them, making sure that they can take down Pius's former team. I think that's really important for them. They were able to do so. Henu didn't look like he was too phased. I mean, so far, run me through your all's thoughts on the potential here of ENCE.
I think it's really hard to gauge because if you look at the lineup, I mean, they've still got Pius, they've got D-Hard, they've still got Snappy Calling. So in terms of the resources available to them, sure, they could still do pretty well in this tournament. They could still have a good run. We've seen plenty of examples in the past of teams with stand-ins still performing pretty well, and they're also really hard to play against because it's a massive spanner thrown in the mix. But I don't know. I need to see it before I believe it. There might have been a Movistar, but Spirit is such a different caliber in this sort of matchup. Yeah, I don't think this is going to go great for ENCE, to be honest. But I mean, they've got the players to make it compelling. So hopefully, at least a Daichi or a Dihar or a Pius the world really shows up here, because that's the only way I really see the series having legs.
I'm inclined to agree with you, but the only reason I think I wouldn't would be the fact that Madden played seriously well towards the end of that last map, and if he's able to continuously do that, and if someone like Dihar as well can step up, and I'm looking at Hinu now for a second, we saw him play his roles well. Like, he didn't do anything wrong. Yes, to be fair, he didn't do overly good things, and he didn't do loads of these like insane plays, but he never inherently messed up, and he didn't cause a deficit to the squad. And it's just, can he do that now against Spirit? Because we're saying they're just a lot better than Movi, and I think we were talking about how he can be a bit nervous. There's a lot of things going around in this team right now. You've just brought in NUTS. Literally, official signing was a few hours ago, and he is definitely going to be a lot more comfortable after that first matchup. I think that was a very good match to have against Movi to warm yourself into the seat. It was long as well, so you've definitely got time in the server. And I think against Spirit now, I wouldn't be so putting ENCE already into a grave. I think we want to give them something.
Yeah, I mean, we got a good look at ENCE. Now we have a video warmed up for Spirit. We got to look at Spirit there. They had the money bags rolling with Patsy, but we'll see if they can get some W's in the server here. I mean, they looked very, very good. I saw all day today here, really high momentums. You know, we heard the land screams and all of that good stuff. I don't think Spirit were too phased, though. They weren't too worried. I wonder if they're going to have to bring some more of that energy here to take on a little bit of the tougher competition in ENCE.
I think for Spirit, I mean, they've played a lot of tournaments. They play so many events, these guys, and they're not, they're not a part of the team of VSL or Blast, so they have to attend these sort of tournaments. So I think they're pretty used to this environment. They're also used to long days.
Today's a long day.
Yeah, this is a team that's played. Well, maybe not in this exact iteration of the lineup, but a lot of these players have played so many series, and especially during the pandemic, so many online games back to back to back. So in terms of players that will be resistant to playing this late and in this sort of environment, I think Spirit have got that absolutely nipped in the bud. Whereas on the ENCE side of things, there will be a few players on that team that aren't used to this sort of game taking place. So yeah, I don't think Spirit will be phased. I think they're coming into this knowing they're heavy favorites, I think.
Yeah, completely. I think something that some people might not know is that they actually got delayed on their flights, and that was the reason for some of the reshuffles in this tournament. And I think they landed at 7 a.m. today, so they've literally landed, probably gone to bed for a few hours, woken up, absolutely demolished Sprout, and are on track to do this again. And so I want to highlight as well is, firstly, we saw Wonderful pop off. It's normal now. You're seeing Wonderful pop off, and it's just an everyday occurrence. What's also really great about this roster is that you have the likes of Siren and Patsy as well popping off, and then especially what we saw on Anubis was Chopper and Wonderful playing in conjunction, going through middle and clearing that space out together. And yeah, Siren's entries were so impressive. That was something that really struck me. And you've got Chopper as the experienced veteran with his young guns, and they're only getting better and better. And it was the point you said was what was highlighted on the commentating desk when they were playing, is that these guys play every single tournament, and it shows because they improve, and they're always honestly tend to be winning these tournaments as well. So they want this to be another relish in victory.
Yeah, well, Freddie, you brought up one of the names here in our head-to-head. That's wonderful, but in his counterpart, we also have some Pius. I think we got a really good duo here to take a look at, judging by the last two maps that these guys just played. Wonderful, obviously doing some really good work. We'll swap those logos around, and we'll all be set. But yeah, I mean, Wonderful doing some very good work here so far in their last matchup. And some Pius the same. He got his revenge. I guess not really revenge against his former teammate, but he got to put him in the dirt.
Some Pius is an interesting one, friends, because I still now feel like I haven't seen peak level Some Pius in ENCE. The player that played at Valencia and Cologne last year, I mean, he was a little bit inconsistent over the year, let's be honest, but his performance at those two tournaments over, I don't know, let's say 10 days playing on LAN against the best teams in the world was unbelievable. He was absolutely destroying people. He was taking so many names. He looked like one of the best players in the world for those few weeks. And for whatever reasons, we see in a lot of interviews he talks about he comes into this ENCE team and he's having to change their approaches. He's having to learn English and communicating that language. And I think he's playing good. He's definitely a very good player. But I want that a little bit more. I want Some Pius to absolutely wreck shop, because I've seen it so many times, and he's destroyed teams much better than Spirit.
Oh, yeah.
In the last 12
Literally,
months.
I am Cologne when he was just rolling around killing everyone. And it's going to be a very interesting shift, because the interview we saw with Saw, he was talking about how Valde was a little bit too passive for their general game structure. And a big part of that is because Some Pius is inherently one of the most aggressive AWPers on this circuit right now. So bringing in someone like Nut is going to complement that aggression. So if we maybe don't see the caliber that you were talking about at this tournament, we're definitely going to see it being opened up in the next. next. And a point you touched on there about maybe the complications in not talking his native tongue anymore. When I interviewed him at Cologne, it inherently struck me that his English wasn't, like, I think it's fair to say, wasn't that great when I spoke to him. I was having to repeat questions, and then he went straight into an international roster where a lot of people's first language isn't even English. So I think definitely at the beginning, I would guarantee there was some sort of language barrier, but I think now we've got quite comfortably set in after a few months. That's definitely going to be phased out.
Yeah, no question here. I mean, it's going to be a big test, but we do have a veto ready for you all, and we'll get to take a look at where these maps line up, because maps are going to be really important as to what these guys can get away with. So take it away, Alan.
Yes, I mean, it's an interesting one because actually, hilariously, ENCE used to permaban Inferno until actually the start of this year when Anubis came in, and they flipped it over. Spirit goes for the Anubis pick. We, of course, saw that earlier. That was a bit of a whitewash. Nuke comes out from ENCE, which is a mainstay map. But I think Anubis here is absolutely intriguing. We haven't seen that much of ENCE on it, and obviously not in the current iteration of their lineup for the standing situation. So I think that might be a genius move from Spirit. Can you? I mean, if you're bringing someone as a stand-in, Anubis is not the first map you're talking through. You're talking through the Mirages of the world. You're talking through maybe even an Inferno for a team like ENCE. But Anubis, for a young player that might not even have played that much Anubis against a professional level team, yeah, I think that's very shrewd. They're a big favor on Anubis.
Yeah, you can see that Nuke was definitely a map that they prepared, and we saw that by how Hinu just slots straight into Valde's old role. So Valde was the obvious passive lurker, and he was playing towards door on both CT and T side, and that's exactly what Hinu slipped into. And what I mentioned before is that he didn't do anything that bad, but then you're going over to Anubis now where Spirit looks so strong. And also, Patsy's an Anubis god. Every single time they play Anubis, he's either top of the scoreboard or very close to the top. And I haven't seen him with that level of consistency on any other maps. Yes, granted, I think that's over 5 maps now, so the sample size isn't that big, but it's going to be very interesting seeing the difference between Sampius and Wonderful here, because Anubis is very hard to get aggressive early on the CT side. You can get shut down very easily with a lot of the spawns, but then on the T side, it's really easy to get picks on that AWP. So I'm going to be really interested to see the dynamism between these two AWPers. We've seen it from Wonderful, we've seen it work. Sampius, I still love watching Anubis, and I can't wait to see what he can show us.
Yeah, I mean, the game should be starting soon, guys, so I want to get some quick predictions on what you think this series is going to line up, because it's going to be really interesting.
I think it'll be a 2-0. I think Anubis, I'd be stunned if ENCE make it close, let alone win the map, I've got to be honest. And going into Nuke, I can see that being a very close affair, but for me, Spirit are the more comprehensive outfit. Even if ENCE were here with the full lineup, I might still take it to be a 2-0. But given the current circumstances, I just think ENCE, they might make this a compelling series, but in terms of winning it, I don't see it. And yeah, Spirit 2-0.
I'm going to go for the Spirit 2-1. I do feel like ENCE take Nuke, and I think it is going to go to the third map, but I think Spirit will still pull it out. They're very good at Mirage. They always have been. I love watching Magix just kind of push up middle on any sort of timing he ever gets. He plays short, and I remember watching his demos once, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. He just pushes middle, and 9 out of 10 times it works, and it's something that's really hard to deal with, especially when you're playing with a stand-in.
Well, we broke it all down for you, and now to take you all through it, we do have the lovely Dingo and Henry G to cast this one.
Very much, Cole. Great work on the desk.
Very good
debut replacing Paula.
Yeah, happy with that. Good segment overall. I feel well informed now. I'm ready to commentate this game. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. You know, it's been a long day, but it's all been building up to the best game of the day.
Well, for Team Spirit, they've played against Berry and Sprout, and now playing against a stand-in in the form of ENCE as well. Henu.
A couple of layups, I think.
A couple of layups, and they should be converting this 2-0. I absolutely agree with Alan Knight. But the second map could be interesting, but the first should be an absolute lock-in here for Team Spirit. Anubis, historically not the best map for them, but they're getting reps in at this tournament and evolving. We saw it in the previous matchup, sure, against Sprout, but looked very, very strong.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're here on Anubis. Team Spirit showed us a great T side earlier on today. We'll see if it's real strength or just that they were playing a wounded Sprout side as they go up against ENCE. Magic starting towards B. Snappy's about to go for a bit of a peek and try and get involved early.
Let's see what he can do. It's going to be that USP striking first, but gets a bit more than he bargained for there. No damage inflicted, but still spots a couple of T's, so information gathered at the very least. We are going to see the majority of Team Spirit holding toward this middle position outside the B bomb sides. Patsy, one of the many danger men of the Team Spirit roster, Getting closer towards the double doors, just clearing out all the angles required here. Good flashbang towards the A connector. And we will see the smoke down towards B as well, so an A split looking very likely.
Oh, Patsy just gets absolutely destroyed, but Magic's able to trade out. It's 1-for-1 at the moment. Snappy gets involved in an important fight. Gets one kill, but gets traded out, and they follow up on it. Siren extending play for Team Spirit. They're into the lead with the player count. Well, we see Madden today pull some rounds back for ENCE when it's looking so dire for them. He found so much impact, but his teammates gone in Magic's. The machine coming in with the Joel Berettas.
Boris, the bullet dodger. We'll call him.
Yeah, he's got a lot. Got a lot going for him here, Boris.
Excellent work from Team Spirit once again. His Dihab with the Jawlies at least, but only manages to find one. It was a pretty well-handled strategy overall from Team Spirit, waiting for the aggression from the CTs, getting that mid-control, and then trading out the kills very effectively, finding themselves in a 3 versus 1. Bomb planted, job done, and here come the Galils, and indeed the force buy from ENCE as well. We are going to see 3 Deagles and a Scout and a CZ. In terms of the stack, it's a pretty standard setup here. Some bias with the Scout towards middle. Very common angle. Be pretty disappointed to give it up to him so early on. He's smoking off that mid-room. Maybe there's A aggression towards the water position as well. His Siren and Wonderful. Just feeling the map out.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see some comparisons to how they were playing earlier on today. This really slow, controlled start to the T side. Hanu is going to be in a pretty difficult position here on this map. Well, he's been spotted. Taking some damage. He'll deploy the smoke, not allowing them that space and not going down. So that's massive. That's all he needs to do, really, that.
We'll see where he goes. Takes a couple of bullets to the legs there, but overall still a 5-on-5 and a rotation now. Moving towards the A side of the map, it seems, on the end side of things. As we'll see the first kill come through. Patsy, very calm and collected, picks up the first kill towards Dia. And indeed, we will be finishing up towards A, but 3 CTs lying in wait.
Well, Magic's and Patsy getting a couple of kills, and Chopper felt left out, so he killed himself. Sampais and Snappy left alone, and it's unable to really do anything about this.
Not really, apart from save the Scout and the Deagle, I assume, as we'll see Sampais and Snappy holding the flanks, waiting for any aggressive players, hunting for kills. You don't really have to be hunting when you know they've just got Deagles. You've got the weapon to lose. It's exit together.
Well, so often we talk about this Team Spirit team. When we talk about a prospect, it's usually wonderful in conversation. But Patsy coming into last year, for a lot of people, was the runner-up in terms of being a new rookie on the scene to m0NESY.
Yeah.
I think he was really, really talented last year. I think coming into this year, I'm expecting to see more of him. But the thing is about his addition to this Team Spirit side was he was brought in with Dexter, actually, as like a package deal from the Espada team, which I think was the academy roster of the Spirit side. And he was actually like the 6th man, didn't really ever get to play.
He just hasn't reached the same sort of notoriety as Wonderful yet. I think in terms of his discipline, being a rifle in this team, he can have the same sort of impact. We saw him collect the MVP award over at the what was it called again? The Fire League World Finals.
Exactly.
We saw him get the MVP over there. Sure, not a top-tier tournament, but this is the same sort of playing field here.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, this round really shouldn't be too much of an issue for Team Spirit. I'm going to go 3-0 up early. Did have a couple of variations in terms of... It feels like it's almost an identical game plan to earlier on today. We've seen very similar rounds play out. And this start for Magic's is great to see. Did have a good start earlier on. 6-0 at the moment. Patsy was always finding gaps and spaces in towards Dark.
True. A real nuisance there. It's a nice Molotov as well towards the Glizzy position, I believe we're calling it.
Can't believe that's actually made it into the...
It's done it. Yeah, I have no other words for it, so that's what we're going with. Dia will be the shutting one down with the USP at least. They can get potentially a couple of kills here. Lots of damage being put out here, but the round looks like it's under control. Once again, maybe saving some pistols. They've taken quite a lot here. It's going to be Snappy down to 24 points of health, and they've got a Scout, a PT-50 and a Deagle. It's not the most tantalizing save, but it's something, I suppose.
Yep, Chopper -1. So, I'd love to get off that -1 scoreline. Probably that temperature outside where we are right now, Henry.
Yeah, I didn't bring a jacket either. So
you don't own a jacket.
I don't.
We go to a lot of cold places, and I feel like you're always cold. Maybe
well, I got the memo this event was in Malta, so
yeah,
I packed for the wrong climb.
Well, you know, next birthday, Henry, I'm going to get you a jacket.
Well, I was going to borrow one. At last minute, though, I just thought, you know what? I'll be fine in a T-shirt. That's what I did.
You've been hitting the cold showers. Maybe you're ready for the cold air.
I wanted to test my body, see if it was ready. It definitely wasn't. No, 100% not. I can handle a cold shower, but not extreme cold temperatures outside, it seems. Well, We are going to see the 3-0 come through, as you might expect. Just a bit of a save there towards the end. Managing to get a kill was Diha towards his platform position, but that was about it. Bear in mind, this is where Team Spirit, the absolute favorites in this group, if not the entire tournament, looking like they're going to be getting reps on the maps. They don't really play. They're playing against Sprout with a stand-in. They're playing against ENCE with a stand-in. Of course, they're going to play correctly and properly, but a chance to explore some of their new ideas in practice.
Yeah, I'm sure they would be pretty disappointed as well with their Katowice run, even though it was still pretty solid. But theirs is a team that want to do wonderful things, right? They want to head into the playoffs.
They want to turn heads.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they want to head into the playoffs consistently. They want to run deep in tournaments, and I think a lot of people had them doing that. But Patsy receiving a lot of damage. Double nade down on Patsy. And he does go into the danger zone, but comes out alive at least.
Well, somewhat the job done for Patsy there. At least pushes the CTs back. They have a lack of information towards that side of the map, but a lot of damage has been inflicted, of course. Siren just trying to hold the CTs on this side of the map as well. Remember, some buyers with the scout here, not the AWP. As we'll see, that smoke doesn't do a whole lot for them. Molotov does, though. However, lots of damage there. Siren now with a chance to pick up the frag, but it's Henu holding strong. Keeps in the man advantage, 5-4 now. Siren dropped to 45 seconds remaining. What's the next move here from Team Spirit?
So much time to play with, and often it has been Chopper who activates and gets in behind. Now, he does have that opportunity because he's playing this lurk position out mid, and the rest of the pack are attacking in towards A, but I think the setup towards A is really solid for ENCE, especially with 25 seconds left. You've got to look at this setup and think there has to be a great chance here for them to shut this round down. Henu's going to be the first player tested. At the close pillar, here comes the utility. 15 seconds for Team Spirit. Henu goes around the corner and runs out of ammo, but he gets one at least, and that should be enough because here comes the reinforcements. Chopper goes down in the lurk, and Diha closes the round. Finally, ENCE have their first.
Well, there we have it. A nice controlled round there. Just in the nick of time as well, managing to avoid the 4-0 deficit. It's good control towards middle. Good read on the situation as well. Patsy, for he had open runway there towards the A bomb site. Takes a double nade, slows him right down. And great work from Henu as well. That's a difficult position being the A anchor. If you go down, there's a lot of responsibility. He steps up. Sure, he didn't reload the weapon when he's back on the platform, but he got the all-important single kill there to bring his total up to 2.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a huge round for ENCE if they can hold on to it. The money's pretty decent considering they entered that round with the P250 save, the scout as well, and we will see the first tactical pause, this time called by Team Spirit.
Here goes Halley.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that.
No, he's not going to be happy at all.
16 zeros.
I wonder if they almost adapt to, they've gone towards A a couple of times and really tried to find the gap, and so far Henu hasn't made a mistake when they've pressured him, but surely they keep trying it, at least for a little bit. I think Spirit are probably going to try and see if there is a weakness on that stand-in player on the A side, knowing he's an Academy League player. Maybe perhaps he hasn't got the skill set yet developed to deal with this caliber of opponent. And we'll see what Team Spirit have up their sleeve. Chopper has been denied access quite a few times, and that was something he found a lot against Sprout earlier today, was that individual skill getting him into some great positions, but a lovely move to open up the round here. Siren flashed in through the dark smoke, and the first kill is picked up.
Yeah, lovely little maneuver there, that's for sure. A key scout to take down as well. Madden, always influential in the round victories. It will be ENCE on the back foot here. Chopper probing towards middle. Once again towards dark as well. We'll see Team Spirit try and enter. Some Pius will pull one back, but that gives up his position. He'll leave a smoke there for the teammate Snappy just to try and have a solo B hold here. Suggests there's more presence than there actually is. Nice little smoke there to block off main. And at this point, it does look to be a B finish. 50 seconds remaining. Smoke's getting set up. This one's for dark. And off we go.
Well, Snappy holding dark and isn't really being pulled anywhere else, but finally he begins to look in towards B, and Chopper goes down and reads the play, but Siren's faster to the headshot, and Wonderful helps. Team Spirit once again have penetrated this B bomb site, and Henu, they know he's the A player. He can't really do much about this one, saving the rifle and conceding in the 4th round.
Well, there we have it then. ENCE do pull one back, but the celebrations can only last a single round here. Henu will have to save the M4. Money okay, considering he had that scout situation before. Some Pius still with $6,000 in the bank before the loss bonus comes through. But 4-1 down now, Team Spirit looking very comfortable here. Nice work towards dark at the very start of the round there. Chopper with a nice frag towards middle. He's still on 0 kills, but at least he's off to -1 now, I think.
Exactly. Has Risen up to just freezing point. 4-1 though. Team Spirit starting strong, comfortable. Haven't really seen ENCE even try and disrupt this playstyle. No one's been really going for any aggressive maneuvers here on the CT side. And I think something we've seen at Katowice a lot was this sort of water take that a lot of teams are going for on the CT side. They try and pinch water from both sides of the canal, push through A main. We haven't really seen any moves like that throughout the day.
I guess Alan made a good point. If you have a stand-in coming into this sort of matchup as well,
you can't be as coordinated in those kind of maneuvers,
I
right?
guess you're just not really going to Anubis first as your map.
Yeah, exactly.
They vetoed Overpass to kick off this veto, right? So that is just kind of suggesting we don't want to play the real slow tactical maps. You can only do that so many times, right? They've probably got like 3 or 4 maps under their belt with the stand-in. And yeah, you don't want to be playing Anubis. You're plugging a lot of holes here and a new map that's already quite confusing and chaotic, with a lot of new ideas being presented. And you can see Team Spirit on having to crack open the tactical depth here too far.
And I'm looking at the body language in the conversations that I'm seeing from ENCE in this timeout, and you can see snappy hand on head, really showing signs of thinking. And you've got him having this conversation with Saul behind him. They're already trying to figure out, how do we deal with this? What can we do in this position? And they've gone for the single op. That was something that was working earlier on, remember, for Sprout to get openings, was the AWP.
And it's not like this is a Mirage or an Inferno where there's a set tempo for every single round and everyone's got similar play styles. Yep. This is very, very new territory for both teams, especially Team Spirit doesn't play it a bunch and ends with a stand-in. It's going to be a bit of a wacky game here, but still, Team Spirit, as you would expect, strong start here, given the circumstances. 4-1. Madden hasn't really got going yet. He currently holds toward Dark and up against Patsy, who's been very annoying in this position. Smoked off for now, falls back to watch the window. Make sure he can't get naded or flashed off, or just hold a safer position here.
All right, Hanu, how many times are we going to see him play this position on A? If it becomes a little bit too predictable, perhaps they can counter that. But this, finally, a little bit of madness thrown into the mix. And it's Diha who gets aggressive. But Wonderful shuts it down before Diha can get another. And now they accelerate into A. Hanu is under a lot of pressure. He deploys the smoke in a defensive fashion. Now swings out to the right. A lot of damage done, but no kill from Hanu. But perhaps his damage will set up Madden in the corner to get away with a couple of kills here. He's done damage onto the first. He'll take his kill, but cannot finish off anybody else.
That is so massive from Chopper. Low HP, a captain's performance that has to step up, has to nail the shot or the round is done. And he absolutely obliterates his opposition there. Sunpice and Snappy doesn't even look like they can go for this one. Starting to fall back, starting to peel off. And it's going to be 5-1 for Team Spirit here. 3 players surviving as well. Madden could have shut that round down. They were so low on HP. As you mentioned, it was Henu who managed to get a couple of dinks as they made their way towards the bomb site. If Madden gets 2 there, who knows? But it's Chopper. Now with 1 kill in his name, but what a kill that was.
Yeah, a really important kill again from Chopper. But you look at the play that from Diha, and sometimes he can have the straight up freedom to just get away with that. He's given that freedom in this ENCE team. He'll go for these plays, but that 1-for-1, I don't know if it's exactly worth it.
Well, they have recovered a double orb setup at least. I guess
it was working for Sprout.
It was working for Sprout, but it feels like one of those sort of situations where, I don't know, the defaults working against you, the executions, and lots of retakes on this map, and it's a very difficult map to retake, especially in the A bomb side already. You need these orbs to be stepping up. We'll see what they can do here as we move on to the next round, but as you can see, Snappy managed to get that secondary orb. So, bit of a tech issue here, I want to say. Tactical pause. Okay, that's better. We can handle those.
It was cool kind of listening in for a moment, but I didn't really get too much from it. But look, Snappy and Saul really trying to use each other's masterminds to tap into that infinite intelligence, try to figure out how to get it into this game with the tools that are available to them.
Not many, I'd imagine.
Yeah, not a lot of options.
Especially on the CT side as well. Like, you'd be thinking, right, they are completely wrecking us at pretty much every facet of the map. We have to try and take aggressive, assertive maneuvers, which you just don't have because we have a stand-in right now. This isn't the map we've played. So your options are very limited indeed. And you're against Team Spirit, who obviously been cracking this map a lot. They want to make this a mainstay of their map pool. And so far, so good. A statement, once again, on the map so far as they look to get their 6th round here. Patsy braving the flames there. Well timed, though. And he takes 15 damage.
Keeve stickers on his gun.
I'd like to see that.
Shout out Keeve.
Throwback.
Well, Diha, Nate goes in. A lot of damage done onto Patsy, who has really seen nobody, but has been involved in a lot of damage. And he's just going to get put in an awkward position as Henu and Diha double up with each other. And good teamwork to force that mid-fight away, repel the attack forward. And now ENCE in a very good position, Henry.
Can they capitalize, though? This one has to be converted. We'll have a look at their finishing setup here, going back into more of a default hold after finding those first 2 picks. See Henu back behind the pillar here, on towards the fountain position. It's up to Siren, just waiting out the smokes and hoping he can find a pick back in their favor.
Yeah, in these mid-rounds, ENCE have actually been kind of stacking the A side. They've been putting a few extra players there, so Henu doesn't have to do everything on his own. So he's just kind of tasked. You have one job, it's to get a kill. Just a single kill a lot of the time. And they feel like leaving this 2-man setup towards B is going to be enough. But 35 seconds left. Siren is going to start to send that utility out, try and bait out some utility of the CTs. But Info and Henu, with some initiative, actually goes aggressive around the side of the smoke and takes out Siren. And also sees that Siren was alone in that play. So 20 seconds, Henry. There's not really anywhere to go here.
I don't think there's anywhere to go. As soon as they go around towards the A connector here, they're going to get mowed down. I say that. There could be a double kill potential.
10 seconds. One more player inside of the site, and it's Henu, and they know. They know that he's inside of the site. All he needs to do is stay alive and deny this, and he has. He's done it. He's won the round.
That'll do.
And now you just need to stay alive if you're out. You can kill him after the time, in fact. And Chopper, look at a white knuckle grip this AWP, and you'll do exactly that.
He's done very well to survive there, to be fair. So the AWP will be brought over to the next round, but shout out to Henu. He is being tested there. Like we said, that's an incredibly difficult bomb site to hold, especially if you're not part of the actual main team itself. He's finding consistent frags time and time again. This was a nice maneuver, the double stack towards middle, both looking in towards that right side. But Henu, once again, key frag there. And then the double kill here from Team Spirit. You thought that was a real fighting chance, but it's Henu holding on to deny that plan. That's all he had to do, and completely converts it. Big round for ENCE, but he did a lot more where that came from. Still an expensive round. They're fully invested here in number 8. Nice little boost. We're seeing this more and more in competitive play, and it will be yielding the first kill. Lovely stuff.
There's just too many angles to check. That's not high on the priority list, so often you're getting away with at least one from there, and ENCE find another move to get them an opener.
Well, that's the kind of gimmicks they need to
no,
pull this
not
map
like
off.
this.
Hello?
You work so hard to get it. Madden sends it back.
What was the idea behind that one? Why was he so convinced it was clear?
He just thought they were falling back, perhaps, but ill-advised, and now it's all coming crashing down around them. They've triggered a booby trap.
Yeah, I guess the footsteps kind of tricked him out a little bit there.
Yeah.
He doesn't check the right-hand side. It all starts to crumble here after working so hard. A nice little boost there to give them the man advantage. And now they're working with an MP9 on Snappy, 2 M4s. Couple of bits of utility here.
Yep, barbecue Patsy. Flew too close to the sun.
Well, they'll pull one back. It's up to Siren now. He's also mollied out of the dark room, and this is a lovely frag from Henu. The first assertive play we've seen from him. I think it might work out as well.
Oh, Henny. Or Henu, rather.
Oh, not like this.
Well, sometimes it happens. We'll blame the A1S's drop-off up to Henry. We'll find some sort of positive, but that could have been the round. Spirit have started to shift it back, and they will win the round off of it. Henu had everything in the bag there. He had the whole round. He did everything right the whole game in that moment.
It was the perfect play. He's been doing so well on the A bomb site.
Fluffed his lines.
He goes to the perfectly timed push.
Look at this.
Guaranteed a frag.
This move here
It was a wacky round anyway.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. But still, yeah, Henu had the chance to win it there and then. He's going to be in his own head. That's a problem when you know there's a lot of pressure on you, your spotlights on you, I should say.
Yeah.
Those kind of mistakes, they're going to stay in your head for a while. I'm sure he can bounce back. It's a long best of 3 here, but yeah, that's not going to feel good.
Not at all.
It's unfortunate.
A tech issue this time, Henry. Hopefully a quick one. We have had the second half of the day be much more smooth in regards to the tech issues. Thank you for being with us. If you've been with us for a long period of time throughout today, there's been a lot of action.
There really has. We've had it all. This is the final game of the day. I can promise you that at least. As we start to burn the midnight oil here. Best of 3. Team Spirit haven't actually had to play a full lineup as of yet. They are loving it. They only arrived at 7 AM this morning as well. And technical pause seems to be something to do with Patsy. Doesn't look happy.
A lot of conversations going on about the audio, it seems. I'm seeing a lot of pointing towards some ears.
That's coming off.
And Magic's also pointing towards the ears here. Yeah, well, seems like ENCE are all okay.
They seem fine. I just saw Magic's make the gesture of a phone like this. Is he saying like you need to get the steam off or something like that? So that's why they took the headsets off, knowing it's going to be a second.
Yeah, so they're cleaning the ears a little bit. It is Tell us about the weather in Malta, Henry. What kind of conditions are we looking at?
Right now, well, to be honest, the last couple of weeks it was been pretty horrendous. We've had nothing but storms, power cuts, floods for the last 2 weeks. But as I left today, of course, it's starting to turn it around. It's looking quite pleasant out there. It was about 22 degrees, beating sun as I took off and landed here in Warsaw. But still, excellent time to go to Malta, and a lot of events around the corner as well.
Yeah.
On the lovely island. It seems like it's becoming the capital of
6
Counter-Strike.
weeks of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's all to come.
In Malta. But, yeah, I mean, this is going to be the difference here. It's wiping down the sweat, it seems. I am not quite sure what is happening at the moment. Maybe we could get an update. Hopefully no water has been spilt on anything. That would be a disaster. Maybe we can get an update in due course as to what is happening over there in Malta. Seems like a bit of a disaster for Team Spirit setups and could be potentially a long one. So we're just going to have to sit back and wait for that one, Henry, and see when we get more information at home. We'll tell you guys. We'll tell you everything we need to know and what you need to know.
Well, it looks like they're getting the headsets back on. Patsy now just getting everything ready and raring to go. Looks like the admin's there as well. They've been here all day. Shout out to the crew. These events on day one can be very difficult to run perfectly, and they've been there all the way through and getting things back underway very quickly. So shout out to everyone who's still with us. Final best of 3 of the day. Map 1, just to know that.
Of course.
Spirit's pick of Anubis. Moving on to Nuke next. I was about to say, the third map, I feel like 2-0 does feel like a lock-in, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, not hearing. We have the comms here, so I'm just trying to listen in, but hopefully this one gets resolved as quickly as possible. Seems like most people, as you said, are putting their in-ears back in position. We only have the one setup here at this competition with the stage setup, so can be tricky making sure you're changing so many different players throughout the day. SSDs in and out, settings all changed, PC setups, and phones out now. Yeah. Well.
Wait, so you've got to change everything again now, or the SSDs are coming out?
Well, I see the phone.
Just the headphones. Okay.
No, no, the phones are out.
Okay. Well, I'm hearing from producers that headphones and all sorts of things going on.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is the chopper's just being handed his mobile phone back.
Right.
And generally, you don't get your mobile phone back if you're in a competitive game. So to me, that suggests potentially not going to be starting anytime soon, Henry. Chopper sitting on his phone, chilling right now in his chair. So hopefully this one isn't...
so he's making a call as well.
But, hey,
what's up?
We don't really know what's happening. Do you guys know? He's used up his one phone call on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Phone a friend.
Well, ENCE are fine. They have no issues.
Yeah, they look pretty chill over there. Anubis going to be a tough one for them to crack, but they're finding a couple of rounds now. We really do need to see some Pius get fully online. We'll see whether Henu can step up. Had some very good moments and some little sketchy ones as well. All part of the fun. First big event for him and showing up when he absolutely has to.
Well, I've been told information, Henry, that I may share with you. So Spirit have had a few issues.
Right.
In terms of following some audio guidelines. So they were not using in-ears.
Okay, I get it. So that's why I was hearing headphones. And
they now have to get the in-ears so that they can follow the rules set and the guidelines of using audio. You're meant to have your own headset over your earbuds. So that is the rules, and they didn't follow it.
Okay, I understand now.
I understand the confusion because these are not noise-canceling headsets on the stage. These are just their normal headsets, and I'm assuming they probably thought that you could just get away with using your headset. Now I also look at ENCE, and I do not see earbuds in the ENCE players' ears.
I'm sure Snappy would want to use them, though. I'm not sure. I don't know if he had them in already. Maybe he's just taking them out for now. I can see a cable in his hand.
Yeah,
maybe.
is there one here for Madden as well? Seems like there is.
Yeah, he does. He's got that white cable.
So they've been following the protocol.
Well, I'm glad we caught it in the first map.
Yeah, we caught it in the first map. Get your earphones in. At least that doesn't seem like too much of a big ask. I reckon you could probably get that done pretty quickly.
Well, you say that. It has cost us about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. And, a little packet being thrown here towards Patsy. What we got in here? Oh, it's a baby wipe. Incredible. Wet wipes coming out here for Patsy. Keep the hands nice and clean. Don't want any bacteria building up in those hands throughout the day here, Henry.
Certainly not.
sweat, sun.
Hygiene is imperative at an esports event.
Yeah, you know, I see too many dirty keyboards.
You must have got sick back in the day going to a LAN and stuff like that. It's called LAN death, you know.
LAN flu, I think, was what we started to coin it, but like, you know.
That would happen a lot. I think I built up an immunity to it. I've been to so many events over the last 20
years.
Yeah, I did,
and then pandemic happened. I didn't see anybody for like 2 years, and then I just kept, every time I'm anywhere, I get sick.
I've been going to LAN since 2003.
Cold showers, though, that's my new move.
That's how you build the immune system up.
Yep.
That's how you do it. Yeah. Cold shower every day, ladies and gents. That's the new life hack. All the CS players are doing it. We're doing it as well.
Yep.
We're all leveling up together.
Next, we'll move on to ice baths, and then just live in the ice.
A little bit more difficult to do on the road. You have to constantly ring down to the reception saying, "Hi, can you bring up another bucket of ice, please? Make it 2." Need
make
more
your own
ice, please.
Bring your own ice maker.
Yeah, it's a good idea. But yeah, I can't recommend that enough.
Well, you know what, Henry?
What?
I think this is going to take a little bit longer. Knowing players and their technology issues.
Sure.
I think we're going to go to a break. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back once Spirit have their headphones in and they've fully cleansed their hands as we head into the second half, nearly finishing the first year of the first map of the final best of 3 of the day. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Well, you know, life is full of disappointments, but hopefully none will be as disappointing as me losing my nearly 1 week-long Duolingo spree today, Henry. It's been.
I didn't know you'd lost it. You didn't tell me that.
It just went past midnight. Well, I have 6 minutes to do it.
I don't think you're going to pull it off. I think we have bigger fish to fry right now. So, which language are you learning?
German.
German, nice.
Yeah. Well, it's hopefully that'll be the last disappointment of the day, and we'll be able to get this one back underway. The headphones seem on. Everybody seems to be sitting at their seats, ready to go. We've seen D-Hawk cooling down a little bit too. Hot and heavy over there in Malta.
It certainly is.
It's hot and heavy on Anubis too, but 6-2. This is the scoreline. We're in round 9 of this game. It is our final best-of-3 of the day, and it's rifles out for Team Spirit. A bit of a flaccid round here for ENCE. They don't have too much to play with.
They really do not. No armor, no rifles, no SMGs, in fact. Pistols across the board, a couple of smokes. Madden hasn't really got going yet. One of the absolute stars of the ENCE formation, but it's difficult to really get going with a stand-in on a strange map as well, like considering the situation they're in. We'll see what else they can do. 2 rounds on the CT side is not going to cut it. I dare say it's going to be 7-2 after this one as well, but we'll see what they can make of it. Bit of a little stack it towards the A side of the map. 3 players playing up close and personal leads. The flashbang will come through. Henu been pretty handy on this side of the map. Sampayas goes one better though. Looking for the double kill with the Deagle. Can't quite connect. Chopper and Wonderful though certainly do. Are they going to fully commit to this one? Time will tell. This boost has worked out for a couple of kills so far. Snappy this time to be tested. Hell of a shot if he gets the 1D from there.
Let's see.
Give it to him. Come on,
Snappy. Close, but Magix easily takes that headshot with the rifle at range, and now down into the 2 versus 4. Team Spirit having no issues with the better weapons. Superiority in all respects. And now 7 rounds for the T's.
Yeah, nothing too interesting to write home about there, even from a tactical point of view. The default into the A contact play, getting the job done. Nice shot there from Sampayas, but that's about as interesting as the round gets. They finish up towards A, and it will be Team Spirit of another very convincing round. And that's been the kind of headline of Team Spirit in this tournament. That's all we've seen, of course. They just played a nice, calculated, solid game. Nothing too flashy. Defaults, converting the kills into rounds, and they haven't had to rely on massive clutches or 4-on-1s or anything like that.
Nothing crazy at all. And 7-2. They're putting themselves in a really comfortable position when you pick up this many rounds early on the T side. We know this team can be incredibly deadly when they get over to that defensive half too. And ENCE definitely showed earlier today in their opening game that they were maybe a bit more potent on the CT side as well. Well, they haven't really got going to the level they want to just yet.
Well, let's see what they can make of it. This is a nice shot from Sampayas. Not more where that came from.
Cool to see the crosshair he's using. He's using the dot crosshair.
A lot of people using the dot these days.
How do you feel about the dot, Henry? I know you got a giant crosshair.
I'm too old for the dot, my friend. I use
Can't
a big
see
boy.
the dot.
Exactly. I use a big boy. It's like a Zimmer frame, you know.
Yeah, it's massive. I copied it for a while. Bloody huge. It takes up half the screen. 1-1 in terms of kills back and forth, and Madden trying to dodge the fire, being forced into the smoke, and Siren seems to be aware of this possibility. Oh, but Madden gets around the backside. What an awkward engagement, and he's lucky to get away.
Yeah, he manages to pull it off. Huge advantage now for ENCE. 4-on-2. Healthy players over Team Spirit as Wonderful feels out the map looking for any... Oh, it's always Madden with this aggressive push again.
He loves getting aggressive.
Like, you've got the man advantage, and that's, I think, 3 times you've attempted that push now, and it just hasn't worked out. It just ends up giving a frag away.
Yeah, you're giving away a lot of round opportunities here just by doing that.
Because you haven't garnered any information, you haven't really got anything from that apart from, there's a T watching a B push.
Yeah, just give it over. Well, that's disappointing. 45 seconds. Wonderful. About to walk in towards Henu, and Wonderful is ready for that push.
And you can see the ramifications of that push now. Your teammates having to step up. You now have 0 information. So they're going to have to push up and see what's going on, and you're starting to drop like flies. It's actually now man advantage of Team Spirit. 25 seconds remaining though. Round is not completely over. Bomb's going toward A, however. So we are going to see a bit of presence shown there by Chopper towards the B side of the map while his teammates are walking in towards A. Sampayas hits one of these shots, Dinko. This could be enough.
Yeah, well, unscoping, finally in the right position, and they come around the corner. Magix goes down, and Wonderful is quick to reply. Just enough time to get that bomb down and feel comfortable about this. His teammate on the mid lurk. Chopper can often be found here. in a pesky position, and Snappy's had enough.
Good discipline from Chopper. Didn't even want to take the challenge. He got a Molotov to drop in the connector, courtesy of his teammate there, and can just play the time. Run that timer down instead of taking the heads-up duel and potentially bring it down to 1 versus 1. Good understanding of the situation there, and it's going to be another round for Team Spirit. And just to reiterate, ENCE the man advantage. It's an information play, I understand that, but at the same time, what did it really do for them? What was the best case scenario? You found a flank, got a kill middle, or you gave it that man advantage, and it's a 50-50 at that point. Odds you don't really want to be risking when you have the advantage.
Well, here's Chopper. Good move on towards Madden, who maybe didn't make the best of moves. Wonderful has never really been caught off guard on this map.
Absolutely true. Like, he looks like he's done for. They've made the perfect flank, and he'll just be ready and waiting. His awareness and discipline in general.
It's just insane.
Every event, he seems to be getting better. Just a well-rounded CS player every time you see him.
Well, another tactical timeout, this time for ENCE.
Makes
being
sense.
Pulled out. They have been struggling on the CT side, and if you really only get 2 or 3 rounds in this half, well, you are really just out of Anubis. A lot of the predictions coming into this one was a 2-0 for Team Spirit. Alan was certainly backing Spirit to take this one in a 2-0 fashion. I was as well. I feel like just looking at the maps you've got, Nuke is also a comfortable map for Spirit. They've actually picked it quite a bit. When they were in Katowice, they let it through a lot.
That's the thing, right? This goes back to the veto. You can only veto so many maps. When you're getting rid of Overpass to kick things off, it just opens the door of opportunity. And Team Spirit are obviously going to have the upper hand in almost every single map. You're not going to be able to catch them off guard or anything like that. So yeah, they'll do what they can. It's the map they're most prepared on. They've got a win on it, so why not?
You have a tactical timeout, Henry, and then you come into it, and this is the buy you have right after, you know? It never feels good.
I mean, Diha on the scout.
I love the positivity.
Let's see what he can do. I feel like he can get a kill here. It was a good try, but
not dead yet.
Not dead.
Still a chance. He can do a little bit of something here. But Siren and Patsy, this is the duo out of Dark that have just been so incredible. And Snappy's gonna have to deal with that.
Well, the utility dance is underway.
Here comes the split.
Yeah, it's the full commitment now. Patsy, as we keep saying, he's so strong in this dark position. Seems good for a kill almost every single time. The flashbang's coming out. Snappy would need to do something very destructive at this stage. And unfortunately for him, it's Magix and Patsy taking on both the frags from the bomb site. Madden, though, another flank towards this B side of the map. It's a CZ. He'll be good for one. Gets the dink on there as well, but unfortunately, that will be the round. Henu rotates in from the A bomb site. He's got an MP9. But he is smoked off, and that's his round over.
Just being pictured perfectly from Team Spirit in terms of utility usage. You see that they've really gone to the drawing board after Katowice and really looked at the utility usage. Maybe it's a bit of a problem for them in the past, but this is incredible. This is just perfect.
Well, you would see a lot of teams, I dare say, let's say if Na'Vi were in this position right now and they were playing against ENCE with stand-in, you wouldn't see this sort of discipline coming out from them. They'd be having fun, they'd be off the leash, they'd be going with some big plays perhaps, but like you can see teams who are really driving home the fundamentals right now, making sure they use every round as practice, as reps going forward, and it seems to be working. They haven't made any mistakes. They haven't let anyone off the leash. They haven't had to clutch once. There hasn't been a single scenario to go, wow, a 1 versus 3. Team Spirit have done it. It's all just been great teamwork, fundamentals coming together, and ENCE obviously not having the same level of preparation. Just getting caught off guard time and time again with their pushes.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to be realists as well. You know, coming into this competition, this is seen as a sort of a practice tournament for the team like Team Spirit.
Absolutely.
Throughout the rest of the year, they're going to have bigger expectations of themselves.
Don't squander that opportunity to get proper LAN experience. You should be taking every round like it's a big deal, and you should be looking to perfect it every single time. It's satisfying when you execute a strategy with no one dying, the bomb planted, and everyone's doing the correct role and not having to take risks. It's a much better feeling than having to clutch out 1 versus 3.
Siren goes forward. Henu, this time punished. Has been good on his own, but this is just a disaster. Team Spirit get 2 openings. You can't really even do anything about that mid-fight. Patsy right through the smoke, just fires the bullet through, and it perfectly lands in the cranium. It's a big problem here for side of ENCE, who are down 2 players pretty much from the get-go of the round, and now Team Spirit have to think about what options are available to them, and that's every single one. So,
well,
they can do anything they want right now, Henry.
I feel like some players can do something with this, though. The thing is, he's not getting any confirmed information. He's jumping around the map, trying to catch someone out. They're on the back foot, of course, but there it is. One of them connects. That's Magix.
Yep, big kill there from Simpias. Maybe needs a little bit more before ENCE can start to get into this one, but he's going to try and get back towards A in time. Siren's throwing utility on in, but there's no commitment yet from Team Spirit. They're going elsewhere.
So they're trying to hold some pass on this side of the map if possible. They know he's towards middle. Flashbang towards A, and Patsy getting into his comfort zone. The dark room. It's up to Snappy now. Well known for the fragging on ENCE. He's more the mastermind of the operation. We'll need at least a couple here, Dinko. I have to say, one will not do the trick. It needs at least two to stand a chance of winning this round. He has no backup to speak of. Here comes Madden, but he's going to be a long rotate through the temple position. The Molotov down just completely squanders his chances. Do you go for this?
Well, Siren has come through for the pick. Snappy goes down.
Even though you're desperate for the round, it's just not viable.
Yeah, you just have to say goodbye yet again and allow Team Spirit 10 rounds on the T half. And that's just now. There's still a lot more rounds to be played in this half, and this could be a ridiculous scoreline coming in. You could be looking at 13-2. I haven't really seen anything from ENCE that's going to make me change my mind about that.
And I think it's just a map, you know, like that with Anubis being thrown in the mix here, like they can get a few rounds here and there, but Team Spirit looks like they've really been practicing this one a lot and want to make this a mainstay of their map pool. I would say that's all complete speculation. I'd like to hear what they say in the interviews, actually. Obviously, they've been working on it, happy to pick it twice now. And there it is, another successful round. Did they save the AWP? I didn't quite catch that. I was waffling on.
I was looking at you, Waffle.
I could see that as well, so we missed that. We missed the key information that the job we're paid to do is turn up and relay the information we see on the screen. We haven't done that. I can only apologize. And we'll see if the AWP was saved. It was an M4 and the AWP. There it is. Okay. Good job. And a much-needed sniper rifle here. It's the most common position for it. Go towards middle. Try and avoid the flashbangs, get the opening kill. Doesn't work out for him. And Patsy encroaches on the position now.
Oh, D-Hop behind the doorway. This is going to be a position you check. You come around the corner. Yes, sure, you check it, but it's difficult to win that fight. And Chopper has to go with his teammate. And look at the spacing. It's perfect. They're right on top of each other. So the trade comes in instantaneously. Snappy's going to hear the footsteps running back. But again, we've talked about Wonderful not being caught off guard. You have to wake up very early in the morning to catch him.
No way.
And is he ready for it indeed? Oh! What a shot! How has he landed that one?
So sick. Like, there's
How
no
is that
way
even human?
anyone's expecting that angle. And he's just ready for it. He hasn't missed a shot today, I don't think.
I don't think he's ready for the angle. I think he's just too fast. He just flicked it.
If we can get a replay of that.
Hopefully. That would be sick. If we could get a replay of that, I need to see that. Because that is disgusting. But my God, Wonderful is just unbelievable, isn't he?
Future top 5 player.
Yeah, he's definitely got the skill set for it. There's just so many top great players, though. It's like now look at how many insane youngsters are coming out.
It's unbelievable. It's scary.
Yeah.
And then they've spent the majority of their life playing Counter-Strike. You know, like they've committed maybe 50% of their adult life.
But think about it. Before they even, a lot of them aren't even adults yet, like fully fledged, right? So
is Wonderful still 17?
I think so.
That's so mad to me, isn't it?
So we're looking at, but like, say when you were growing up, right? There wasn't. You were obviously very passionate. One of the few that made it through, was able to make something of CS. But for these guys now, you're looking at how many opportunities there are in CS. It's worth committing to the time. It's easier to convince your parents. It's easier to convince people to support you to play this. I mean, I was reading an interview about Dexter, the old opera here at Team Spirit, obviously plays for OG now, and he was saying he had a really tough time convincing his family to allow him to pursue his interest in this.
I guess it's like anything, though. If you tell someone I want to be a professional footballer as well, like, sure, the sample size in your immediate vicinity might not be huge, but there's hundreds of thousands of people trying to be professional footballers, right? And I guess Counter-Strike's getting to that stage as well now. Esports players in general, everyone wants to slice to the action. And speaking of action, we're going back towards the dark room. Siren dropped this time. Madden starting to show some form. His first double kill of the half. Just in the nick of time as well, Dinko. It's round number 14. They've got themselves a 5-on-3, but these have collapsed time and time again for ENCE.
We have seen that happen, and maybe that's the first step.
They can't be pushing B again. Madden, I'm watching you right now. Don't be pushing that main entrance. Let's reel it in. You've got your 2 kills. That'll do.
He's low, and he's on an AWP. So surely this means there's no pushes coming from Madden anytime soon. So he's been sent back. He's been posted in middle, and that's his new spot. 55 seconds. We'll see the A-bomb site be left open right now, Henry. Now,
make a gamble.
It is a push from Henu through middle. He'll check down surely into the canal here. And won't see anybody because the timing has just eluded him, and he pushes too far. Magix punishes. Now the A side has one player in it, and it's Madden. He's low on health. He's watching this gap, and 30 seconds remain in the round. His timing, he just walked back. He just walked back behind the wall at Heaven, and this has allowed the slip for Team Spirit to get into the site. He's missed the shot.
But yeah, he can only swing once, right? That's
He's dead, surely, but no! Madden gets away with a kill. What a big round it is from Madden. The no-scope lands. Wonderful's health dropped low, but not eliminated. And with 10 seconds left,
looked fantastic in Pro League last season. He was looking like one of the absolute shining lights for Endpoint. Now left and joining ENCE, which was the original plan, I believe, before Valda. So there we go. It's all come full circle.
yeah, ENCE are an organization. They don't really ever spend beyond their means, or they haven't ever taken VC money either. So they have to be kind of conservative when it comes to investments, and obviously picking up Valde on that free agency, as you mentioned. But obviously it didn't work out, so Nerds added in, and that's why they've got their academy player playing at the moment. Here we go, though. Pistol into the second half. Team Spirit, if they win this pistol round, it could be a nightmare scenario in the second half for ENCE. So they are setting up outside of the B-bomb site. Snappy, the utility carrier. And in the meantime, Team Spirit are moving through middle with 3 players here, Henry.
Here they come. The Wolf is at the door. You need to move quickly, ENCE. as they have all 5 players on this side of the map. The full commitment comes in. There's the execution. No CTs really ready and waiting toward the B side. It will be this backstab and retake setup. This first kill very important, and Patsy and Siren pick up a headshot each.
Patsy and Siren, the duo, they make it happen.
Back we go to A, Dinko.
Oh, it's a little tour as we go through the canal.
Around the world.
No boats, but certainly shallow enough waters to make your way, bypassing the middle part of the map, and now heading through the arches to the A bomb site. There is no one lying in wait just yet, but Chopper has got to this position just in time. Flying high above them, he will rain hellfire from above. Madden gets taken out. Now 2 players left here for ENCE. Bomb plant goes down, at least confirming a force buy capability in the previous, or rather next round. And here is Team Spirit looking to secure their 12th. They're gathering up. The forces come charging in. That's the kit down, but Wonderful makes quick work on the trade. It's all in some Pius. Can he find some Spanish magic to pull this one off? Stuck inside of the site. First headshot's clean. The low HP of Magic's taken down and nearly gets to the 3rd player, but luckily Patsy is able to take him out. That could have become absolutely brilliant.
Convincing effort there from Pius. Absolutely agree. He had everything lined up from there to get the 3-piece, but unfortunately falls at a final hurdle. Nice strategy though from Team Spirit, that nice mid-push. You see a lot of teams flashing in towards the B main position these days and trying to get the early pick and get information. Pushing towards middle though has the same sort of effect, and they do go towards B, lock them in, as we saw opening kills. Nice call from ENCE to go back towards the A side. At least got a plan out of the 5-on-3 Dingo, right? And made it a 1 versus 1. So sure, they don't win the round, but it's certainly worth a buy here, as we'll see them bring out the AK-47 as well in the hands of Pius. A few Galils as well. Buy's actually pretty equal in terms of firepower, you know? Like, grenades, of course, are lacking a little bit, but this is certainly a viable round for ENCE, and maybe a must-win as well, considering the scoreline.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there.
Because bear in mind, they lose this, the 13-4 down to the full eco.
Yeah, that's why the bomb plant can make such a difference. Magic's bit of a mistake as he crosses into the open, and that gives ENCE the opening, and he realized they've got to go on this. Patsy through the smoke luckily takes down Henu. The rest of the ENCE players converging through dark. Patsy trying to get up on top of the boost, but Madden makes sure he has a swift descent. Headshot over the top. Now ENCE get the bomb down, they fall back, and Madden gets to safety. It's a retake scenario. Team Spirit are good at these, but they're a player down, Henry.
Yeah, it's not looking good. They're taking a lot of damage here as well, but Chopper fighting tooth and nail, trying to get them back into this round. It goes down to a 3 versus 2 in favor of ENCE. That might be the call to fall back, considering Siren's so low, and indeed it will be the case. And as I mentioned there, ENCE getting that bomb plant down. Remember, it's a 5-on-3. If you can find a scenario to get that plant down on the T side and find a good amount of kills, you can buy up and have the same sort of firepower there. So sure, they didn't win that pistol round, but the great call made to actually get the bomb planted was absolutely everything here. They have the advantage going into the follow-up gun round, and they managed to keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at double eco territory here for Spirits, so we should see the force buy coming into the next round.
Yeah.
But that's Magic's, I think, just making a mistake in the start of the round. Overextends into the open, exposes himself to B main with no smoke down. It's an easy kill here for Pius. There we go. And that's what happens. A very good call here from ENCE just to go on that. No seconds wasted in being decisive. And then Snappy comes around in the late round. This is a very important kill as well in that retake. If he doesn't get that, perhaps there's still a shot for Spirit. But a tactical timeout being taken. They love to get Hallie on the mic as often as possible.
Good to get advice from Dad every now and then.
Get told off. Gets, you know.
Yeah, that can happen as well. Sometimes it's deserved though. But there we have it. ENCE bouncing back. This one not done just yet.
Not at all. Map 1 has lots in store for us.
Second map will be Nuke, the pick of ENCE. Still a lot of work to be done here on Anubis, of course. Smoke down towards middle. Patsy operating on that portion of the map on the attack and defense. Diha looking out for the A aggression here, which could be coming his way. Probing towards the main entrance. Is Diha, though, well read. We'll actually flush him out. He has to fall back. Siren's in trouble here. Dodging the flames, though.
I don't know how he's doing that.
I don't know how he's
Fireproof
not taking any damage.
Siren, yeah.
I don't know how he's done that.
Even it just takes one off the HE there.
Yeah. So this is actually maybe false info for Diaz. He thinks he's mollied this.
Oh, he's still going to check it. Oh, maybe not, because he's now distracted, and that's Siren set up for one. Patsy able to get involved with a wall-bang headshot, goes through. And now Chopper caught in the open, unable to stabilize that spray with a FAMAS. And so Snappy actually wins that battle of the in-game leaders. Perhaps ENCE have another opening here. 1 minute left to play with.
Anyone's round, to be honest with you, considering the damage inflicted towards Snappy. AK-47 salvaged for Magix as well. He's heading towards A main.
How far does he take this? And does Madden silent drop if he decides to move forward?
Yes, he does.
Well, Magix.
This decides the round.
This is such an important kill, and Magix is so paranoid about so many different positions. Madden being patient. Something that sometimes can elude him, and tucked in the corner. Little difference there for Madden to get the upper hand in the important fight. And that should be it now. That's an opening into this A side.
Almost certainly. It'll be wonderful. The last line of defense with the Desert Eagle. He's amazing with that weapon, but it's just not likely he even finds a single kill here. Bomb should be planted now. And that should be the round. And getting a quick kill here. That was the chance. That was the window of opportunity. Doesn't convert.
Yeah, well, Patsy now has to deal with it. Oh, he spotted the leg of Madden. And Madden's not ready. And one player's low as well. Inside of the side, it's Snappy who's on low health. And so the Deagle is within one body shot of taking Snappy down. He's come around to the top side. Wonderful not overextending, letting Patsy make the first move. Trying to get this pick onto the player underneath Heaven. And Wonderful will get that kill, but it's the time. That is the issue here. He can get onto it. It's not planted for Henu. It's not planted for the connector, and so that will draw him into the open. Oh, Wonderful gets the headshot, finds the kit. But is there enough time? He doesn't think so, and so he's run away. A couple of seconds in that, surely, Henry. I don't know. I would have tried, but he's gone for the AK.
We can't really hear the timer too well, but to me, just looking at the visual,
it felt like there was enough.
Looked like there was, but obviously he knows better than us. But that felt like there was a chance. The kit spotted. I don't know, but
1 second maybe.
1 second probably in it. Yeah, you're probably right there.
Wow, that's so ridiculous that Team Spirit even get into this position to begin with. Like even, okay, maybe these first 2 kills, but this kill should have done it, right? The fact that
absolutely
that should have been the round, but there was still a chance even in the final few seconds of that for Team Spirit to pull out a 13th. But
we have got an AK-47 saved, just to know that. A kit as well for Wonderful, so he doesn't win the previous round, but he has brought over something. Going to this next one, his teammates haven't joined him with the investment, so they've got a Desert Eagle, USPs elsewhere. So Wonderful, obviously looking to get the AWP out in the next round, can't invest in a ton of utility either. Just looking for raw headshots here. I'm sure he can deliver. Oh, Siren though takes a lot of damage there, spotting towards the A side of the map. So does Wonderful. That's the AK gone.
Snappy loves these rounds. A couple of kills to pad the stats out a little bit. Oh, a nice shot from Siren. It'll finally find him. And just Chopper. Coming down. Ooh! He actually got away with that, Henry. He actually got away with a kill.
We'll take 1 kill in that scenario.
It's not bad. 2 picks found in the round.
Right. Well, at least we have a game on our hands there.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't for a while.
Up. Yeah, well, at like, what, 11-2 down, he didn't think they stood a chance, to be honest with you, but they have turned this one right around.
But the issue I have is that we haven't seen Team Spirit on a buy round yet.
True.
So I'm not going to say that the game's fully on until we see a Team Spirit gun round, which we're going to get to see now.
Wonderful with the AWP. Famous on Chopper, so some concessions have to be made here. Here's the smoke towards Dark. We'll see if we can spot any interesting tendencies at the start, but for now, more default moving towards that Dark position. See whether Diha can crack things open. He's up against the FAMAS of Chopper as well, so he has got the advantage in terms of firepower. See Chopper just playing for intel, holding them off with the smoke. Trying to bait out utility on that side as well. Snappy watching for any sort of aggressive A players here, but very difficult spot to push.
Just a game of trading utility at the moment. We do hit the 1 minute mark on the clock. And that Dark skirmish is taking a bit of a brief interlude. They're going to be falling away from it. Madden's found a gap. He's pushed all the way up through middle. Look at this, Henry. He's at Heaven. There's a hole in the defense, and they have no idea that it might sink their ship.
Yeah, if Madden can get this clean kill on towards the side.
Oh, no.
Should be over.
How has this been left to happen?
Patsy's got the bomb, though. Hold
That's
on.
a bit of a turn, isn't it?
That certainly is. He can actually do something with this now.
Starting to bail them out. Wonderful
How's
again.
He done that?
Madden and Henu, though, they're still finding ways back in here. Magic spots some Pius leaping off the top of the bridge, but he's still able to react. And now Patsy overwhelmed, and that's a Madden round. That's all Madden in that.
got a bit interesting with the bomb going down towards A main, but you're absolutely right. The fact he slipped the net there, he had so many options available to him. He could have gone in towards CT spawn, got a backstab towards B, but gets the all-important kill there towards A main. Obviously didn't have the information. There'd be another one there. He's called A as clear, and of course there was the second player, patzE. And to be honest, Wonderful hitting this shot. There was a chance this round fell apart, but this was the moment here. Sunpius nails this kill. All bets are off. That's when they actually confirmed the round. There's nothing they could do. And that might be yet another eco for Team Spirit. They'll be using their third tactical timeout here.
I think Siren looks a little confused as to how the players got through mid and behind him. He's showing visible signs of frustration. Well, trying to try and patch it up a little bit. Too many holes in the defense right now for Team Spirit. Not a great look for their first gun round.
Certainly not. And for a map they're trying to piece together, CT side has yet to get going, but as you mentioned, maybe one real gun round so far has been close, but ENCE, they're showing up now. This is a game.
Yeah,
as we go 12 to 8, this is a pretty much full eco. Have a look at the overall investment. Yeah, the loss bonus, not an astounding level. We all see them now with 5.7s, PD50, couple of smokes once again, and the Desert Eagle for Wonderful. Currently sits on 14 kills, 10 deaths, same for Chopper as well, and patzE. So good team effort overall. ENCE, though, looking to convert this round, no problem. That's Dhow with a lovely shot there towards Dark. Make it a double through the smoke. And Wonderful maybe gets a double of his own here. Great damage, and Extreme does get the double. You can give that to him.
Yeah, sure. You can have that one.
Yeah.
Siren left alone with a 5.7. Nice shots from Dhow to kick things off as he now looks at 12 to 9. And it's not like ENCE haven't played Anubis. We've seen them play it a couple of times at Katowice. Mixed bag, really, in terms of their performances over that. But
difficult to take that much away from the event, considering they've changed the roster straight after. You know, like obviously they've been reinventing themselves in a few ways.
I'm sure the reinvention will only come the once Nerfs is in the team.
And there would have been murmurs of the change.
Yeah, probably.
Before that event as well.
I think the final nail in the coffin was probably not qualifying for Brazil, right? And missing out on all of those opportunities. So can't really allow the year to start to spiral out of control, as ENCE aren't really one of those big teams that are in a partner league as much as the others. So definitely important times ahead for ENCE.
Well, here we go then. Big round. You're looking for double digits. The international squad. Once again, Snappy walking towards the dark room here. Good Molotov to flush any CTs out on the other side. Distract them. As we could be going back towards A once again. You're going to see Dhow and co clumped up outside, but starting to transition by the looks of things. Good HE down towards the water position. patzE once again patrolling middle. 1 minute 10 remaining. As we'll see Snappy investigate towards Dark once again, trying to beat out the smoke. Got his wingman Dhow with him, and it should be a B finish here. 3 players in towards Dark. Incendiary for Chopper, though, could make things a little bit more complicated.
Depends when he decides to pull the pin on this one. He's got the timing down pretty well there.
Yeah, he's done a very good job. That's frustrating for ENCE. You have to wait it out.
Not a lot of time to waste here. Magics can often be quite feisty on the AWP. Gets one alongside Chopper, but now starting to heat up at the back of the platform. Magic's getting away with another one. I thought maybe a chance for them to eclipse one another for a multi-kill. And it's Chopper that's actually done the blunt to the heavy lifting now. He's done a lot of work.
Yeah, bear in mind, he's just playing for that information. He starts off by slowing everyone down towards Dark. He's dropping those smokes. They give him a couple. He drops 3 smokes in towards Dark. He holds his Incendiary for the final commitment, and then he gets 3 kills in total as well. Yeah. That's a really strong performance there. Not the flashiest 3-piece, but he gets it done and wins them the round and finishes things off with a pistol here as well and denies the plant. So he's done absolutely everything you could ask for there.
Yeah, absolutely. And this double-up setup is going to continue. We get Magics and Wonderful pulling it out. Rifles out across the board. For ENCE, well, it's just the one for Sunpius. A couple of moments throughout this game. See if he can get some T-side ulting done. Nate goes around the corner. Madden dropped down to 60 health.
Haven't seen much of this boost today. At least it converted to frags. But patzE, once again, plays with the initial smoke, exchanges grenades, and then will fall back and try and fend them off.
Yeah, I feel like as a CT, you're better off just playing behind the doors, right? You just got so many other angles you can play with. Doesn't really matter if you give up mid, as long as you have a good setup in this A side, especially if 2 players in A. You see patsy can rotate back around from Temple towards Heaven. Plenty of options on how to play mid. I think Team Spirit have elected for the more passive setup there.
I think it's the correct one because he's just too vulnerable to
spam
it does leave
smokes.
this
Problem.
True, this does keep happening, doesn't it?
Madden has got through.
He's done it again. Are they watching it in any capacity?
They have no idea. How has he got away with it again? Madden on the double. Patsy, it's his job to patch this one up, and he's not going to do it. Madden knocks them for 6, 3 kills picked up, and that's the round done.
Anyone not aware, knocking them for 6 is a cricket term. It means when you hit it really far, like a home run in baseball.
There we go. Thank you, Henry.
It's an expression that might not make sense in a game like Counter-Strike. It's just like, oh, 6 what? 6 points? 6 kills?
Yeah.
6 frags. But, yeah. You ever hit a 6 in cricket before?
Nope.
I've hit a few 4s. I don't think I've hit a 6. I used to play like a men's team when I was like 14.
Okay.
Could barely pick
Quite
up
the cricketer, no. Yeah, no, cricket wasn't really a popular sport in my school because, you know, it's kind of a...
What was your sport? Football, I guess?
Just football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not really built for rugby, are you?
I played rugby.
Yeah?
Yeah, I played rugby. I was a fly half.
Okay. I wasn't a big rugby fan. Wasn't for me.
I got wiped out by the big dudes, though.
Same.
I felt my brain kind of rattle against my skull a couple of times.
It's like, maybe the same for me.
I was like, yeah, I remember lying in the snow one day with a guy about 3 times my body weight, and I was like, yeah, this kind of sucks. I'm going to play Counter-Strike, I think.
Yeah, good choice. Well then, an interesting choice of Team Spirit. They've had to elect for the eco here. This is kind of falling apart. Now, bear in mind, ENCE coming to this one with a stand-in. Their new player Nerds announced today, just at this tournament, and hoping to show off what they can do as a squad. And with the academy player Henu, if they take down Team Spirit as first map, that's going to be a very interesting result. I didn't see it coming at all, but still, a lot of rounds to be played. Team Spirit still have the lead. Don't want to get too carried away here. Just interesting considering they were 11-2 down. They've managed to pull it back to what could be anyone's map.
It is funny how the conversation
I know, it's weird.
Was all about,
well, this one's over.
This looks, yeah,
Well,
and also in the previous round, we're talking about how, you know, this is a great move. The way they're playing mid, I love it. It's great. It's actually the right way. Nope. It has cost them
2 rounds now.
2 rounds now.
Yeah.
As we saw, but I just don't know how that's not communicated. Like
Well, this is why they're playing it right. Like, we looked into the stats before this tournament, and on Anubis, Team Spirit have played it 3 times this month and lost all 3. Close affairs, to be fair. But I guess this is why they're playing it this tournament. The stakes are slightly lower than other Katowice, for example, and they can see what the problems are. Like, obviously, this mid flank is becoming a bit of an issue. It's difficult to work out whether it's amazing game sense from Madden or a massive hole that's just being exploited at this stage. Maybe a bit of both, because patsy just seems to give them a bit too much control. The fact he's getting through towards that connector time and time again.
Yeah, it's new territory. A lot of responsibility on the one player because of the A players aren't really helping in mid in any sort of way at all. I feel like the A players should maybe take control of... I don't even think it's Patsy's fault. I feel like it's the A connector player's job to make sure that doesn't happen. When Patsy leaves that position, it should be the A connector player's job to make sure it doesn't happen.
Maybe, I guess there's 2 sides of that coin. Maybe he needs to calm better when he's falling back. We obviously can only speculate at this point, but yeah, definitely a plethora of different reasons as to what could be going on. That's what they're talking about now. We don't know.
I actually can't believe that ENCE are in the game now. Like, considering how that first half was going.
And it was Madden as well. If you remember, he was like 1-6 to kick things off.
He was actually throwing rounds away as well.
Yeah, he was the one pushing B time and time again and losing. And now he's the one backstabbing them in A, getting his revenge.
There we go. That's live and die by the sword.
Absolutely. Double orb setup here. Complete change of events here. We are going to see Magix picking up the sniper rifle as well. As Dinko mentioned, he is a bit of a dark horse with the weapon.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really exhibited that just yet, though. Like, there's a couple rounds in B where, yeah, sure, he gets 1, but maybe missing out on the second kill. We'll see if he's able to wield it to great success here. Double up setups have become quite a fixture, and Patsy's burnt down to 10 health, Henry.
Middle is rough.
They're not having a great time in mid at all, are they?
It's one of those positions where, like, one step out of line can cost you all your HP, all your life. Indeed, yes, we will see Chopper and Magix now trying to claw this one back.
Yeah, the alarms are going on B right now completely, right? You've lost Chopper. Magix is under a lot of pressure. He misses the shot, but luckily the nade finds Snappy. So that's a very important kill to draw back. At least it's a 4v4. But issue we have here is look where the ops are playing. Patsy's picked one up because he's low, but it's both ops on the B side, and Patsy's burned. He's gone. Henu just takes him out, and now, well, it's pretty much done.
Plenty of time to plant. Good smoke down towards the temple. And yeah, it has to be, I suppose. You've got no say in this round, really.
Double up setup as well. You're investing so much money. Your money's gone. Look at the cash left over here for Team Spirit. If you're going to buy the double up setup and it isn't going to work, it's such a big risk to employ. And now you're looking at 13-12. Your money is on the line. Chopper and Patsy don't have any cash whatsoever to play with here. You're going to have a pretty weak buy going into the next round. The most likely outcome is the ENCE tie this game up 13-13.
Let's see what they can save here. If they can get a wonderful AWP, he has gone a bit quiet in the last few rounds, hasn't really done much in the second half as of yet. That could be something. Wonderful, the AWP, anything can and will happen. But if they can save the 2 rifles as well, they've got a fair shout in the round. It's just the finances will be ruined, generally speaking. You're dead on there as Dia looks to go for a bit of a hunt here. Their money is looking absolutely fantastic. They get another $3,500 on top of the strong amount they already have. Some players checking in at $9,000 there as well, so they've got enough for the rest of this game. And they are right back in it now. I can't believe it. 11-2 down. And they've managed to pull it right back here. Unbelievable scenes.
Yeah, it's fantastic work. And you're going to have to give plaudits to Snappy and Saw, who have used a lot of timeouts to just have a conversation one-on-one with each other to get themselves back into this. And then obviously I'm going to shout out Madden for his initiative in this T-half too. He's been instrumental to finding success and breaking apart the crucial buy rounds for Team Spirit. This buy-in's so bad, Henry. It's not bad at all. You got rifles in every player, AWP out for Spirit. This is it. This is the moment where either you're competing in the second half or you're letting ENCE take control.
We'll see what can be done. It's a pretty healthy setup from them. Patsy once again being tested towards middle. A brutal position to hold. Wonderful will join him. And for now, a bit of a default spread here from ENCE. Using this little jump angle to try and look over towards B main. Get the information. This is making me feel sick. We have to get off this.
The sound combined, the audio overload.
We have to get off this right now.
Close your eyes, Henry. It's fine. We're not. This is a great camera angle. Cinematography, Oscar goes to CCT. Well, we are here under a minute. And a double play through middle again for ENCE. They've managed to force their way forward, and this is what I'm talking about. This is what I would like to see. You know, Wonderful covering off that connector, not letting them across. Now Madden has to go into a difficult position to try and split with the A players, and Wonderful's focused on A main. A kill this time onto Diha. Now Madden has strikes. He finds the gap again. He's behind him. But Wonderful has no idea this time. Madden gets away with it. Siren didn't cover his blind spot, and now Siren overextends. How have they let it slip again? Madden, once more, is the player that gets behind them.
2-on-2, and this round should be going in favor of Team Spirit. That's a huge pickup for Chopper.
Now it's all on some bias. Now it's all on the sniper events to try and make this one work, to tie things up 13 apiece. Magix was patient, and that patience pays off. He comes around the corner, catches some bias looking the wrong way. And no, it isn't a clean round, but it's a successful round for Team Spirit.
If anything, it's sigh of relief for Team Spirit. Like, they were dropping off here magnificently. Wonderful, as we said, if he picked up the AWP, anything can happen. He had to step up. This is one of those rounds where it's not a team effort. They do need to step up. Someone needs to find something quite special there, and Wonderful's the man to do it. He gets a big double kill there as the A-Pince is coming in, and is Madden once again backstabbing them. Gets an entry, but this time couldn't find multiple kills.
And that's even after the Wonderful play too, right?
Yeah.
So even when he does so much, it nearly all falls apart. But 14-12, a tight game here. A technical pause.
Just what we needed.
Just what we needed here.
Just what the doctor ordered.
First
and
map.
some hype music as well.
Yeah, it's firing us up. But we have, this is the first map of the last best of 3 of the day. We possibly have 2 more maps left. We did predict a 2-0 for, you know, still questions around that result. As Team Spirit, 14-12, 2 rounds away from victory. But ENCE very much still in this game.
Absolutely. What can be done? What can be said? It's Madden with 22 kills. He had a very quiet first half as well. I suppose the whole team did. But he has come roaring out of the gates here in the second half. 14-12 now. There's the deficit. Friends on their T side. It is a T-sided map, but We'll see what can be done here for Madden & Co. He can't get away with this again, can he? He won't find the gap once more. He can backstep. He looks like he wants to backstep towards B this time.
Surely not. Wonderful's reposition, all right? He's over here on B. The AWP, you mentioned it earlier, Henry, has struggled to get involved a little bit on the CT side. Now Wonderful is where the action is in back-to-back rounds, and it was the difference in the previous. Maybe it can be again. Utility goes down in both respects, and Wonderful wants to get into a position where he feels a little bit more comfortable, but the utility is always going to land towards Glizzy. You're never able to stand there. Utility procedure, very strong here for ENCE, but it's Chopper who's found the first kill. Chops the head off Madden, does not let him get that B flank going, and this now takes one of the stings of ENCE out of this play. You can't come from two positions. You're kind of funneled into B main.
Yeah, it's a stifling defense here from Team Spirit. They've done very well to delay this push, and finally the bomb goes down. Oh, does it? They've actually got a couple of kills in response.
I don't know how they've done that. DH and Snappy have pulled this round back. Not only have they done that, but they've put themselves in a favorable position. But Magic's gonna get around the back. Henry is being watched by Senpais. He's got the oversight and the overwatch, and Senpais will get the pick, but a good double swing from Team Spirit. It's back into the 2 versus 2. Diha and Senpais still up. One player position in dark. That is Diha. Senpais plays outside, and it's a quick shot. Pulls Patsy into it. Great discipline here from both ENCE players. Wonderful goes, but Diha will put an end to him. 13 rounds for ENCE. They are fighting tooth and nail against the Spirit side that's fully fledged. They've got everybody here, and they're playing with a stand-in from the Academy team.
It's wild how they don't pick that round up. They look flabbergasted. So am I. They had the perfect defense there. They had the man advantage, perfect utility. The bomb was getting wrecked. And then Snappy through the smoke finds a big kill there. And it's just not quite enough for Team Spirit. It all starts to fall apart once again. Senpais, the shot that secures the round. And we go 14-13 and another eco for Team Spirit here.
Money's dead.
Pistols across the board. ENCE are going to tie things up. I can't believe I'm saying that. And you're dead on. With an Academy player on the roster here, this is an absolute collapse from Team Spirit.
Well,
this is their series to win 2-0, 11-2 up, and you find yourself back down in the doldrums here at 14-14.
Snappy has proven that he is capable of leading teams with stand-ins to great stages of tournaments. He did it in May last year in Dallas with Snacks on the team, went all the way to the final.
That's so true.
He's here again at a LAN with a stand-in, and he's having a great time. They're about to tie things up versus Team Spirit.
And this isn't even their map pick. Team Spirit chose this. They wanted to play here.
Well,
and you think for good reason. They had the 11-2 start.
They were great. Their T side, you can tell they put a lot of work into.
Absolutely.
But this CT side has been
exploited.
Just a little bit too open at times, whether it be the communication or just understanding the rotations. Like there is when a player leaves mid, there's not always being covered by connector, or the B players aren't always aware that they can come temple. There's just a lot of issues right now for Team Spirit's defense, and it's fixable certainly. And I think they're probably going to learn a lot from this map. And if that is
certainly, that's why they're getting these reps in.
Exactly, and you'll be able to go back and you'll see a lot of the issues in your defense and a lot of things you can fix, but. Man, it must suck to lose in this fashion if they do go on to lose this, but plenty of cash left over for Team Spirit as we head into an incredibly important round. One of these teams will be on map point in the conclusion of these 1 minute 55 seconds coming up. Not really expecting
I can't believe we're here, Dinko.
I can't believe it either. It's unbelievable that we're here.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
How many hours? Who knows? Who cares at this point?
Oh, dear.
It's another day.
If they can just get this one, Team Spirit, close it out, it's no harm, no foul. Get the job done. You've learned a lot. Maybe you had to experience these rounds just to kind of understand the weakness in your defense here. But still, don't take anything away from ENCE. They have 4-2 for now. And it's a very good point with Snappy controlling the stand-in here. Amazing offense. And once again, make their way towards B with the opening kill here for Chopper. And Magic's chiming in. Another 5-on-3. Surely they can't squander this one.
Oh, Diha and Snappy burning as well, so you've given Team Spirit a chance with the health here as well. They've got the advantage in every front. The bomb will go down for ENCE, and they have been so good at turning these post plants, these unfavorable post plants, back to their side. Patsy plays with Magix. They wait until the utility burns out, but there's another smoke. How much utility they have on their Batman belt right now. Patsy finally finds the gap, and Snappy will fall. Magix takes down Senpais, and it's just Diha left alone. He hasn't won in this one, Henry. It's 15 for Team Spirit.
There we have it then. That's a very snappy-esque call as well, isn't it? Just when you have full control, all these defaults are working out, these beautiful executions.
Rush.
A nice fast play in towards the B-bomb site. Not to say it's a bad call by any stretch of the imagination. That's the kind of way you kind of operate if you're going to make these sort of calls and mix things up. Can work out. You can look like the hero. Sometimes, though, Team Spirit this time were ready for it and shut it down. They managed to get themselves 3 AKs on the CT side as well. Round 30. Looking to close things out. They've got everything they need on both sides. Full buy here. ENCE can take us to overtime. First of the day, I believe.
Well, could be even more Counter-Strike coming your way. Team Spirit looking to come crashing down on ENCE in this first map. Diha tasked with applying some pressure towards A main. If he goes around that archway, he is destined to die. Here he goes, flash setup, pushes in. Diha with great utility usage from his teammates, allows him to clear out Siren. ENCE are 1 player up, and potentially 1 step closer to overtime.
And a very good job of finding these advantages.
Here goes Chopper. If this doesn't work, Henry, this is surely starting to look like overtime now.
I think you might be onto something, a 5-on-3, this time in favor of ENCE.
Just what we needed here. All the rounds. It just keeps coming. ENCE continue to battle forward. Just 2 kills needed, and we've got overtime.
Magics, though, if ever there was a player to step up, he might be the one, but they're actually rotating back towards there. It's a very good call. You can see that D has got full control of the A side. Don't take the risk, lad. Fall back. We've got the time. And that seems to be the case here. Off we go. D has got full control. They have in position. Wonderful. I guess it's slipped the net here. This is kind of interesting. They'll surely check this spot, though, won't they? Yes, indeed. There's the first. Second from Wonderful. A chance now.
No way, but D has... Oh! How has he done that? Wonderful. Oh. Nearly has something more in him, but ENCE have pulled it all the way back. The bonus rounds are needed. We're going to overtime.
That would have been the sickest play of the tournament. It's day one.
It probably would have been one of the sickest plays of the year, Henry, because that 3rd kill, that's almost illegal. That almost just breaks laws of physics. How does he do this? Like, look at this. This is this 3rd kill. What? How does he do that?
That's wild. Oh. Imagine if he wins that round.
Holy. Well, what a job done by Snappy and Saw. We'll have to say, gotta give those guys the props for that one.
Absolutely. Don't take anything away from them.
And Hallie, now, this is where I would be scared, you know? You've just let it all slip away. Now he's on the mic. I think you have a lot of thinking men on this ENCE team, you know? Everybody seems to be pretty vocal.
Yeah,
Snappy's looking to Madden. He's looking to Saw. Pius is having his say. You're just kind of looking around. I mean, Diaz is a little bit of a quieter guy. Don't think Henu is going to feel too comfortable making any sort of suggestions here, but...
Shout out to Henny, though. Henu, he's doing a great job overall. Like
he's in a pretty tough role, too, right?
Absolutely, and he seems like a capable set of hands. Like, sure, there's been a couple of interesting moments where timings haven't gone his way or a missed shot here and there, but generally speaking, he's been absolutely solid. On his debut, like, big tournament, this is great to see. So, overtime begins here, ladies and gents. We will remain on the respective sides here. Team Spirit stick on the CT. It hasn't been great for them. They can win this first round and start to find some momentum. That would be great. Maybe a change of setup here. Interesting to see what they do towards middle. As Patsy once again holding the double doors. And maybe a B focus here. We are seeing a bit of a coordinated setup here from ENCE, looking to execute potentially. 4 players outside of B right now.
Oh, Patsy. Gets caught taking a bit of a risk.
Bit of a rough one in mid, isn't he?
Not having a great time at all. He's tried so many different ways of playing it as well. And Chopper's had a bit of a tough time on this CT side. Well, he lands a headshot on D-Hot. And again, it's all the focus on this one choke point. Henu goes in. Magix collects his life, and they're held at the door for now. But look at this. Snappy gets a kill on the Molotov and just keeps running in. Pius is helping him. A blind shot through the smoke. Flash assist from Chopper and kill onto Magix. Quite a lot involved in that kill from Pius, and it has drawn the advantage back in favor of ENCE somehow. They're into the B site, and I don't know how they keep doing it, but here they are again.
Well, the bomb will be planted so far away as well. Chopper That's a bit of a marathon to run here. Siren will be waiting towards the temple. 3 versus 2. And in terms of utility, not much available. Smoke on the CT side, but Siren needs to act now. The swing has to come through. If they are going to go for this one, what's the play? Smoke goes down. If Madden gets 1 kill, call it done.
Oh, and he will absolutely get more than 1. Madden very crisp on the double.
Lovely work from him. He really is feeling it right now. He has been an absolute superstar on this T side of Anubis. Just exploiting gaps, hitting every shot required, and have a strong round here from the likes of ENCE, and they take the lead, Dink, after being 11-2 down. On Anubis, they are now in the lead.
Ridiculous.
Here on the T side in overtime.
Yeah, well, I just can't believe it's happening. I'm sure Team Spirit are dumbfounded as well, but they have such a good T side, Team Spirit, that if you even just get 1 round here on the CT side, maybe it's still possible to close out on that T half of overtime. But if you go down flawlessly here to ENCE's T side, you're going to be in a tough spot. Because ENCE are a different side to the one that kicked off this best of 3. The double op setup is something that Team Spirit have loved to go for. Really only seen major impact out of Wonderfuls. Siren will throw the smoke down on the Molotov just to maintain his position for as long as possible, but he's taking so much nade damage in this game. Another half of his health chunked away. There's another nade in, down to 5 health. Siren still holding strong, hasn't been taken out of position, and ENCE are going to respect that. They're going to throw their own smoke and drop away into the canals. Does Siren go through it? That would be kind of mental. Magic's ult this time, Henry. Let's see if he's got anything in it.
Well, he'll be tested right here, right now, up against D here as well. Obviously, aware of the possibility of it being close. You can see him ducking and weaving between his steps position as Patsy to open things up, bouncing back. It was towards middle. We'll see what he can do here. Is Magic stepping up, looking to tie things up at 1-1 here. They've got a 5-on-3, but not for long.
Well, ENCE have turned these rounds back multiple times, and it has been the man in your top right of your screen with a kill feed. Madden has done it multiple times. This time Chopper holds strong. Henu unable to get much done, but Snappy will. Magic cuts down from Dark and able to use that AWP to great effect. Remove Snappy and Madden to close the round, and as you said, tie things up. And more importantly, that is a CT round won by Team Spirit in overtime.
Very good point, considering the lack of CT rounds they found in regulation. The fact they picked it up on the second here, that's big. And it's down to the Magic's AWP as well, influential there. And Chopper, he's been pretty decent as B-bombs, I have to say. He seems to deliver more often than not. Magic certainly does this time as we go 1-1, final round of the first half of overtime here. We are going to see that double up setup continue. Seems to be the remedy to their problem.
Yes, indeed. And I did say, you know, we've seen more out of Wonderful's AWP, and then Magix is able to have a big round there, so you see why they want to go for it. ENCE pressuring middle. It has been a weak point for Team Spirit throughout their CT play, and Patsy once again getting tagged up a little bit, but he'll stay alive. But they have done a good job of just forcing him back. Now they have mid to play with. There has to be information passed on to the rest of Team Spirit to be aware of some of the weak links that can happen once you lose that mid control. They haven't fully lost it though, because they actually have the AWP posted up watching that cross on over, so they know they haven't slipped the net here. So you can focus now down on the B play, and that's where Magix is still playing with this AWP. But if he gets split on 2 sides, Henry doesn't have any support with him.
We'll see what can be done. 50 seconds remaining, the full execution coming through. Traditional smokes deployed, 4 players outside of B main. There will be Siren to get dropped first as well.
Again, from the same position. Patsy goes down too. The pole is just destroying them. Magix finally gets something. But is this enough for Team Spirit?
Nice incendiary for Magix to buy them some time for the rotations here. But you can see they have to keep 1 player towards A. That's going to be Chopper. 25 seconds remaining, bomb outside B. It's on the back of Henu right now. Magix is there in dark. Oh. That's a huge kill to find. 3-on-3, 20 seconds. Magix can start devouring them here.
Here he goes, the Butcher coming out. Double op setup. They've left them in pieces inside of the site. Sampaius tries the sniper of his own, but with 10 seconds left, he's not getting many chances here, and Magix brings him down. 17 secured. Team Spirit lead the overtime half from the CT side, so I'm feeling pretty good about their chances of closing this one now, Henry. The T side was really solid. It was only the CT side that really let slip. So I feel like now you've leading going into this T side should be good enough for Team Spirit.
Should be. We thought 11-2 should be enough for them as well.
Yes, but 11-4 is the most dangerous scoreline.
That's all it actually was.
It was the most dangerous scoreline.
11-4 actually happened. It was the most dangerous scoreline.
It is the most dangerous scoreline in the history of anything to ever exist.
I can't believe we left that there. It was ready for us. We made the joke.
You want to know why,
we didn't even catch it.
It's 1 a.m. You know, if it's not 1 a.m., we catch that.
It was the most dangerous scoreline in the world.
It was. I can't believe it. So dangerous, in fact, that we forgot about it. That's what's so dangerous about it. It's
catching
you just forget. You become complacent.
It's sneaky
That's
like
the
that.
problem with 11-4.
So, 2-1 for Team Spirit. An extended little break here just to calibrate themselves, get themselves back in the zone here.
I can't believe it.
I know. 1 round would do it for guaranteeing double overtime, at least, for Team Spirit. 2 would give them the win. First to 19 here.
Yep. Well, Spirit are a team that Alan was mentioning are used to the grind. They're used to having to play these overtimes and these late nights. It's kind of their lifestyle. So they're ready. But are ENCE ready to come back again? No 11-4 to assist him in this one. 17-16. Snappy gets aggressive at B, looking for the first pick, and he does spot Magic's head. He'll send the nade soaring in, but he receives damage. And they've actually got Siren into dark quickly.
This is big. If he can find the first kill, could be everything. But a nice trade frag from Snappy is delivered here. 4 on 4. Damage on either side as well. We are going to see Snappy down to 41 points of health. And he'll be happy to push towards B main, it seems. Someone there. It's going to be Magic's. One of those bullets connects. He actually gets the kill, but Snappy thinks better of it and falls back.
Problem now becomes 2 players on Spirit are the only players of utility, so what have they got up their sleeves here? Wonderful and Magic's. 2 smokes left. What are they going to be able to do with this? 40 seconds. Their only option really is to play into B. You can smoke off Temple, you can smoke off CT spawn, and molly out the Glizzy, and maybe you've got something here. But it has to be perfect as they enter the site. Yes. Patsy is here. And maybe he can activate late into this round, but it's all about Snappy. And Snappy does not get anything done. Magic's hits the perfect headshot. The bomb goes down for Team Spirit. And they now have the post plant with the man advantage. They're looking for map point again.
See what can be done. So the D has been dangerous so far on this map, but Wonderful will take him down. Starting to show us some of that vintage form once again, as it is the 4 versus 2. Henu and Sunpius up against it now, trying to deny map point here. Time ticking away. Halfway gone at this stage. Chopper looks destined to find this frag, and certainly does, as we find Sunpius now retreating. Nice shot as he fades away here, but the job is done. At least they've found map point on the Team Spirit side.
They do. They have it. Just one more round, and they got the job done. Now, something that's been a real strength of Team Spirit is getting players into the dark position. I think their B splits have looked almost unstoppable when they get Patsy and Siren both into dark. It just feels like it's too much to handle. So we'll see if something like that can close out this game. But this is that 1-for-1 early on. Siren gets 1 from dark, and this little executes towards the end. Lackey utility, sure, but perfectly placed, perfectly played off. And Spirit able to close onto 18. Now it's about closing the entire map. It is just map 1 of this best of 3.
Double orb setup to try and keep things alive. The fact they've even got to this stage has been impressive. But if they can take us to double overtime for this sort of deficit, it'll be very impressive. Patsy to be challenging once again towards dark. It's Madden who's been having an absolute barn burner.
Here we go.
Second half, he can't find a kill. Snappy will equalize the situation, but now he is alone on the B-bomb side.
He's stranded, isn't he, on the island alone here with nothing but an AWP, but Utility is at least trying to buy some time for his teammates to come on over and help him out. But is Sampaio, so there's 2 ops here in this B site, and so Snappy, he knows aggression is the name of the game, so he's going down into dark, and he finds that close quarter combat AWP. I'm sure it was beautiful. And here's Snappy again in the fire, coated in flames. He goes back over towards B main. Magic sends the flash out. One important kill that could be with 50 seconds left.
Time is ticking away, isn't it? The bomb's all the way towards top and middle. Chopper, if he gets the timing on this fadeaway of the smoke, maybe there's something here.
This, surely.
I guess he has to at this stage. They can't wait for another 10 seconds, can they?
Snappy switches out the AK. Feels like it's the better weapon for the job, especially if you have some Pius already over here with the AWP. But look at the setup over towards A2. It's a 2-2 setup right now for ENCE on this defense. So no matter where you go in the final seconds here, Team Spirit, it's not going to look pretty. But they're going to go towards B. They're going to try and challenge down on some Pius and Snappy. With 15 seconds left, is it going to be enough to close it here for Team Spirit? Snappy forced into the open. Now some Pius. Can he hold with 7 seconds? Just stop them coming out.
No,
Wonderful is quicker, and there might just be enough time. There might just be a second in it, and he will just get the bomb planted. It's down in the final millisecond, and that might be enough. But Henu, the stand-in from the Academy team, is still alive and kicking in this 1 versus 2. And it's him up against Magix. He's got no smoke here to play with for Henu, so that's pressure. He taps, but Magix does not fall for it. There's no way that Henu sticks this. And so Henu goes into the Lion's Den, and Magix will close for Team Spirit. They will pick up map number 1 of this best of 3. A long, hard-fought series, but Team Spirit, they will prevail. They will battle through. And another win added to the tally here for Team Spirit. They look to try and 2-0 this one.
What a roller coaster of a game that was. 11-2 down, all the way back towards overtime here, and with 9 seconds remaining, they had 2 players in towards the dark room. It looked like the plan wasn't even possible there, but still, Magic's coming out on top in the 1 versus 1. A hard-fought victory there, and maybe some lessons learned.
Yeah, absolutely, some lessons learned, and a lot to learn from, I'm sure, when you go back and look at this a little bit more in the micro and macro detail across that CT side, where certain weaknesses were certainly exploited. On the Spirit side in particular in that mid area, but ENCE, what a fantastic job from Snappy and Saul, being able to get into a position where they're competitive, Henry. That shouldn't have really happened.
I don't think so. That was crazy to me. Like, we were kind of almost writing that game off at the 11-2 scoreline. We felt like, well, there's not really much to be said here. They've got a stand in. They're playing Anubis. What can you do? Yeah. But now we're moving on to Nuke, which is their pick, and maybe this series is back on. That was an alarming closing to the first map.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing the second map. I'm looking forward to seeing the second affair. But we've got the desk on standby, ready to break down all the action that you guys have just witnessed. Caught that one?
Absolutely caught it right there. Yeah, the most dangerous scoreline right there, converted by the most dangerous team. So very promising stuff coming through from Team Spirit, although it was shaky in the end.
That was one of the craziest maps of Counter-Strike I've seen for a long, long time. It was so bizarre that they go up 11-2. It looks flawless. They're making so many good calls. They're playing decisively. Patsy is just wrecking shot. Magic looks good as well. And they flip onto that CD side. And the number of mistakes, the number of holes in their game, it was almost bizarre. I genuinely can't believe, after seeing it, that actually went overtime. And yeah, some of the rounds, some of the plays, that was some Counter-Strike. I don't know what just happened.
It was a good
for
game.
The last hour and a half.
It was a good game. It was just flying by, it felt like, and all of a sudden ENCE were back in it. And I gotta say, we talked a little bit about the T sides on Ancient, and how one-sided is this in favor of the T side. And I don't feel like it's crazy one-sided, but we have seen a lot of teams come into this with really good form on the T side. So I mean, walk me through what you think about this, what sort of favors you see, and honestly, what impressed me most, I think, it's the executes that they were throwing. A lot of good utility toss in for both of these teams. It's showing real depth in this map for them.
Yeah, if we're talking like holistically about, Anubis as a map, I just feel like it's so hard for the CD side to have information. It doesn't play like most maps where there's a push and pull. It's not like Inferno, for example, where, if you lose banana control, you push back into mid, you get some control there. It's so difficult on this map. And that means it's really easy for the T side to gain space, get nearer sight. The CDs have to gamble or over-rotate. It's really hard to even hold the sites themselves. So I do think intrinsically it is a pretty T-sided map. Is it 11-4 consistently T-sided? No, and especially for a team like Spirit, who on the CD side have good players, have a player like, have someone like Wonderful who can be dynamic and move around. So I think those guys will watch back this CT side. and really questioning what went wrong. I mean, it's I'm still a little bit starstruck that for a team as experienced as Spirit as, especially they weren't the most experienced team in the world on Ancient on Anubis, that actually the amount they play it. But that CD side was not pretty from them.
No, it was tough, and like you said, it feels like, you know, one of the key factors here. I think Madden really stepped it up. We had a little bit of that Madden mania back in that second half. He was super quiet on the CT side, but he was able to step it up big time. So, you know, individual performance, I think, kind of, you know, shows a big factor here. Did see some struggle slightly from the new guy here on ENCE when it comes to some of the defensive maneuvers, but again, it was a really close game, and if ENCE are coming into this one on their opponent's map pick and they're able to take it this close, man, I feel like you got to kind of be happy and take that result home.
I mean, that for ENCE, how do I even phrase it? I feel like they won the map. Like, it sounds like an insane thing to say, but given their lineup situation, given having to play this game so late, given that Henu's probably incredibly inexperienced at this sort of level playing on Anubis, to take Spirit, a team of their caliber, to overtime is honestly amazing for them. They should be so happy. I mean, I'm sure they're not right now, but that really was a much stronger performance than I ever would have expected. So that was great. Madden was absolutely sensational. Madden, the way I like to phrase it is like on the team, he's like a control player. He's the man that like goes in first, grabs the space. Of course, Snappy's making the calls and deciding what we're really going for, but Madden is the spear point. He's the front. He's the one going in first, and I do think he has struggled a little bit over the last 6 months or so, but here in this tournament, in these last few games, he's been absolutely ruining. He's been going in, getting so many opening kills, and doing his role to perfection. And in this sort of game, he was stepping up so much to kind of put them in positions and get them into rounds that they kind of had no business being in. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good sign from them. And now, guys, we do have the next map coming up, and so we'll see if Madden can keep up that same performance, because they're going to need it here on Nuke right after this.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time, but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Welcome back to the CCT Central European Malta Finals. It is certainly sunny in Malta. At least it will be in a couple of hours' time as we hit the wee hours. It is certainly getting late, but we've got ourselves a great game of Counter-Strike as we head into map number 2. ENCE versus Spirit, way more competitive than I thought it was going to be.
Game of the day.
Absolutely.
Coming into this one, it didn't really kick off to an amazing start there. 11-2 down, he thought, okay, ENCE aren't showing up to this one. We somehow made it to overtime. That was on Team Spirit's pick as well. We now move on to ENCE's pick of Nuke, where they've already shown us they can be competitive here and managed to get a victory earlier on as well. So hopefully this is where we get another overtime. I would say, think almost certainly going to see it, if you ask me.
They are very capable teams on Nuke, right? They love this map, both of them. Love to play it as often as they can. So yeah, I feel like they share quite a similar map pool in that respect.
Against Movistar Riders, like, what were the key takings from that one? We saw some players look phenomenal, right?
He was great, and how much of that was fueled by the sheer grudge match, right? Yeah. But yeah, he was incredible. I think Diha in particular is a really important player for ENCE's CT side on Nuke, so that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. But here we are, 1xBet. This match is brought to you by them as we head into Spirit versus ENCE Map 2, the winner's match of Group B.
Well, Team Spirit, of course, starting the CT side is the pick of ENCE, as mentioned. A very important pistol, I suppose they all are, as we see 5 sets of Kevlar for ENCE. No utility to speak of. All right.
Okay.
Don't see that very often.
Maybe they just accidentally done it, forgot to buy the nades, Henry. It does happen.
Happens to the best of us. Some more than others.
Yep, some more than others. Some may have an affliction, but this one is a group take of Secret. Just run straight the number. They can't kill all of us.
It's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody go down in towards B. And it's a conga train. As they go flying through, Magix is going to hear all the steps, but is he going to be able to do anything about it? Wonderful and Patsy disrupt first. Magix actually doesn't do anything. It's his teammates. And Wonderful's down in dark. He's got himself a cool position here with the dual Berettas. But he has to do something soon because Snappy and Diha pulled this one back. And Team Spirit are down a player. Bomb's going to go down. ENCE once again pulled the round back. Bomb goes down and they're in the post plant.
And that should be round pretty much guaranteed. Chopper's left in a 3 versus 1. It looked like that one was looking very good for Team Spirit in general, but we'll see what he can make of it. 71 points of foul for USP only, no kits, no armor, no nades. I think we know which way this one is going. If you find a couple of kills, that'd be excellent, but Snappy will take him down with those recovered Julies there. And that's another round where it looked like Team Spirit had all the makings of a successful start here on Nuke, but it all falls apart once again. Snappy stepping up over and over, Dinko.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of the standout players, calling his team to success, also being able to get involved individually. The dual Berettas have become quite a home furniture piece in the pistols, I feel. It's just always there.
On Nuke. It seems to always make an appearance, especially on that hot position, but will there be a false buy and response? Apparently there will be. Wonderful will save himself $700 for the AWP going forward, but it's a fast play towards upper. Chopper and Patsy chiming in. They're actually finding a ton of kills here. Bomb goes down, and this is another upper commitment from Snappy, and sometimes it works, and this time it doesn't.
Feels like a 50-50 coin toss, or coin toss, rather.
Coin toss.
Yes, my favorite. 1 a.m. phrase, Henry. Coin tosses, toin toss. Same thing. Everybody's been to.
That's called a spoonerism, isn't it? When you make that sort of turn of phrasing. But I liked it. Coin toss into toin toss. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, the point was it's.
Yeah. What was the point?
It's more of a 50-50.
Okay. Yes. Those upper rushes when they work, you think, okay, great, that worked out quite nice. See when you lose to a double kill on the MP9.
You're like, why do we do that?
Why didn't we run the default? Why didn't we use the rifles? They haven't lost the round just yet, but certainly haven't made it easy for themselves. The bomb down in the upper bomb site. Time ticking away. Smoked out a Squeaky. Both players towards our position. It's up to Madden and some Pius. 2 very capable fraggers. But it's going to take something quite special to recover this one. It all starts here. Great shot towards Wonderful. But Siren with that 5-7 holds on to the 3 versus 1. Should be there round. Madden taking a lot of damage here. Great stuff, though. Still a chance in this one. If he gets down to a 1 versus 1, who knows what he can do? Can he get down towards lower? Trying to isolate these CTs, chip away the damage, and he has made it down the vent. This is huge now. All of a sudden, this looks possible for Madden.
Well, he's won some great rounds in this competition so far. And he's definitely had his moments in this series. Madden down on the site. Both players pretty low, damaged up. Magix is down towards Decon. Patsy up towards the control room window. And Madden has spotted the barrel. No way he gets into a round win scenario. He's got himself into the 1v1. The bomb is planted for him towards the ramp 2. Magix moves forward, trying to catch a better angle, but Madden's not going to fall for it. He's not going to swing. He's just going to hold his position and now confirms that he's not on it and starts to read that potentially he's pushed up the ramp. And he's going to read it, he's going to beat it, and he's got himself the clutch.
A 4 versus 2. It looked like they had nothing to say about that particular round, but Madden goes above and beyond for his teammates there. They needed a massive performance, and it was the upper rush. You think, well, they've thrown the round away, but they managed to claw their way back into it. Made it 3 versus 1. That's the kill. That's his opportunity to get down towards lower, and then he can piece the clutch together, and my God, does he ever. That is a fantastic performance, and he's pretty much guaranteed a 3-0 now, considering that Team Spirit are down to the full eco. They haven't invested anything in round number 3. Down to just USPs and nothing else. That is absolutely massive for ENCE.
Yeah, easy for them, you could say.
You could say that.
You could
Some could say that.
Quite the phrase.
Quite catchy, actually.
Possible lyrics. But Snappy, he's managed to get himself down towards Secret with the MAC-10. I'm sure Team Spirit are wondering how they let that previous round slip. I think just taking a lull in the action here will allow that to sort of permeate through their brains. Here's Madden, another kill added to the tally for him. He has MAC-10 looking to get off to the races and get some cash in the bank. And oh, the Zeus, you love to see that.
It's been a while.
It's been a while indeed. Where's the gun gone for Magix? Is it stuck in the wall? I think it's stuck in the wall.
I don't know what's happened there.
It looks like it's stuck in the wall.
Which wall, though?
This highlighted on the wall, it seems. But, or maybe it landed up on the platform. Maybe you can't get it. But unfortunately, there he couldn't quite get the weapon available. And he's at least got away with the Zeus kill. It's always fun to get one of those.
Yeah, you don't see many of them these days. So, there it is, 3-0. Confirmed for ENCE.
Here we go. Look and see where it goes. Seems like it just fell down the ramp.
In slow motion, that sounds super weird.
Love the sound that.
All right, technical pause. Just what we needed. A chance to evaluate that Zeus kill there.
Yep, that was great.
Coffees are out.
Espressos at 1 in the morning.
I could definitely do one of those right now.
Down the espresso.
Coffee with the boys.
Technical pause now.
Coffee with the boys at 1 a.m. No better feeling.
What's the point? Just keep going.
Exactly.
You know, you can maximize your productivity if you don't sleep.
It's true.
More hours in the day that way, Henry. If it all blends into one. That's our motto anyway. This is actually the first game of day 2 here.
First game of day 2. Well, yeah, I guess technically you are right. Last game of day 1.
Yeah, still one and the same. Magix with a flash that goes down through the ramp smoke. Here they come. Attacking in towards Magix, and he's under quite a bit of pressure.
Oh, they can't catch a break right now. That one hurts a lot, but still, he manages to retreat down towards lower. Find the safety of the lower bomb side there. Many options to reposition, and as mentioned before in the previous match, just trying to stay alive with that ramp player. Here's Patsy, though. We'll see him leave outside for now. Considers it clear, but he'll be joining his teammates towards upper. That could be a great rotation here, considering they're actually surrounding the upper bomb site. It's wonderful, the AWP, to give them an advantage, and Lord knows they need it right now. 3-0 down, 5 and 4 with 50 seconds remaining. Magix patrols down towards lower. And where do they want to finish up? They know they've got a kill towards ramp, but is there any way ENCE can get back into this one?
Here they go down into B. And the first player they're going to have to try and get past is Magix. Actually, the first player they're going to have to get past is Chalper. He'll be the first one fighting him, and then sets up Magix to take the second contact, but he doesn't turn.
Hello?
Magix does let that slip, and now ENCE are running down towards Chalper, who's at least handling them well. The smoke goes down, the knife comes out. 10 seconds, Snappy looking to get another kill. What is happening? Finally, finally.
I thought Chopper in the smoke there, and
Yeah.
Snappy getting the kill. There was a chance. There was a moment. If
I
he
think
gets
the
second
time
kill.
was the only thing that was
Yeah.
really pushing us, like to the point where it looked impossible. But you never really know. Snappy's actually recovered some crazy rounds in this series so far.
True. Well, it's their map pick. So far, so good, but it will be Team Spirit posting their first round. It was wonderful, getting aggressive,
We're
up
seeing
close
some-
and personal towards the hub.
We're seeing a lot of Operas go for that peek in towards Hut now. It's
Yeah.
kind of crazy. Here's Chopper, does really well. Nearly not so well. And here comes the AWP over the top of the silo. Patsy watching towards outside. There goes Chopper. It's going to be grabbing a smoke there from Patsy. In the meantime, ENCE just taking yard, having no issues. Being pretty methodical about their take. And Team Spirit not being disruptive, letting them actually walk down secret here.
Giving them a lot. Will ENCE be able to capitalize upon it, though? 4 players down towards Secret, and of course, Dia leading the charge here. We are seeing that passive hold from Chopper. He's holding Incendiary and a Famous. Jump peeking towards Secret itself. Probably get off this now, I'll be honest, but yeah, he's jumping. 45 seconds, and there's the Incendiary. And we are going to see the lower bomb side. There are a lot of scrutiny here. The bomb is down there itself. Magics will be dropped. And Dihar and co. actually have a nice opportunity to try and get the plant down. But Chopper's still alive and well.
Yeah, sure is. Unlike Snappy. The Wonderful is just taken out. Madden goes right down in towards the decon, and Sampaius' AWP rings out. It's just Dihar and Sampaius left. 2 versus 3 here for ENCE, and 19 seconds left. They've got to get a move on here. And they have been pretty good even at winning these post plants. Once they get the bomb down, and there's still a player down. They've been able to turn a lot of these in their favor, so let's see if they can do it once more. Time is ticking. Team Spirit start their retake attempt, but Patsy's the first victim. Wonderful. Another quick shot at just Sampaius, but he can't get the shot out towards Siren quick enough or accurate enough, and Team Spirit will pull off the retake.
Oh, not the most comfortable rounds here for Team Spirit. This lower bomb side seems to be the focal point time and time again. You can see why Dihar and co. absolutely mutilating players down there towards lower, but it's actually down to Team Spirit's retake. Wonderful, especially this AWP. Gets them back in the round. Gets that defuse going, and it will be 3-2. But with the plant down, they still have a bye. We are going to see Mac 10s, a Galil, and a Tech 9. This looks like a snappy call if you've ever seen one. Maybe just a straight-up rush ramp.
It's often in his wheelhouse to go aggressive and really get those wheels turning. Magics rolls down the ramp. They're coming after him. They're not letting him get away. No respite for Magics, but he'll handle another kill. Nearly a third picked up from Magics.
Yeah, good effort.
Has taken the sting out of this play, but the bomb will still go down. And as I've mentioned time and time again, they have been pretty good in these, but it's just the weapons that they have this time. They don't really have the arsenal to pull off a 2 versus 4 surely.
Well, they have a single flashbang. Yep. Bomb's getting to the halfway stage. Someone's going to have to step up right here, right now.
There's so much util for Team Spirit here. There's multiple smokes. Molotov still available.
Bomb is taking at some pace, though, Dinko.
That is true. And Madden's got a pretty good position. How is this happening? He's got another one. Snappy. All Snappy has to do is get a lineup. No way! How have they let that one go?
I don't know. It's a really weird approach there from Team Spirit. Like you said, they had all that utility, but they're just kind of floundering. Yeah,
they've fallen asleep.
Like, it's a 4-on-2. You've got all that utility. You know they've got Mac 10s. You know they've got Tech 9s. And that's the way it's gone down. That's super frustrating there. Like, it's late. Let's just bear that in mind. It's been a long, long day. But this is a little bit odd. Like, we're like, okay, that's pretty cool. They got the bomb down. Oh, wait, there's no time. There's no time. There's no time. They can't check everything. Double spray down for Mac 10.
Yeah.
Big round for ENCE. Let's not take anything away there. It's another huge moment from Snappy. But once again, that lower bomb site, they seem to find access there every single round. And there's the little hype music we need to kind of wake everyone up a little bit. Get the copies in.
Timeout. Tactical music. I don't understand a single thing, but for you at home, possibly you do.
Oh, a bit of a stinker of a round there for Team Spirit. Everyone feeling the burn, tired eyes. The Yawns coming in.
This is real gamer hours, but you have to
both
remember, Spirit landed this morning at 7 a.m.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a long old day. Siren trying to take matters into his own hands, and this is looking quite good, actually. The lobby pincer. Wonderful chiming in from Ramprom as well. They've got themselves a 5-on-3. I said that a lot today for a lot of different teams, and it seems like they'll fall apart more often than not. But this is looking quite promising now. Upgrading those MP9s to AK-47s and putting them to good use as well. There's Siren joining Wonderful as well, stabilizing this game, Dinker. This was starting to get out of hand a little bit. Some Pious left in the 5 versus 1. Not for long, though. They've actually got a clean sweep of round with the MP9s.
Yeah, it's just complete polar opposite from the previous round where it's a mess, and then you just come in with a clean one. That's a great way to mentally reset. Here's Siren let off the leash, gets in towards Hut, could work with Wonderful, who actually moves to the ramp at the same time. And they don't give it away. They keep the advantage here, and they just close it out nice and clean. Too many 1v1 fights here from ENCE. Just too easy for them in the end. 3 rounds for Team Spirit. And look at the money. Because the rounds have been closed, they come down to 1v1s, etc. The money for ENCE is gone. So you're going to be seeing them go back to Galils, back to Tech-9s. Lack of utility here. And a scout out for some Pious. So tactical timeout being used up here for ENCE. But for Spirit, this should be 4-4 now.
You say that, Dinka. I don't know why you said it. Because you know it's not going to happen.
It should be. Not going to.
I'm just, I don't know. These rounds don't feel safe for anyone.
You've been given significant trust issues here, I think, on this map.
Yeah, it's been a strange day of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, sure, it has been.
Like, there's so much CS going on right now, it's difficult to keep up. There's qualifiers all over the place, teams losing to...
I think there's like another Challenger League or something.
Right,
yeah,
there's so much going on, and it's difficult to keep up. It's been a wild day in the office. The Counter-Strike network continues to whir on as we see round number 8 coming in here. Team Spirit back on their feet, but up against another force by here of ENCE, and they've been so deadly down toward this lower bomb site, helping themselves to it once again. No real resistance, Dinker. They've actually got 5 players down once more, and as Diha keeps leading the charge down here, finding these opportunities down towards lower, even in 4-on-2s, you think they've lost the round, they somehow win it. It doesn't really make sense, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep running it.
Chopper.
Surely they defended this time. Prime positions.
And Magix. FAMAS and AK working in tandem, but Magix malfunctioned. D has boost, catches him, and now Chopper is in a completely open area, and he will get punished for that. Madden just runs in. Sure, Chopper gets 1, but there's no way he gets more than that. And now Team Spirit in a position where they've got 1 flash, 1 Molotov, and that's what you have to get back into this. Just isn't looking good for them, and with Henu's kill on Patsy, it's done. It's 5-3. That should have been a Team Spirit 4th round.
Should have been.
I need to trust you a little bit more, Henry. Just a little bit more, I think.
I'm just a bit weirded out how they keep sending 5 players outside down towards Secret, and there just doesn't
Nothing's happening.
There's no real response. Like, they get 2 players down there, they're in the prime setup, but someone hits a tremendous shot for ENCE, but there's no reply. I don't know, it's just odd. Do you think Team Spirit, like, they've got all the information they need? They know there's big numbers down towards Secret, and they're just not finding any kills or having any residual utility to fend them off.
Let's look at Anubis, for example, right? It's a map that they had a few issues with losing, you know, having an open gap or not having communication, and that's just in one instance in middle. Nuke is probably one of the most important maps in the game where you have to really communicate and understand the rotations and whether you're leaving the gaps open. And there is a massive gap they're losing right now, and it's not like they're actually winning these stars fights ever. So you're in a really tough spot, Team Spirit, if you're going to let them continue, just take outside and bank on your lower rotations and not get those kills. It's torturous.
Well, let's see what can be done here. Back and forth we go with the 4 spies. Of course, Team Spirit winning on their eco before. Do have enough for a pretty healthy setup, all things considered. They have that saved AK-47. A UMP for Chopper, however. And still the scout for Pious, who's no stranger to that weapon. Round number 9 here. This is the pick of ENCE as well, of course. Viada's joining us. It's the final best of 3. Final game of the day. Group B here. It's the matchup we wanted. Second map.
Could be 3.
Could be 3. Looking quite likely, to be honest with you, with ENCE looking so red hot here on the T side.
Wow.
Continuing to do so as Diha has been a menace down towards this secret position. Same again. 4 or 5 players make their way towards secret. Job done. And Team Spirit just can't hold on to it. But
yeah, I mean, Snappy is like a master of the simple calls, the simple counter-strike. But they just do it so well that it's really hard to combat sometimes. Especially if you're in this constant war of attrition.
They've stacked the lower bomb side as well.
Yeah.
Now. So if they go towards vents and go up and now, that'll be so sick. If they make that call, it's so sick.
Yeah, they're not making that call right now, at least 35 seconds, not a lot of time, and there is a lot of risk employed in going back up to the A-bomb side, but let's see if this stack, this rotation will be enough. Magic's up on top, not denying the plant, doesn't even want to give away his position, and that's going to cost him. Doesn't get a single kill. Now it's Wonderful's turn. He strikes, but it's only for one. You're going to need a lot more than that to be competitive in the round. Walk down to B, take the site, plant the bomb, job done. ENCE with 6.
I think that is going to be job done. 3 players remain, and once again, helping themselves towards the outside area. They find the quick kill on Patty at that stage. They have the advantage. And once more, 4 players down towards Secret, 1 holding towards Lobby. Managing to dissect the area, kill by kill. And they just can't hold on to this lower position. Some great shots coming through, but a lovely little finish there from ENCE. The smoke going down. You see Magic's from behind the silo itself. He can hear the bomb being planted, but he can't risk the spam. He's got the M4A1S. If he misses 10, 15 bullets, he just won't have anything left to even finish or commit to a kill.
Yeah.
So he has to let the bomb go down. It all falls apart. And that was the important frag there. Diha getting Patsy down towards Secret.
Yeah, that was another tough one to swallow for Team Spirit. Even had the players in the right spots. Just wasn't enough again. All right, here we go. Team Spirit once again lacking weapons. They've got an M4A4 and they got a Galil here. The rest not even noteworthy. ENCE have everything you could want. Once again, the triple smokes towards outside, the close main variation, and everybody walking with it. You know what the crazy thing is, Henry? Now they've got this outside control and they've got down secret again. At any later stage, no matter when they want to do it, they can just go, those outside smokes, you have to rotate because you condition them to do so.
They've conditioned them, right?
And you can just go, hey.
This is mad that they can't just keep sending 4 players down secret and getting away with it. It's
like,
sick.
It's like the old Virtus Pro way of playing.
Right,
it?
exactly.
Like, just keep doing it over and over
Just
again.
keep throwing it at them. They can't handle it.
It's actually unreal, isn't it? I just can't believe this has worked so many times.
Like, obviously in this sort of round, it is
fine.
probably going to work.
It's going to work pretty well.
Up against pistols and the saved M4s, but they're there again.
Yeah, here we go. It's Magic's.
It's not bad.
He's actually got one with... He's been in that position a few times. The rifle doesn't get a kill, but this time he does with the USP. There's the bomb down. There's a kill for Henu. His role is lurking passively. Just cutting off that vent rotation.
He's just slotted in for Valder at that point as well, I believe. So he was always holding that squeaky door position on the CT and C side.
And that's what he wants to do here, and that's what he's doing well. Works pretty well. I mean, you probably look at your academy team, you're like, who plays Valdez roles?
Right, that
and
makes sense,
I'll just have that
who's the best fit for this very special job we've got?
Yeah. You're going to Malta. Would have been a last ride with Valde, I suppose.
That's what I thought of all the roster changes. Like coming to this event, you think, well, we've got this event around the corner. We might as well.
Maybe that's our last hurrah.
Yeah, you'd think. Like I'm just thinking like Sprout, for example, and ENCE, right? Like that would make sense.
But maybe Valde didn't want to come.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe
just want to call it a day.
Yeah, he's like, all right, this is just ending now.
You know what? Let's just shake hands.
I don't really want to play it to money.
Yeah, that's fair. Not for everyone, that's for sure. But
he does seem like a bit of an adult, you know. It's not like the gamer hours, really. The youngsters love that stuff. But
true.
Here we are, tactical timeout again.
I'm 34. I'm still rocking the gaming.
You're a Nightcrawler. You're playing Nightcrawlers.
I think I just need to sort my life out. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm playing Nightcrawlers in bed. That's actually true. Yeah, I live with machines, so yeah, we're playing Nightcrawlers. Silly buggers all night.
Cat food.
Well, this is where Team Spirit they're starting to drop off. Like it's a scary prospect from the CT side.
It's a bit of a buzz kill.
And you're 7-3 down. Sure, you're a map up, but you wanted to get this one done. There's still an opportunity to win this half. Don't get me wrong. It's not done yet, but it doesn't look all that compelling right now. They can't keep going down.
They just ran outside with no smokes this time, Henry.
Running around towards secret. It's like, right, should we just go secret? Okay, I'm just going to run secret and kill them.
No smoke this time.
Yeah, I've got one.
So it's actually worked, and I'm just going to walk ramp in and kill the guy ramp now.
Well, I borderline face it at this stage now. They're just
Madden's heaven somehow.
They're just sending it outside, ramp, upper, no grenades.
Oh, but they're pulling it back, Henry. They're finding a way back into it.
What is this? What is this? All right, then, 2-on-2. We are back into a round
Snappy
here.
has turned it into the 1 versus 2 as Chopper's left alone down in the lower bomb site. Here's the vent drop, but
oh,
look,
he denies this.
Snappy's alone, and he's the only player with health. Oh, he just runs in. Oh, Snappy. Luckily gets the bomb down here, and he does get away, but the half health now established.
Defuse it.
Just stick it, Chopper. Oh, well, the bullets come through. Gets off of it. He's worried about the double doors and ramp and all over. He doesn't really have a whole lot of info here. His best case scenario would have been killing Snappy on the site, but what a round of Counter-Strike there, Henry.
What a round that is.
Lots of things happen.
Don't get me wrong, this is like, it's a masterclass in calling for Snappy. Like, you've completely wrecked your opposition. They're like mentally drained. They're trying to play like a certain traditional game and the usual setups, and you're just hammering it home time and time again. Pace change,
it's like
secret, and there's nothing they can do. It's just humiliating them.
Yeah, it's you've got them up against the ropes at this point, exhausted, just barely standing on their feet, and you just keep pummeling them with the same move over and over again.
And this time with no utility, like
it's just BM at that point.
Because it's insult to injury.
Yeah, because you're not even ready for that kind of play because the traditional smokes haven't come in. Everything that you're used to, you've been conditioned to look for, just doesn't come in, so you don't look that way. And then suddenly there's a swing, and some Pius is just at a headshot in the open. But they somehow nearly turned it back, too. You know, ENCE got a little bit too ahead of the mark to start rushing in 1v1s and give away 3 kills that very easily could have went the other way. You know, Chopper gets that kill on Snappy, surely he wins it.
What a round that is.
Great one to break down, and round 12. Oh, great nade there from...
the wheels are falling off at this stage.
Yeah, it's all crumbling. Well, you got to really give it to the players here. This is such an exhausting discipline to have to play this late in the night at this level. And Henu's got ahead and got himself a pick. Wonderful coming through. Sampaius answering back. And we're now at a 1 versus 2. Sampaius has a chance to win this clutch. Team Spirit looking to pull around out of the hat, but Sampaius turns back. And Chopper decapitated. It's now just Magic's left. It's had a bit of a quiet game so far.
Indeed.
Had the best of performances on Nuke while Sampaius is up against him.
Not the best position for him either, but we'll see what he can make of it. He's lost track, of course, of Sampaius. Sure, he has lesser HP at 32, but in terms of advantages, maybe he has one here as he makes his way down towards lower. Magix will hear the plant come through and have to rotate down towards those doors. Has no kit or utility, however. This is getting a bit dicey now. He's lost track completely. Where Sampaius has gone, he can assume he's behind the double doors, but is he windowed? Has he wrapped around? Time will tell. And speaking of time, Magix doesn't have much of it.
Yeah, window's broken though, and that allows Magix into the window, and Sampaius just not ready at all. Magix comes around the backside, secures himself the kill. The 1v1 goes his way, and that's the defuse for Magix.
They break the streak.
They do indeed.
Here we go then.
Bit of a weird round to lose to.
Oh, you can see they do look tired. Fair play to them.
I feel so bad for these guys. I mean, I don't know what conditions they had to live in yesterday because they started their travel day yesterday and they got stuck in Turkey on the way here. So
I think it's because
airport hotels,
like Lufthansa, had a huge strike yesterday. That's the reason I couldn't fly yesterday as well.
Went down.
Exactly. I think like every flight going to Germany basically was shut down. So that I'm assuming that's what happened. Again, speculation. That's what we do best here. But that would make the most logical sense.
Yeah, and then obviously you're left in a position where you're either staying, at an airport hotel and traveling on.
Exactly. It's just not ideal. But yeah, respect to the boys here. No one's been complaining. No one's kicking up a stink or anything there. They're playing and doing an admirable job. And here comes that upper rush once again. The snappy special. Magic this time ready and waiting to mow them down. That's much more convincing there from Boris, as we'll see Diha making his way towards Hub. Plenty of time. He can win these rounds. Don't get me wrong. He's the kind of player that can make something marvelous happen from this difficult situation.
Well, time to see what kind of marvel he's able to pull off. Whether it's the second Doctor Strange or the first Iron Man, he's got himself a chance. Could be brilliant, could be awful. Well, there's a player dipped from the server, but he's back. He's going to take his time. Tabs through the CT vent, no one on the other side of it. Smoke goes down towards Squeaky Door, half health, and Diha gets at least one, but the nade comes soaring in and removes him. So 5th round now for Team Spirit. They're coming back into this half.
Certainly are. Much more convincing approach there. So we've left Secret alone for a couple of rounds now. That's something. We can stop banging on about that. It was the upper rush, and certainly enjoy those. This one doesn't work out as well, but it's worked many times before. They are going to be buying up with what they have. So that will be 2. We'll make it 1 MAC-10, a Tech 9 for Diha, and a couple of AKs with good measure. We have got the Sunpire's Orb. First half coming to its closing stages here. Patsy, time to find some confidence now. It's been a rough first half towards that secret area. And Snappy once again vaulting out of the hut there with the MAC-10. They seem so good at finding that timing. Bomb will be planted, and we'll see whether they can convert this one. They have the man advantage 4 on 3.
Well, they're dropping back away from this to get some extra utility, and in the time that that's taken, they have taken more damage on board, and they're not really finding too many openings back into this retake attempt. And as you said, with limited time, you might just have to call this one off, cut your losses, and your round win chance comes in a later stage. So off they go to hide. An AWP and an M4A4, not the worst spoils of war, but that is now 9 rounds for ENCE. Last round and a half coming up.
Well, well, well. Final round of the first half is here. Stay with us, lads. We're almost there.
We'll try yourself at the line.
Exactly.
Kicking, screaming, or unconscious. You will be there to the very end.
Nice work from Henu there. If you are just joining us, he is the stand-in for ENCE after Valdo was removed after
There's
Katowice.
probably a lot of new people coming in with a new time
Exactly,
zone,
and seeing like this late game going on and wondering what the hell's happening. Yeah, Valdo was removed after Katowice. They've now signed Nerds as of today from Endpoint.
Yes.
And until he's ready and available, they have got Henu stepping in, who actually opens things up here with a double kill. And round number 15, looking to find double digits on their T side, but wonderful with the airstrike. Keeps the dream alive and brings it back to a 3-on-2 in favor of Team Spirit.
Henu takes him to school in the early portions of this round, and Team Spirit with the advantage into the retake, followed up by Magix. That's all he needed to do, and Wonderful comes in from up above and secures a 6th round for Team Spirit in this first half of play. ENCE, we're looking to run away with that. 9 rounds, still very solid from the T side, but definitely could have squeezed a few more out there, but Team Spirit find their way back in, and the scrappy Counter-Strike will continue for another half.
It certainly has been scrappy, but I have to say, Dingo, it's been entertaining. You can see
it's been non-stop action.
Non-stop action, lots of interesting rounds, 4-on-2s, 1v3s. It's had absolutely everything. We haven't seen the flashiest plays from Wonderful in this particular map, but Lord knows what he's got in store for us going for that second half. But 9-6, that's certainly looking quite promising on the T side of New Kit. ENCE with their map pick as well, looking to take us to a 3rd. Can you remember what the 3rd map is? It was a long time ago. Mirage, okay. Lovely
so that
stuff.
is where pure madness will be unleashed.
Yeah, considering the brawl Counter-Strike style we've seen so far, yeah, I think you're dead on there. But the thing is, I think the stamina at that point. Who's going to be left standing for the 3rd map?
A lot of young fellas here. Magic's got to clean the ears out. It's a bit warm in Malta, I've heard.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess a bit sweaty at those headsets.
The PC area, I've heard, it's quite hot for the players. They're sweating quite a bit. So they're having a bit of a tough time over there at the moment in terms of the temperature regulation. But we're getting ready for this second half of play. And they're just having a quick look over the notes. And whoever wins this will go to bed feeling very happy. Fought hard for this.
Indeed.
One expect making this all possible. Now, Madden, sitting towards the CT vent. Patsy will force the life out of him. Henry's going to stay up on top of Hut with the Job already. It's at the ready to go. Sampais and Hedu combined together. The kills are coming in all across the board here for ENCE. There has been one slipping the net, and that is Magix. He didn't commit to the bomb plant, which would have allowed more cash. He's going to go for the clutch.
He's going for the big play.
He's like, you have one option.
Yeah, well, that's what we were just discussing, actually.
Actually, I didn't even have to say anything.
We were just discussing that. I wouldn't have worded it like that necessarily, but there's definitely some food for thought, perhaps.
Something to learn, perhaps, that from Magix, and so aptly put by Snappy.
God, that was so audible as well. It's such a clear line. That's sick. That's funny.
It was just so good because I was about to say that.
We were just about to discuss what could have happened there.
I was taking applause because I was trying to say it in a nicer way, but it just comes out straight away there from Snappy.
He articulated it better than we ever could.
Yes, he should maybe be here. But love that. Thank you, Snappy.
Full eco. The Team Spirit after not getting the bomb down. And a controversial end of round number 1
Does he not think it was more important, though? That is, could add a force by here.
It would have been huge. Like, sure, he's going for the huge play. I think there's a chance he might not have got the plant the way they were rushing around. I don't know, but definitely worth going for it. Madden, though, will be mowing them down. They're looking for the triple kill. It will be wonderful to shut that prospect down at least. Good job with the damage, but
nice
the knife kill.
Knife.
Why not? It worked with the stab.
Oh, this is becoming just pure madness at this point, but Siren has got away with the bomb. Some pious, though, on the B-bomb side. Where does Siren go? So, sound the alarms at this point.
He gets this kill, sure.
Yeah, maybe the MP9, but some pious able to create some aim punch and slurp it up. So, another round here for ENCE. And, I love the fact that, there isn't actually the noise cancelling headsets. So if you are screaming as loud as Snappy was just there, you probably do hear that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And so you just create a little bit of...
there's no crowd as well. So
and everybody else is like, yeah, Magix, why didn't you go for the plant? Start that team infighting.
True, yeah.
Snappy, using everything he's got in the late hours here.
Psychological warfare. Sometimes the most effective.
Yeah. There is a technique used, the buzz technique as well. It's a pretty common one. It's the sound.
I see what you've done there. Yeah, nice. Well, we are going to see the first real gun round here, and it's been a pretty disappointing showing from Team Spirit so far on Nuke. The absolute favourites coming into this tournament, has to be said, especially against an ENCE with an Academy player stand-in. But they've just played a simple, unpredictable, frustrating game, I'd have to say, ENCE. They keep throwing wild strategies, fast pace of them, and that's exactly what they have to do. And they've led them to this position. Snappy's been very smart with this one. They are not comfortable, Team Spirit, right now. That's looking better, though. I'll give them that.
Well, that looks pretty active there from Patsy.
That's pretty good.
Pretty honed in, but that one not so much. Diha swings out from heaven. Quick to get a pick. Wonderful. We'll take out Snappy. Now we're at the 45-second mark of round 18. And where could we go with this one, Team Spirit? Perhaps past Diha, perhaps past the CT spawn area. But you've got 35 seconds, so you're going to call for the B play down through Secret and try and get in towards this bomb site. It might just be the right call because it is the Academy player of Henu down here that's going to have to deal with Magix coming through the ramp, and he's not looking the right way. He's not in a position to really deal with ramp. Oh no, Magix! There we go, finally recovered. That could have been an absolute disaster. Dare I even say, potentially a blunder.
You can't say that. I potentially could.
I've just paid royalties.
Exactly. I've got the copyright on that one. You'd have to speak to my people, but yes, for now we'll allow it. We should have done some merch with that.
You really missed out on that.
Missed the trick there. Another bag fumbled.
At this point, it's carrying them in shopping bags. Just the plastic bags ripped all over the floor. Spilled all the beans.
Beans everywhere. Mainly beans are in my shopping bag, to be fair. That's all
Preparing
I've got.
for the apocalypse.
True. Actually.
Beans are actually super
Preparing for the aliens, I was thinking. What are your thoughts on the alien situation?
There's quite a lot of weird disasters happening, isn't there, at the moment? It's like trains just
True,
crashing
yeah.
everywhere.
It seems like everything's like getting to that sort of like Twilight Zone territory where everything in the world's going super weird and goofy, and then all of a sudden like a huge event's going to take place in the next couple of weeks.
I thought Rihanna was being beamed up during the halftime show.
I didn't see it, but I've heard it was a cultural
She
event.
was floating.
I know, I heard it was a thing.
She was floating up into the air.
Okay.
That was when the aliens were around, apparently. So.
Dude, we'll come back to this subject. Hold that thought. Aliens is my favorite conversation piece right now, but let's get into it. It is going to be ENCE 11-7 here on the CT side of Nuke. On their map pick, we do have Mirage coming up next. as we open things up on Anubis. It looked like an open shot case there as well. Team Spirit up 11-2 on their T side. You'd think, okay, that's a job done, but it went all the way to overtime, in fact. ENCE had them on the ropes, and now they're actually in the lead here. Up to Madden to hold this up a bomb side, but it will be Siren to drop him here. Henu, the new boy, looking for a double kill, needs the double kill. Doesn't connect the dots, and now this is getting a bit desperate. They go for this one. It's going to sabotage their finances. Decent grenade, but it doesn't invite the rest of the team in towards the bomb site itself. Call it off. Fall back.
Spirit have woken up again. I think Snappy shouted loud enough. It kind of shook off the cobwebs. They're back in the game. And that's what you like to see this late in the morning. It's quite the resurgence from Team Spirit. And it's just saving the rifles. 8 rounds now. The T side did look better earlier today on Anubis.
True.
And potentially that could be the same story here on Nuke. Perhaps that it's ENCE CCT side that is struggling. We will only see with time. Here's Siren. His way out through the doorway. Good opening coming through. Patsy's just so good at getting that vertical shot up towards the rafters. 11-8 as ENCE still have the lead by a small margin. And Team Spirit could absolutely start to pull this back because there isn't a lot of cash left over here, friends. It's not like they have huge tankards left of it. So it could go falling everywhere. Here they come, quick again through the top side. D-Hot holds, good first kill, but Magix and Patsy once again crack open the site. It's all gone wrong for ENCE. Henu, the last remaining player, USP, a mere free weapon in hand. He's got a free sample, and that's all he's got.
Yeah, not really much he can do with this one, I'm afraid, as he'll be holding towards main, and unfortunately Patsy will take it. I think you can see the model of the AK there through the smoke just about. So, that's a big round, a huge one in fact, as they know they can get themselves back into this one and potentially find the 2-0. Is Chopper crying? Is he okay?
He's just tired.
I think his eyes are just leaking from exhaustion.
Get the eye drops in.
To be fair, I get that as well. When I'm in a clutch, like online, if you like don't blink for a long time, just staring at the screen, you do like eye leakage.
Oh, see when you talk about blinking,
yeah,
you become
aware of it.
Yeah, just cognizant of your blinking, and then my eyes immediately start to dry up now.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's like breathing.
Are you gonna forget how to breathe as well? What if I say breathing and blinking? It's having a meltdown. Well, it is going to be a tactical timeout. I don't know how many are left. I've lost track. I've lost the plot. As we are getting into, I assume, the closing stage. It feels like Team Spirit done enough here. I think the 2-0 is happening, at least.
Okay.
I feel like it's happening.
There has been multiple resurgences from ENCE.
It's true. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So they've got the lead for now. They're on the CT side for MAS, for Diha. And it's the Orb for Wonderful, Mr. Wonderful himself.
Looking to sell us something.
A dream potentially.
Sell him something.
How is he doing so much damage with the pistol there? He just took Patsy down to 48 with USB.
That's so ridiculous. Well, he doesn't know. Unconfirmed damage here, but Team Spirit liked what ENCE were doing in that first half, which is going secret a lot.
It was just annoying to play against, I think. It's just like super frustrating. Like, why do they keep doing it?
Yeah,
why is this? How is this working?
And again.
Like, I totally get it. It's once you're in their heads, it's a late night. Who knows? But there's the first kill. The in-game leader has been removed. That's Mr. Chopper.
Garage.
Indeed.
Well, just over 1 minute left. D-How picks up the AK-47 instead of the FAMAS with eyeballs on it. And we now head into the 50-second mark. ENCE up a player, but Team Spirit down in the B site. And Snappy is looking to go around the corner. Patsy unsuccessful this time. Siren luckily trades, but it's still going to be the deficit with 39 seconds left for Team Spirit.
What can be done? Magix seems to think a lot. This is a fantastic sequence of events for him there. The double kill, just from the round, looked like it was out of their reach. He turns up and delivers the goods.
What's the
oh my god, it's so close.
It's close, but
it's so close.
I
That
don't
would
know.
have been sick.
What?
I don't think it would kill him quickly or anything
Yeah.
like that. It would maybe
But
done like.
it's just kind of really impressive that he's actually tracked him with sound.
I have no idea on the damage range there, but it looked like he would do like what, like 40 if he connected like 3 headshots or something like that. It's like one of those sort of spams.
That's so funny.
If you know, let me know.
Imagine that happens, Henry. I would seriously think something's in the water here.
It used to happen a lot in 1.6. Like you
Yeah.
could get the Desert Eagle down and lower. You could spam that baby all day long and get a couple of kills.
The old days.
The good old days, many moons ago.
Some of these players not born then, of course.
True.
I wasn't.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not far off. Like, you're like 21 or something. But there's Chopper, a sigh of relief.
Oh,
Wipe the tears away.
Tears of joy, perhaps, if they pull this
Exactly.
comeback.
And this is where Magic just goes absolutely sicko. Really well done towards that squeaky door position. This is the moment, Dinko.
Boom.
This is
Boom.
the kill. This one right here. Excellent work.
Maybe the plant wasn't all that important after all.
Apparently not.
Tactical timeout for ENCE.
Why not? Consider
How
your
many
options.
do they have? There's been quite a few to let Saw have a say. And surely getting to the end of the tactical timeout allowance at this point. Communication. Chopper having his say across the board to his teammates at the moment. Just give you a second there to listen to the comms, if you understand. Just gives you a bit of more insight into this matchup of what.
And even if you don't, you can understand the general temperament of the
Yes,
comms,
exactly.
where they're sat, how they're feeling. We're all humans at the end of the day.
Here they come, charging into some Pius. The double is wonderful in Magic's, who have been so successful at running anywhere they want and getting kills. Well, they have been punished against this buy, Henry. Now, if you've spent that timeout trying to figure out what kind of buy they have, and you've done that move, probably the most ill-advised move to rush the ramp in a buy up against a buy like this, and it's going downhill completely. In fact, ENCE have been given a freebie.
I always, like, throughout my career commentating, whenever there's a tactical timeout, it seems on the T side, it always goes towards ramp against these pistols, and it's just like, oh, it's the tightest choke point. It's the tightest, most difficult choke point to get through. And sure, it's a gamble, like you're trying to work out what kind of play they're going for, but you can't really take it away from some Pius there. Great spray down, and it's the conversion coming in from Henu and Co. Like the fact he didn't miss that shot towards Hut, there was a chance where Team Spirit could have got back into it, but either way, back on their feet once again. ENCE lead 12-10. Magic's looking to get down towards the fence potentially, but completely wrecked through the smoke. That's going to be Diha.
Yeah, ENCE are starting to have that resurgence, Henry.
Yes,
They're starting
they
to
are.
find that second wind here on Nuke, stopping these aggressive plays, and we've got to see something a little different now from Team Spirit. Team Spirit of old could actually fall into this habit of just continuously doing the same thing over and over again, never getting a different result, but expected different ones, and that is, of course, the definition of insanity. But 4 rounds is all that ENCE need to send us to Mirage, to keep this Counter-Strike party going until the nightclubs close.
Yeah, we're going to be here longer than the nightclubs, unfortunately. But
If you're just arriving from the nightclubs, well,
yeah, they're coming home from the nightclubs, and
I hope you had a great night.
That's a service we're offering.
Drink plenty of water.
Indeed.
That's one for everyone.
Yeah, I definitely haven't had enough today.
Me neither. Haven't had a lot. But Unbiased not allowed to do anything in this round, and Snappy was left on an island alone. The Molotov forced the alt presence away. Now it's Diha's turn to try and hold this lower bomb site. Broken both windows, but haven't seen Diha, and he nearly gets 2. Very unlucky there, Diha, to not get a double.
Well, they still need to plant. He could have done enough. He slowed them down. He's got them
There's the
second-guessing
denial.
themselves. And
That's
absolutely, yeah, some Pius will confirm the shot, and it looks like
Goodbye,
they've done
Chopper.
enough. And there's round number 13 on the board. For a second there, it looked like Team Spirit got back into it, but definitely not. This is looking quite convincing now. Smiles all round.
Tears
of
all
joy.
around.
Oh, it's because his eyes are so tired. That's
Yeah, poor guy.
His eyes are so tired.
I'm sure he's sweaty as well because it's just so hot over there at the moment. Probably not a temperature you're very accustomed to at the moment as well. Living in Europe most of the time, in the mainland it's pretty cold. And then you head down to the little Mediterranean sunny isle. Gets all sweaty.
Team Spirit is still the favorites, but see how long that lasts as we get into the closing stages of Nuke potentially, and now trying to give them the taste of their own medicine. A fast play down towards Secret, but Sumpires once again opening things up, takes down his rival in the form of Wonderful. Chopper answers back in due course though. Now he has control of the credit card. Looking to open.
Oh, swiped by Sumpires though.
Damn.
Credit card company is coming knocking. Unpaid debts.
Well, they've got the man advantage. Will be Magic's to try and claw the way back into it. He has been quite handy in these sort of scenarios, but working towards the squeaky door once again. So many angles to check, and looks like it'll be smoked off, at least denying access towards the vent.
Yeah. Well, Hanu, Tetris is a strong spot. Is it going to be good enough for the young Finn, who cannot stop the vent drop down? But Snappy is here. Snappy doesn't react. Exposed completely from Decon. And Patsy and Magic's getting the kills. The bomb plant being confirmed.
That's a wild plant. Out in the open, essentially, there. He gets down towards the vents. 2 on 2 now, and Sumpires goes to the reload. Needs his teammate to come down the vents as well.
An awkward one. Like for utility, it's just 2 flashes here, Henry.
And an AWP on the retake.
1 kit left. No Sumpires anymore.
Wild.
That's a big round there for Team Spirit, who now have 11.
Yeah, that was a 4 on 3, I believe. And we did say Magic's had to step up and see if he can get them over the finish line here. 2 massive kills from him. Pixel perfect precision, as you've come to expect from Boris. Siren just confirming the defuse is not coming through, and it's up to Madden to save. Their money should be pretty decent on the CT side, to be honest with you, especially with the saved AK-47, so they've got a nice strong buy here going forward. Sumpires will have his AWP most certainly. But is there another tactical timeout now? We're getting to the closing stages here of the second map. Team Spirit desperately trying to close this one out. I don't think they can handle a third map. It's been such a long day for them, landing in Malta at 7 a.m.
So I was actually joking about the nightclub, Henry.
Yeah.
That was more of a meme. I just got a text from Hawker saying, just got back from a night out. Sitting watching the game now.
Well,
So
Hawker, good evening to you. Hope you're doing well.
So, yeah.
Wish you were here.
Yeah, I wish you were here, having a great time. Another tactical timeout for ENCE. Surely we're at the end now of the tactical
I think
timeouts.
this is their final one for sure.
So Saw having his last say to the squad before he sends his men off to try and close out this map and send us to Mirage.
See what they can make of it. Magic's certainly delivering the goods in the last few rounds. One of the last standing members of Team Spirit, as we're starting to see the big performances drop off slowly but surely. Wonderful hasn't had those crazy moments we were seeing in the first map.
It's just so hard at this point to find it in the tank, right? You're
Yeah,
just
exactly.
on absolute survival mode at this point, just trying to get through it. It's a battle of wits, battle of endurance. Hanu, gotta say, it's a trial by fire for the youngster coming into this.
Huge, huge round for both teams. Not just in the overall scoreline here, but relative to the cash, you can see either team will be broken if they lose this one. And so if you're ENCE, this is a chance for Team Spirit to really get themselves back into it, tied up at 13-13. But Snappy is suggesting he jump towards window. He's actually going down towards shadow, though, but he's been backed by Sumpires. This is a great setup, Dinko. This will be very difficult to take out.
Missed shot. That's the opening. That's the chance if they can get going with this, but they didn't really pounce on the opportunity. So 1 minute left. D-House cut off the play towards Hell. So really, if they don't commit down lower, which they have information on, then the only option they have available is to go through this top site and challenge in towards Hanu. Now let's see if he can handle the pressure. There is some adjustments being made to the defense already. It's just re-smoke the door from the vent there, Sumpires.
It's a good smoke to deploy with 40 seconds remaining as well.
Madden's
Options
up on
very
top.
limited. Like, this is uncomfortable for Team Spirit.
It's really uncomfortable. Where do they go from the only option is to go A. They just got to force their way out through the hut and the door and hope that they can take down these 2 players.
The
And
incendiary
there's
as
still
well.
utility left for ENCE.
Huge.
They just held behind the door. 20 seconds left. Madden's got the kill on Siren. Patsy at least takes Snappy out of contention, but Henu's doing a great job of just staying alive here. He's not really offering himself up. Sumpais is in the vent, but Henu has gone down. D-Hot's out too, and Chopper from heaven rains down hell. It's Sumpais left inside of the vent. And somehow Team Spirit coordinate to close a very, very close round.
It's a huge one there. Chopper, as they rotated back from ramp there, his teammates go towards lobby. He's lying in wait beneath heaven, waiting for the chance to pounce there, and he manages to sing loudly from the heavens as he gets the double kill, saves the round, a huge round as well. Bear in mind, like, money would have been broken on either side. Some bias presumably goes down here, and that's the ticket back into this game now. Team Spirit have a bit of open runway here. They get a freebie coming up next, tie things up at 13-13, but then it's all reset. All bets are off. It can be anyone's game. A couple more rounds to do it on either side. Being on the CT forces, you might edge it towards ENCE, but this is a huge one to pick up here. This is the moment when Chopper managed to make his presence known. Doesn't miss a beat there, and finishes off that final kill as well. I guess not. We saw the replay of him watching the kill. Whatever that was for. But
it's a different perspective.
Exactly. It's all good.
It's all, life's all about that.
Oh, no.
Madden. The one rifle. Now, how much can this one rifle really do? The story of Madden and the rifle.
I don't know, quite a lot. That was a very convincing kill. Can they recover the rifle, however?
Team Spirit have let some ridiculous rounds go in this game so
for
far.
Sure. Yeah. Some stinkers.
Real smelly ones. Oh, Snappy. The D-Eagle.
Did he see his head there?
Well, he's down off of the position now anyway. He'll call for the adjustments. There isn't a whole lot of weaponry available to ENCE right now to really make anything of this. But they are going to start going down towards lower here on the Team Spirit side. 3 players, bomb in tow. And always remember, there is always that piece elsewhere, and that's Patsy this time. Here they come. Down the ramp, Snappy's Deagle has rotated down here at the ready. He's calling for Madden to come back with that rifle. And that's a lovely shot from Snappy. Siren makes quick work of him, but it's a 4 versus 3.
But they've recovered that secondary rifle now as well. This is actually possible.
And Madden, look at the position he's in. Look at the position that Madden's found himself in. And Simplice has got an AWP. Madden's got a headshot. Not again, Team Spirit. Surely not again. A 4 versus 2 with 20 seconds left. You cannot let these rounds slip. Henu hits the ground. Patsy now trying to activate. The smoke goes out from Decon, and they need to decontaminate this round.
8 seconds remaining, Dinko. I don't think they can do anything about this. Jumping in the smoke.
Now.
There is time to get it down, but will they be denied?
Wow. Patsy's gone. It's all on Chopper.
Oh,
and
no.
Diha locks it in. ENCE with 14, and another round let slip for Team Spirit.
We were just saying this is the opportunity to find 13-13, but it doesn't happen. It's the early kill from Madden towards the squeaky door, brings it into a 5-on-4, and things start getting more awkward and awkward from that stage. Huge round for them to pick up. They know it as well. Their money is right back on track. Anything on the other side for Team Spirit here. They've actually got a very difficult prospect going forward now. We'll see what their cash sits at. This is when it started to fall apart for them. They get these opening kills, but Madden, as you said, prime position here. As soon as he takes down Siren, there's just no time. They've got to rush the plant. It's always going to be very difficult and awkward to actually get a clean plant there. They've been surrounded. Desert Eagle to close things out. And they know the ramifications of that round. It's going to be a difficult one to recover.
Yeah, absolutely. Timeout taken this time from Spirit. Possibly their last as well. There's just been so many of them. They've all been blending into one, but at this point, your frustrations are certainly going to be felt, but looks like they're almost numb to it. 14-12, still a chance to make up for it. Team Spirit have the rifles. They have the utility.
All roads lead here for Team Spirit. Had some fantastic rounds this evening and some ones they want to live to forget. Snappy changing the setup here. He's been very passive towards Ramp, allowing them in, dropping down. This time actually probing towards the trophy room itself. Could take matters into his own hands here, leave the orb set up. If they want to push any further. It's a very strong stance if he can just leave some pies here. Snappy could rotate off potentially. See what they've got in mind. Adjusting the utility, dropping the incendiary towards Hut, and the commitment potentially here. He's running through the flames, he's dead.
Well, Henu and Madden right away. 2 kills. Team Spirit don't look like they're going to be recovering this one, Henry, at all. This looks like 15 for ENCE and should be map 3 because the money's gone for Team Spirit. They haven't got a bomb plant. They haven't got a hope in hell on getting one in this round. It has fallen flat, and ENCE are capitalizing upon this. Sure, their opponents are tired, but ENCE are playing a great game, and they've once again found themselves in a position to rally the troops, get themselves to map point. Unless Patsy and Magix can do something, but they're just falling back. They realize there's no money. They can't do anything. The AKs have to be saved. They have to use those rifles in the next. But what a bitter pill this is to swallow.
It really is. They had so many opportunities to close this one out. It was feeling so good for Team Spirit, but too many fumbles. And just to reiterate one more time, certainly understand context of this game. It's very late. They back-to-back games here as well. It's now coming out to what, 2 a.m. Just a long day. Even if they do end up losing this,
2:15.
even if they do end up losing this, it's not like the tournament's over. It's just going to be a long day, and they're still fighting valiantly. It's just a difficult situation for everyone. As we'll have a look. Oh, now that I don't know what to tell you. That
Jump bind didn't work.
Yeah, that's it just didn't
Jump
didn't
bind
work.
went to sleep.
Okay, let's not rub it in.
Oh, it's a tired, you know. Yep. Happens to the best of everybody. Probably a mechanical issue. Well, D-Hat goes down. Patsy, good opening.
Okay.
And Magix, another one.
Hang on.
It's not, at least Wonderful isn't the only person missing something in this one. So, you know, we're in that kind of scenario at this point. 2 players up here for Team Spirit. Maybe, just maybe, this is the first step of the turning point back to overtime again. Maybe we've got more Counter-Strike left on Nuke. They did it on map 1. Overtime was had. When we went there, Team Spirit able to close it out. ENCE have 3 opportunities to make this happen, and I mean, we're not looking at a great position here for them right now, but maybe, just maybe, ENCE can close it. Still in this 3v5.
They normally do.
They do actually find the
they
way
seem to win these rounds. Their conversion rate for 3-on-5s is insane.
Well,
I'll say that much.
2v5s, maybe not. Maybe 1v5s, maybe 0v5s. There's a nice little transfer there from Magix. 5 players stay up. A flawless round in the end for Team Spirit.
So they have one more buy here. It's kind of pick your poison time. I don't believe they have a timeout available. So you do have enough for a full buy, but if they lose, they'll have nothing for the final round. However, they took a half buy. Could be more of the same. But at least they'll have 2 attempts into the last 2 rounds.
Right.
We'll see what they decide to do. It is going to be the full investment. We've got the MP9 there for Henu. So yeah, so concessions to be made fully by here, but a chance to close things out right here, right now. Just means that final round could be a bit more problematic. We'll see. They could just win it though. Some Pius will have the AWP. 23 kills to his name. Top fragging on the end side of things. As they look to take us to Mirage here. One more round will do it. No AWP on the T side. Much faster, more assertive play here, it seems. Maybe going in towards the warehouse through the smoke. We'll see. Thinking better of it. Patsy goes back towards Secret. Taking a leaf out of the ENCE playbook here.
Snappy, he wrote that book. So you might know the ending.
True. He
Maybe
knows the twist.
Alternative ending. Yeah. Twist. I always love a twist, but that's maybe the twist. Pats has come in, stolen his life away, and Team Spirit have the opener. Round 29 in full force here for Team Spirit. Into the vent, one goes. Patsy clears it. Make sure that no one is sitting around looking to get in behind him. Patsy will lock down the vent area.
We've got Magix outside as well.
If the bomb goes down here,
save.
Save, basically. You don't have any money left here for ENCE.
Agreed.
And so you're playing for overtime now.
Yep. Oh, well, Magix confirms they'll be saving pretty much there with that information play, but he's given away an AK-47. He's actually given them a hand.
Yeah.
But he obviously had no idea. Had to get the intel as to what they were doing. Can confirm they're saving at least.
Yep. Definitely an important piece of information collected there from Magix, and then you know what they're up against. One round in regulation decides it. Overtime or map 3. Either way, we're getting more Counter-Strike.
Yeah, whether you like it or not.
I love it. So we're living for, Henry. Counter-Strike always continues his team spirit and ENCE battle it out. It's been a fantastic game in terms. It's been a different game for sure because both teams obviously at this point getting a little bit exhausted towards the end of the day, which is completely understandable. But also just the level of individuals is still pretty high. Like we're seeing Patsy just light up the scoreboard there. We've seen Magix with a couple of great transfers, and now it's all coming down to this final timeout, final tactical timeout as we head into round 30, last round of regulation, overtime or bust.
Yeah, a lot of variables there, but it's all accurate. As we'll see them mastermind round number 30 here. What will be the play? Do they want to go for something scrappy and fast, snappy-esque potentially, or run the defaults, the outside smokes, try and get down towards Secret? Time will tell.
And what's snappy country?
Well, that's the thing as well. Now you know they're taking a tactical timeout. You know they're up to something. Maybe
or are they?
And exactly. So do you want to go for an aggressive lobby play on the CT side, or go for a nade stack outside? Yeah. Plenty of options. Or they could send some players back towards the ramp room for that aggressive. There's plenty of options here, and Snappy knows he might be in the driving seat, considering they've taken a tactical timeout. You can use them as well.
All rifles for Team Spirit.
It's the fast. They're doing the ENCE.
They're doing the ENCE. They're doing it like ENCE. No smokes. D-Hab punishes.
Oh dear, oh dear. Not quite the same start as ENCE, but still plenty of round left to be played here. 5-on-4 favor for ENCE right now. Dia needs to be careful. He's worked so hard to get this initial advantage. Doesn't want to give it up. It's Patsy that goes down, the hero of the previous round. And 1 minute 20. They will just have to acquiesce the position. Leave one player down towards Secret. That's going to be wonderful. And we'll see, maybe towards ramp would make most sense at this stage. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see indeed. As we head under 1 minute left. Maybe a bit itchy on the feet here for the CT side as they get aggressive. They want some info. And they push Hut. Perhaps if Madden continued his walk, he might even get behind. This is so important that Team Spirit get the next kill. If they concede this next frag, it could all come crumbling down, and Madden is making the play behind it. There's no way they expect this move. ENCE are getting the kills. Chopper's fighting back, and map 3 looms. Mirage might just be around the corner unless Chopper and Wonderful can pull off a 2 versus 4. Chopper back into the ramp. The Molotov buys him some crucial seconds. They need this kill, and Wonderful's got it. They've suddenly turned this back into a 2 versus 2, but the denial of the plant. They don't cover off Madden, and now it is just Wonderful who has just enough time to get it planted, but not anymore. He's under too much pressure, and map 3 is needed to decide this series.
What a series it's turning out to be. Blink and you'll miss it. Rock'em, sock'em, Counter-Strike, all the rounds and all the action.
Wow.
Each and every time. It had it all. It had the amazing plays. It had the blunders. It had the tears of joy or sadness.
The beams, the aliens, it had it all. What an incredible game of Counter-Strike coming in. Team Spirit fumbled the bag a few times. ENCE able to capitalize. Snappy calling out Magix. It's been great. It's been absolutely brutal. It turns out it is the game of the tournament so far, and potentially the game of the tournament overall. We still got many days to come. This is only day 1. It's bled into 2, but exhaustion certainly creeping on the faces of the players. You have to give it up to them. Look at the exhaustion as they walk off the stage. It's quite an incredible feat to play this late in the day.
What a game. And we still have more maps to come here. We are not done just yet. We do have Mirage around the corner as ENCE do take their map pick back. And remember, Anubis was the pick of Team Spirit. It went to overtime after 11-2 lead. So all bets are off. Anything could happen here. And are we getting ready for a throw? I'm not sure.
I'm just going to say that these guys have been waiting for a long time. So we're going to go and head it over to Mr. Allen. And, of course, Cole.
Oh, this is flawless. What a throw this was. Here we go. One more time.
Ooh, that had some heat on it right there, just like that map. And yeah, that was a wild one. You know, we thought for a second we were getting out, but no, Spirit.
It was a full body experience, that map. the whole way through. That's the most invested I think I've ever been. Even when, competing with Endpoint, I've never been that invested in a map of Counter-Strike. I was the biggest Spirit fan in the world. I heard the yelps. I was screaming at the end. I was in disarray that they actually managed to lose that map. And honestly, I hope Spirit lose the third. They lost two ridiculous anti-ecos, both of which would have ended the series.
What do you think about that ramp rush there that they ran into the A4? How were you feeling after that round?
Well, as Sun Pius was mowing them down and getting the kills, I think part of me actually died. I mean, all my internal organs were just actually melting, and I'm not sure they exist anymore after I saw that one. But that was. What is this? Is even how to watch some of these rounds back. This game. I mean, let's be honest, right? If this game was played in the middle of the day, the teams are fully rested, you wouldn't see this sort of Counter-Strike. But I will not deny it has been wholly entertaining. Yeah. Some of those rounds, there's a round where they're planting low, there's players going up and down the vent, there's smokes everywhere, and you're just like, if I don't understand what's going on with X-Ray on and with the minimap, how on earth are these players communicating what's happening? So. Yeah, for all involved, that was quite the experience.
It's a good old-fashioned slugfest here in the early morning.
A cage fight? No, this is a bar fight. this is like broken bottles that is going at each other. There's no rules here anymore.
No, not at all there. I mean, honestly, I gotta say, like you said, I mean, I'm really surprised and proud of ENCE, right? They were able to pull through.
Yeah.
Dude, honestly, but for both camps, man, smiles on everyone's faces. At least they're having a good time, I gotta say. If we're getting this late into the night and these guys are still smiling and having fun playing the game, that's good.
I'm enjoying myself. This is absolutely wild. And as you kind of brought up, I mean, ENCE are playing some really great Counter-Strike given their circumstances at the moment. They've just got so much on their mind, and somehow they're actually making it work. And Heado's playing. I know he's on the top of the scoreboard, but in terms of the position he's grown into, he's probably not playing the same sort of spots he would have played, for the academy team. So he's playing. That's the best thing.
Look at him spin around.
I want that on replay for the whole event, every round. That is the best thing I've seen. But the point was anyway that ENCE are playing some pretty nice Counter-Strike, and as I said, I'm all in on ENCE on the third map. Spirit have lost my trust. They've lost my investment. I can't believe they lost those two anti-ecos, and they deserve to lose this third map. I'm saying it right now.
That's harsh but fair, I would say. I would say harsh but fair right there. We got the stats pulled up here, and yeah, I mean, overall, right? Sun Pius, again, pretty good nuke performance, man. CT side continues to deliver for this guy. I feel like he's always in the right place at the right time. It's just such a consistent factor for him, and he did it again. He did it again.
Yeah, I think DR is also kind of worth mentioning because, you hopping in?
if I can.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Hop along. I believe your mic is live.
Yeah, cool.
How was that experience?
I thought I sort of keep it going, keep myself
awake. But guys, what an incredible day of Counter-Strike has been. It's a long one. Shout out to you guys who've been here all day, and shout out to the viewers as well. I thought I'd just come up here and see what the analyst desk is like.
Did Hawker actually just get back from a night out?
Yeah, he did. I made it as a joke on the stream, and then he just texted me. He's like, yeah, just got back from a night out. So yeah, that's how long we've been going. It's been a pretty sick day, and shout out production. They've done every single game too. So it's been. What do you think is gonna happen next, Alan?
I was saying I really hope ENCE win this. Spirit don't deserve to win this after putting me through that.
Yeah, well,
after making me watch those.
Chopper be crying a little
after I saw that ramp rush, I actually wanted to die. Like I couldn't believe how bad that round was, and I was like, I can't believe them anymore.
Well, I gotta go cast this third map, but it was a pleasure talking to you guys.
Yeah, thanks for hopping on. Really appreciate that.
Well, what an experience.
Yeah, the one and only. But guys, we're going to be tossing it to a quick break because we do have one more map. Count it, one more for the day, and we'll be done. So guys, make sure you stay tuned, and we will be right back.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Welcome back, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you may be in the world. We have one more map of Counter-Strike tonight, and it's going to be a great one. I think we've noticed there's obviously exhaustion setting in. We can't avoid the fact that it is very late in the day.
True.
And Team Spirit landed at 7 a.m. today. There's a lot to think about going into this final map, and it's Mirage. So we're about to see some crazy CS, I think, Henry.
Yeah, fireworks will be going off on the server. I'm not sure if it's going to be in a good way. There were some very questionable rounds from both sides there throughout this series, to be fair. It's been very difficult to call this game because every single round could go either way. 4-on-2s don't seem to make any sense right now. Things are falling apart. Strategies are being pulled out of the random generator, it seems. The ramp rushes, the full stacks. We're seeing it all tonight. And yeah, it's been super exciting, but you can see the fatigue starting to set in. It does lead to very exciting Counter-Strike, but the quality does go down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious you're going to see a sort of a decrease in quality, but you also see little moments of brilliance when Counter-Strike breaks down like this.
Well, it kind of provides more opportunities to find those big individual plays because more mistakes are being made and it's stepping out of line or not showing the same amount of level of discipline. That's all factors to consider as we get into the third and final map. Thanks for bearing with us as we will see ENCE and Team Spirit and the odds from 1xBet come through. You can see Team Spirit are still the favorites here, but who will be winning in the all-important pistol here? Julies with some pious as he holds towards that A ramp. Double Julies, in fact. Snappy and some pious. 7 guns.
Gotta love to see the Jewel Berettas in the pistols. They've been a fixture of today. And Team Spirit with a smoke flash here on Chopper. P250 for Wonderful. And 2 players positioned towards top middle, one coming through the underpass as we speak, and the other is positioned towards A and B, a default setup in the pistol round. Nothing set in stone for this one. And Snappy's thinking this is a little too quiet. So he's got a little bit of a push through the apartments. Here comes the util being sent over. It's a smoke for jungle being deployed, and Wonderful's died first. Magix, does he check? Snappy in the corner. He doesn't, and Snappy comes out on top. Siren at least gets something here for Spirit, but they're down a player.
Man advantage. Oof, maybe not for long, though. That's Chopper with a bit of a freebie there. Takes down his fellow in-game leader. And Patsy now. He's had some moments of greatness here. No need to replicate one of them, and that's a good start. Looking for the double kill here towards Spawn. 2 players to find, 30 seconds. Running low on the bullets there on the Glock. There's a couple remaining, and it will be Henu. Holding his nerve there. Pretty decent round from him. He's had a couple of those, as it will be an all-important pistol victory for ENCE. Now, Team Spirit, as we mentioned, coming into this tournament, the absolute favorites for more reasons than one. Not just because they would be generally considered to be the best team here, but 2 of the teams that are in the running are playing with stand-ins.
Yeah, that's true.
So to lose this particular series with all the caveats attached to it, regardless of what they are, the point will still stand. They lost to ENCE VS stand-in. It won't look or feel too good considering they're supposed to be devouring these sort of tournaments, but who knows? It's still early days here, but it will be ENCE picking up the pistol, and we will see Team Spirit with the full eco, actually. As we get into round number 2. Bit of a B push coming through. Henu, going to be the B player here towards the pillar position, mowing them down. Couple of freebies there for Snappy. And there it is, clean sweep as well, but the buy is coming forward. But a bit of a bonus situation. But they have 3 rifles. When you focus on the FAMAS instead of the MP9s, makes a lot more sense in a map like Mirage. You can get away with it on Nuke. But yeah, they're looking pretty good here. But up against the AKs now, Team Spirit a chance to bite back.
I heard a call asking for someone to do something fast, and I seen some pious nod. So we're going to see perhaps some pious do something fast here.
Maybe jumping down in towards underpass, something like that. Would be cool with the MP9s.
Fast boost, maybe. That's generally
3-man lean towards B.
Yeah.
So they're going to boost up 2 players in towards the apartments with that fast boost. It looks like, yeah.
So there's the fast boost up. 2 MP9s into the apartments is a call.
They've done the deep smoke as well. You throw that from CT spawn. So that's a nice little 2-man setup there. You've got B and the lock and key with the little guns.
Hanu needs to be careful. Molotov comes in around the corner, and Hanu is held behind the flames. Now Patsy enters connector with no real resistance, and he has time because of that utility, but here comes the smoke. That deploys, goes up in his face, and he can't get through anymore. And this is going to stifle the play for Team Spirit as we hit 1 minute on the clock.
That's all they really have to do right now. Make things uncomfortable for the T side. Give them nothing to work with. Double swing here towards connector. Should be a trade for Diha. We'll see. Doesn't commit to it straight away. Gets the first. Doesn't anticipate the second. And still the man advantage lies with Team Spirit.
Snappy gets into the window, not dropping. Just looks to maintain his position. Bomb plant being secured here for Chopper. Team Spirit again have the advantage and now follow up on it. Patsy. One easy. Get another one too. Snappy was quick to try and take him out, but Patsy stays composed. And just some pious, and this round hasn't gone the way of ENCE. It won't be the 3-0 start. Team Spirit will take 1 of the first 3 rounds of play.
And we haven't really got bubbling yet. We haven't got that frothy undertone of excitement kind of devouring our voices. It's been quite dulcet so far, but I'm happy to see it progress. Hopefully we'll see.
I can't wait for the froth, though.
The froth is what we're all here for.
Favorite bit.
We are going to see money available for ENCE, of course. It was a bit of a bonus situation, but there we go. The fist bumps are losing a little bit of enthusiasm as well. There's kind of just like a little touch there. Just basic contact.
Knuckle to knuckle.
Yeah.
He started the night with slaps. Now
exactly.
Now it's like little wet fist bumps.
Well, they used to have Dexter in the team. Imagine what it was like back then. They're probably quite happy just to have a nice little, bump these days.
Dexter slaps. He's out. You know, he's pretty near us.
He actually is.
We could get a slap.
He actually is down the road. That's true.
Yeah, well, probably in bed now.
Almost certainly. Like most humans. Right, Patsy, nice work to open things up. That's excellent work. AK-47 takes down some Pius, the key scout to take. Snappy will scoop up the AWP at least. Well, not done yet, but you'd expect someone to making a proactive play. That's going to be Madden, actually. Getting towards the round. Could be flashed over, try and get a swing out here. I don't think there's a flash available, though, for Henu, so that won't be happening. Decides to fall back. He's got a lot of utility, doesn't want to die. I say a lot. A smoke and an HE. There's the initial smoke. Trying to buy some time here. You can see quite isolated here. Just the MP9. Low on the A bomb site. His teammate Dihad towards the connector itself. Key frag here, and it will be Patsy collecting yet another.
Yeah, good work from Patsy. I mean, they're slowing this down. It's a real sludgy game. I think with the speed that Nuke was played at, it's just really hard.
We were just rushing secret every round on Nuke. Both teams started doing it by the end. Both
and then when that stopped working, we just rushed top site. And then when that didn't work, we rushed ramp.
Both teams are just sending 5 players, rushing secret, and it was working over and over again. I don't know what to tell you about that.
But this round is slow, methodical, and successful.
Yep, Team Spirit capitalizing. And it will be Snappy, who's currently clutching the Sunpius AWP. He's got 100 points of health, smoke and a flashbang. Won't be winning this round, but can he survive with the aforementioned sniper rifle? That is the $1 million question, or the $47.50 question, I would say.
Yeah, that's a big difference there. Still an important question nonetheless. Just like the one that is in front of us at the moment. Which team is going to come out on top? Just a reminder, you know, Team Spirit weren't even meant to be in this group. So here we are. They've had a turbulent time. You experienced a bit of it too, the travel issues of the global shutdown of Lufthansa systems.
Yeah, I was supposed to be here yesterday, and just an hour before I was leaving for the airport, I said, they didn't even give me a reason, said, oh, we've cancelled all flights
No
today.
longer.
And this was all the alien stuff that's going on as well. Can you imagine what I was thinking? I thought, this is it. The aliens have finally taken over.
Henry's first thought.
This
flight
is it now.
cancel. The goddamn aliens.
I knew it.
They finally got the plane.
It wasn't that. It was a strike at the airport. But still, nice idea.
Yep, I like it. It's a lot more entertaining. But another entertaining start to the round. We've got Sampaius on the board. AWP, the only weapon to talk about. But Magic's precision to the head of Snappy.
That's a lovely shot. Now we're starting to get warmed up.
Now we're getting into it. The froth is building.
Yeah, some froth residue starting to show, for sure.
Foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, all of that stuff. And we will see the 1 minute mark come in. A 4-on-4, wonderful down. Snappy as well. But this is a round where they just brought the AWP in, bear in mind, ENCE. So if they manage to win this one, it will be an absolute nightmare for Team Spirit. Sampaius, though, bit of a god with the AWP.
Yeah, absolutely. But is it going to be enough for him? Chopper goes forward.
Oh,
Diha. Oh,
no, he can do this. He can do
still
this.
recover. Deep breath.
Yeah, he's fine. He knows
Composure.
he's fine.
Now run away.
Exactly.
Siren, in the meantime, is taking Henu out with some fire. Patsy in the murder hole. Murders Madden. Chopper able to help with Team Spirit's attack. And now it is just Diha left. And 1 versus 3. And I don't think he can any longer do this, Henry. It's
no, I probably agree with you at that point. And we will see the bomb planted. And just the USB to hold on to. Going to see if he can find one of these weapons. There's a couple of them floating around the map. Just going to be annoying for now. And here plays running around. Oh my god, he's got an AWP. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. Chopper's giving it away. Hunting the USP. But if he gets away with an AWP now, that is an absolute nightmare. He's actually in a pretty strong position to do so.
Everything's coming crumbling down.
Studio's collapsing around us. It's all good. I don't even know what happened over that. We'll see. It wasn't around, but he didn't save the AWP. It's all under control. This round all started, of course. Like you said, the murder hole came into full effect. And at that point, the round is over. Did manage to make things interesting there, but the AWP was not taken into the next round. So no harm, no foul. 3-2 on the Team side for Team Spirit.
Yeah. And Quick out mid here from Team Spirit. Patsy, and you mentioned Quick, he's always at the front of the pack. He's looking to get up through the connector. Diha's head just shot over the top of the smoke. Shot goes rattling through the smoke. But somehow Patsy's dodging every single one of them until Henu. And he's actually taking Chopper out elsewhere. So that's the first kill. Patsy's up the stairway. Sampai's trapped in the corner at jungle. Patsy's hunting him down. He's going to throw a Molotov in there. Sampai's luckily got away and got into the window room before that Molotov spread and did enough damage to bring him out of the round. Madden, though, forced into an awkward fight, and Patsy's the player who actually gets the kill from top of stairs.
Great shot from Patsy.
Wow, it's all coming together now for Team Spirit.
Yeah, picking up that pace, hitting the shots. It's down to Snappy now, looking for the double kill. Can't quite connect on the second. 3 versus 2. Diha could hit the wall bang here. Doesn't quite connect. And now,
where did the bullet go?
Is it worth going for it? Sampai's down to 19 points of health. D here with the AWP. They have no kits, no utility. You might as well just fall back here. And yeah, they're even too far removed to even consider this one. I've got Sampai's over towards the B-bomb site. And now D here trying to evacuate the area with the open hand, making noise. And he just had to hightail it towards the B-bomb site. Doesn't work out for him. And Sampai's is holding the M4 here.
Yep, not a bad save here for Sampai's up in the kitchen. But that does mean Team Spirit push towards the 4th round. And their T sides have been good in this competition. It has been the CT sides that have been somewhat lacking today. Not really being as well put together as you would like to see from Team Spirit. But fist bumps coming in, a couple of slaps. Patsy, maybe a bit of neck pin there. I think his shoulder's starting to hurt a little bit. in that fixed position for a long period of time. Suppose that could be a reminder for you all at home. Posture check.
Definitely could use one of those right now.
Yeah, my back is kind of in a weird shape.
Well, you remember I did my back in a couple of weeks ago playing Wingman of You.
Yeah, I do remember that. Someone just flanks Henry and scares him so much in the game that he actually does his back in.
Yeah, I slipped a disc in my back playing Counter-Strike. It was
the first injury.
That's
The first stretcher situation. In Counter-Strike.
I was just playing with you. Oh, ding! I've done my back in. I'm sorry. I've paused the game.
The guy playing Counter-Strike like this.
I've done my back in playing CS. Still hurts. Still hurts bad.
Right.
And we're almost there. We're getting better. But hopefully, talking over this round is not going to go anywhere. It's a good story, though.
Yeah, it was a great story. I love discs.
Oh, hold on. There it is.
Ooh.
Confirmed.
Madden. Now the last remaining player. Not too much landing there from Madden. 5-2. Team Spirit finds success inside of the B-bomb site again. Hallie, I don't know what he might be thinking, but
he might be sleeping with his eyes open. Like
yeah,
the Homer Simpson.
I feel like he is
glasses with eyes
if there
painted
was
on
someone
them.
that I feel like could do it, it would be Hallie. Always sleeping with his eyes open.
Well, there we go. Patsy has had enough of this now, hasn't he? He's like, you know what? I am just going to kill absolutely everyone at this stage.
Mirage is like the perfect map for Team Spirit just to go in and autopilot.
Get it done.
Get the Red Bulls in.
Oh boy, I wouldn't be drinking the coffees and the Red Bulls right now. I'll say that much. Like, that's asking for it. Like, you're not going to be having a good night's sleep after a 4-hour game. You're wired to the nines anyway, and then you're throwing in the Red Bulls as well. Good luck, lads.
Have fun.
You've had the coffees already.
It's true. Gamer
Red Bull's
fuel.
been cracked open.
It's a gamer diet. Well, tomorrow, if you are interested in following the CCT Central Europe Malta Finals 1, you can continue the group stages tomorrow. We've got 4 best of 3s coming your way, so a lot more action in the Counter-Strike docket tomorrow. So looking forward to that one.
Well, here we go. Patsy once again decimating his opponents. This time it's Henu that goes down early on, but DL will pull one back. It's the aforementioned Patsy there. Almost towards the connector. His teammates are getting ready toward the palace, however. Madden is going to find himself in hot water here. The reload does come in time. Repositions to safety. And they're actually evacuating with the bomb, so after Patsy getting dropped, they think better of their current setup. Plenty of time. Going to fall back into maybe a more default stance. A 4-4 does favor the T side. They're going to leave one player towards top and middle. That's going to be Chopper. Here's a flashbang, holding off the rotations towards Shaw right now. Flash over the side, I suppose, as they will smoke off towards the side. Connect the smokes coming in. Jungle as well. And here comes a flashbang, presumably.
Yeah, well, it has to land, otherwise Sampaius gets a free kill, and the flash does perfectly pop in front of his face. Madden now waiting for Chopper to come out through the connector.
Oh, he's done it very well, Chopper, to be fair.
Yes, Chopper always finding the gap through the smoke. That's the kind of play that Chopper's known for.
That's big.
We might get another one here, too, because he's actually pressured Madden into the connector, and that has set up Magix for the kill as he climbs over Tetris on top of the stairs and descends down into madness. It is now Sampaius and Snappy once again into the save call, and it feels like ENCE have kind of shut up shop here. Kind of been out of it. Gotta say, Team Spirit coming back in, looking revitalized. They're not even playing this like crazy style of CS, so they're just rushing everything. They did play a couple of slower rounds at the start of the game. Sure, they've thrown some quicker ones in here, but they've been very successful in doing it. And when I say they, I mean Patsy is as a collective. He's
him and all his personalities.
Yeah, it's 13-5 for Patsy. What a beast. Well, Chopper dead now. Sampaius caught him as he walked through the apartments. Nate goes in on Snappy and won't do too much. So at least they save something here on ENCE, something to write home about. But the score just keeps on ticking up towards the side of Team Spirit. I got the 1xBet replay. Let's take a look here. Patsy in mid. Headshot onto Henu. Trades him out on the retreat. Chopper, this is the play you like, Henry. Straight through the smokes.
Really nice play. Like, you could see that the pathing he had, just knew exactly what was up, got the timing perfect. The teammate, well, the opposition, I should say, was reloading. And just a very nice, overwhelming play. Grenades down towards underpass. No one at home, though. And a buy from the CT as we go 6-2. Team Spirits in the driving seat right now, but definitely had their fair share of oopsies today. Hasn't been the team spirit we know and love, but for many different reasons here. If you are just joining us from different time zones around the world, maybe you're just a degenerate like us and just awake and wondering what the hell's going on. Why is there a game in CS played right now? It's been a long day. A lot of best of threes, a lot of best of ones. We had some technical issues. We had some travel issues.
A lot of just everything, really. It's been
a perfect storm.
Yeah, sure, a storm of sorts.
A perfect shitstorm.
Well, a minute left, in the words of me. And we got ourselves Henu up inside of the window. Madden coming out. Oh, Siren Magics and Chopper. Look at all that. That's incredible. 3 quick kills already for Team Spirit, and it's now down to Sapias and Snappy. Once again, ENCE dead with 3 players immediately, and Save Call unfortunately having to be employed yet again. It just feels real awkward here for Sapias. He just hasn't really been able to get involved. Snappy's just not really been a feature of the last few rounds. And that's another one for Team Spirit. Well done to Team Spirit for keeping this level up. It's great teamwork as well.
This is back to business as usual, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can see now there's no funny business going on. These are quite standard rounds. There hasn't been any crazy clutches, but I remember saying this exact phrasing, I think, on Anubis. I think I had this exact sentence on Anubis.
So what you're saying is
yeah, exactly.
Overtime.
Yeah, like crazy things could be coming. I remember saying that exact line, actually. So
I think every analyst prediction before this to think it was all 2-0. Spirit of a much better team. They're going to win 2-0.
You know what?
Quick, clean, easy.
I think for you and I, Dinko, this has been a great kind of adventure of warming up back up into the tournament again. Sure, it's been a long day, but now I feel refreshed. I feel ready to give this tournament everything I've got. It's the first tournament of the year for me.
Yeah.
You did some online stuff, right?
Yeah, online stuff.
You commentated me.
Yeah, so you're right. This is the real first tournament, first time out for me.
Everyone's getting their reps in. We're getting the reps in on LAN. They got to understand that their Anubis CT side has flaws. They probably are going to win this series. Their nuke definitely needs some work as well. The outside tomfoolery that was going on, they need an answer for that. So if anything, if they win the series, a lot of fact-finding has been done here. And hopefully they can learn from this. And maybe don't trust Lufthansa again as well. That would be something else.
Yeah, sure. That's probably a good one. And also, just remember an inspirational quote.
Go on.
When everybody's sleeping, you're working. You're going to get ahead, Henry.
That's the quote? Who said that? When everyone's sleeping and you're awake, you're going to get ahead. Need some polish. But I do like that one.
Well, the message is...
Yeah, I know. I understand the sentiment.
Yeah. Kind of there. Maybe tomorrow
Sounds
morning...
like a David Goggins quote, but you've butchered it, unfortunately. But
more of a Dinko.
Dinko Goggins, yeah. Right then. It is the full execution here, up against the Pistols, the Scouts, and a couple of M4s, to be fair. Team Spirit with the upper hand, but we'll see if they can capitalize and convert the round. It will be Siren and Magix to pretty much confirm it here. The Scout and the M4 on the retake, just the Scout now. It's the hand of Snappy, as we will see round number 8 appear on the T-side scoreboard.
Yep. Another round where Snappy is left alive. He's got himself one with the Scout. Maybe a little bit of a kill here. Could come in on wonderful. Sure, certainly damage. And there's the kill. Snappy's done well to get a couple on the way out. No money problems for Team Spirit. No problems at all. 8 rounds to 2. And this is where it becomes difficult to dig deep enough to really, really want this and pull this through. If you're ENCE, you're just getting absolutely rolled. You've already had to come back so many times in this series already, and it's 3 a.m. just turned. And, you're in this position where you have to try and dig deep again and pull it back. It's tough mentally here, but Saul having his say. Talking about communication right now. I think the comms are a little low, maybe you're a bit quiet because it's so late in the day. Comms certainly will take a dip. Especially if you're an international English-speaking team. It's very hard just to go into autopilot.
Right.
Your second language. And so for Spirit, it's probably easier just a bit. You can use slang. You don't have to enunciate correctly. Whereas these guys, they're all from different countries speaking different languages. You've really got to put effort into thinking how to put your point across and enunciate, and then also probably translate in your own head. So that's just another added little factor that's probably going to have to...
Yeah, so like input lag almost,
Yeah, exactly.
But here we go then, aggressive CT stance, and they needed to change something up, but it hasn't worked out whatsoever. Will be wonderful opening things up. Diha, one of the most dangerous players on the end side, will be removed early on. And it's a double orb setup again. Snappy and Sunpius setting at the turrets here. The form up towards the B apartment. Sunpius actually positioned towards connector right now. Knows he needs to be a little bit more proactive and see if he can pull this back to a 4-on-4. Here's Chopper though, the master of exploiting the gap.
He's always
find
in the
yet
gap,
another.
isn't he?
Yeah.
Always finding it. Ooh,
It's uncomfortable, isn't it?
Just take away the fire, sent back. Under a minute now, and Chopper about to cross past Snappy's crosshair and deal with that, Snappy. That'll wake you up. Give you a bit of whiplash, perhaps. Here goes Madden down in towards ramp. Good kill on the FAMAS. Siren no longer there. Molotov starting to heat things up. Madden swung into the open, and Wonderful will burn him away. It is now just 2 players left up against Henu, the academy player standing in for ENCE. Trial by Sun at this point. I think it's no longer fire, it's star levels of burning. And he's stuck in towards CT spawn. 22 seconds. We'll see if he's able to get something done. Swinging out. Wonderful commits to the plant. Henu will go down as he crosses too far, and Chopper had it covered. 9 rounds now for Team Spirit. There's only one team playing this game right now, it feels like, Henry.
Yeah, and we haven't even had a chance to scream yet. We haven't given it any of the oohs, anything like that. There's been none of that. It's all been pretty pedestrian, pretty average stuff.
Well, maybe it's coming. Maybe like the best moment is coming up.
You're probably right. Remember, 11-4 could still happen. Then the game is cursed.
Most dangerous thing ever, man.
The game is cursed at that point. The most
More
dangerous thing in the world. It's the most dangerous scoreline. It's the most dangerous thing ever. 11-4 comes in. You are buggered.
It's true.
We
man.
all are. That's what happens. You get 11-4, you end up casting at 3 in the morning. That's what happens. You get cursed. Sunpius, though, trying to fight him as he gets a couple of kills with the AK-47. The CZ chiming in as well. Mr. Wonderful will do everything he can to push back here.
Yep.
He's got the bomb on his back, and they do have a bit of presence towards B as well. That's going to be Chopper finding the gap as he normally does.
Again, yeah. Oh, Snappy on the scout from the site. Chopper has just actually got away with that.
He's pulled 2 over towards B, and now he's going to say go back.
Yeah, now we go.
I'll jump at the window. I'll hold off the rotations.
Found the gap again.
Yeah, he actually has.
He's got
kind of owned it, actually.
He's actually got like a metal detector for just gaps.
He's actually kind of owned it.
It's unbelievable.
Oh my god, they're going to win the round. Don't win the round.
No!
You
How
can't.
have they turned this back?
Look how far away Heno is as well.
The ooze and the ass are coming out here, Henry.
This is an oof.
This is definitely an oof.
This is definitely an oof.
What has happened here? They've went B, they've went A, they've went B again. It's Chopper with his gap detector, and now, oh my goodness, he's found the gap again.
It's
underneath.
Brilliant.
What
Brilliant.
a player. He's done it again.
Yep.
Chopper is just MVP in this map.
He's had enough. He
Bedtime.
is decimating them.
He's got his eye drops in.
With his brain, more than anything.
Yep, this is Magic's coming out. So Pius gets away with something. I think maybe this is it. This is the round. Finally ends back to a round win. They've done so much. The CZs have pulled them so close. Wonderful gets involved. Chopper's all over the show. And now Chopper and Patsy both on 13 kills, but Chopper is finding more impact currently than that of Patsy. And here goes Wonderful, getting set up, and an easy kill there onto D-Hub.
They take a lot of damage. There was a nice response coming in from ENCE. The double nade set up at the start. They were predicting Wonderful's position there, but unfortunately taken down again, and Snappy knows he needs a response. Problem is, he will be alone, saying that Madden will join him. Flashbang comes over, doesn't quite catch Snappy in a good spot here, probably gets at least his first kill, but that was his opportunity. One that is not capitalized upon or converted, so might just be looking to fall back here. Man advantage still sits with Team Spirit, a minute on the clock as well. They have claimed the mid boxes at least, that's something.
But they could just go B, and now Sunpius has to really make something happen. He's done well, he's got one, and that has actually stifled the sprint from Team Spirit. There is no more follow-ups towards B, so we're going to see this play slow down. Perhaps Chopper might find a gap. He's fighting middle currently against Snappy. Siren's actually slipped the net this time. And Patsy. Oh, Pete's connector with a smoke out. And how have they done it again? Patsy should have died. Patsy should have been gone, but gets his gun out in time. Now leaping through the window. Henu's looking for him. Patsy's already got into the smoke.
Yeah.
He can just hide in the corner, and somehow Team Spirit have flipped it back again.
So it's difficult to even tell where they'll finish up here. It's actually all over the place. We are going to see the bomb making its way towards T-Spawn and now the B apartments, or the apartments as I like to call it. A bit more fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
As we all see a 3-on-2, and Henu making a lot of noise here, but also causing a lot of damage. Patsy finally goes down.
5 seconds.
Oh no! He won. They divided. Denied it. It's all good.
That's incredible.
Okay.
There we go. Shot goes in, denies the plant. There was just enough time, and look at the stress on Snappy right now. This is insane right now. This is a marathon of Counter-Strike.
It is. And you know, I found a second win there.
I have too. You know,
Yeah.
I think I could go all day.
I think the players have as well. No one's crying anymore. Like
no one's crying anymore. No one's suffering.
Everyone seems to be hitting their shots again. There hasn't been any crazy rounds going forward, but here we go. Closing stages of the first half of the final map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us. If you've been here since game one, I salute you. You need some sort of like achievement or like a skin or something for that. You were here the entire 17 hours.
Search help, as Kassad would say, perhaps. But true fan.
True fan.
Ooh. Nade on towards Magix and Wonderful. A lot of damage there.
A lot of damage indeed.
We are still within the territories of a possible
Okay, I like that.
11-4.
Okay.
And that would enter into what we would call the most dangerous area in the world.
The most dangerous scenario a human can be in. Being 11-4 up in any game of Counter-Strike can happen.
Specifically this one.
Yeah. So 1 minute. MP9s, even after winning the previous round, you can see how hamstrung they are here. MP9s for masses and bare bones utility.
Yep.
And it will be Chopper once again cracking things open.
Just Chopper. Just absolutely
like
destroying
this
it. But look at the snappy little play out with the MP9. Dha works with him. And a couple of kills there for the CTs. Wonderful. At least getting involved. Bomb is down. 34 seconds. They lost the time in the previous round. This time they have to get rid of Snappy, and they will. Now they can get into the site. If they get rid of Sampaius, they'll send the utility in, and they'll bombard him with bullets. Patsy gets rid of him, and now it is all on Madden. Coming back in with an MP9, and Wonderful's in the smoke. Not happening here, Madden. There's a headshot. Surely, no. Surely not. 11 rounds.
And
one left in the half.
It's happening. We're having a back-to-back 11-4s. It's actually going to happen. I can't believe it. We're breaking so many records here today. But here it is.
I'm glad Sonic isn't here.
He would not be happy.
He would not be happy at all.
So, Magic's some lovely closing shots here.
All right. If we're going to see a fourth round here, Henry, they've got to do it with 3 for Mass, 1 for A1S with Deagle, and it's a good start.
It's a very good start. And we are going to see the FAMAS connecting, looking for the double kill here. Doesn't quite work out for Madden, but we actually have got the man advantage, though. 4 versus 3. Chopper down. Patsy as well. They haven't recovered any of those stronger weapons yet, but we'll see what the CT push is going to lead towards it. Sampaius is actually in T-spawn right now.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird position to be in. Let's see if he gets into a stronger position in a moment.
Yeah,
maybe he's quick about this.
Yeah, they could actually be in towards A. By the time he gets towards top and middle, then his
one's
flank is nullified.
Oh! D has Deagle. There it goes, ringing out. Wonderful's head no longer attached to his neck. And now with a minute left, they slip their way towards A. But there's no one here on the CT side, so they actually might just win the round. But if they go to Dha, the Deagle, it's ready, it's Ravenous. And Siren finally puts Dha in the ground. 50 seconds. 2 players left for Team Spirit. The advantage still here with ENCE in the player count. And look at Sampaius, the flank. It's all about this. The tap on the FAMAS. There's no way. Surely not. 4 rounds for ENCE at the half. It's done. 11-4.
Well, let's start lighting up the Twitch chat right now. Get your friends on here.
Get your friends.
Tell everyone. Wake your family up. It's actually happening. It might be 3 in the morning, but we have seen 11-4 here, and we know what that means. Anything can and will happen. This is where we enter the Twilight Zone. And I think at this time of night as well, the effect is amplified.
You're an experienced 11-4 experiencer.
Yeah, I've seen many of them in my life.
So what were some tips be if you're entering the survival zone, entering the danger
I
zone?
don't think there's anything you can do. It kind of controls you once you're there.
So should you be like a maverick in the danger zone?
I think you have to play like you would, like ENCE did in the previous map. You just group up as a 5. You have to be brave, work as a unit, and that's really all you can hope to do. Otherwise, you will be taken down by the 1v4 clutches. You can't ever separate.
Henry, we have a bit of a sound issue here.
Don't do it now.
For Hallie.
Hallie.
Out.
He's just like, you know what? It's fine. I don't even need to. You know what? I'm done. Let's just get on with it.
Imagine going into the 11-4 without your coach. That would.
No, he's definitely
the
chatting.
cable isn't even plugged in.
It's a wireless headset. Didn't go.
It's all good.
So
it's magic. It's technology we have today. Here we are. Halftime break completed. Fist bumps in. Everybody settling in for what could be a comeback story yet again. If you are just joining us, it is a tech issue. Well, we should get this
one more for the road.
Yeah, might as well. Might as well.
Just to remind us what it feels like. And we get them all out the way in day 1. I believe that's what Harry Russell would normally say. Yeah. Get it all out the way in day 1, and then you have a clean
tournament.
Right?
It's like,
absolutely.
As long as you use them all up in day 1, then you don't get any on day 2.
It's a good point. He's very wise with that observation.
Sage, in fact.
Yeah.
Druid, perhaps.
Perhaps. A few other words to think of as well. But here it is. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Will ENCE win the pistol, Henry?
I think they will, but they have to. Like, it's written in the stars right now.
Oh, good start here from Patsy. Looking to deny the stars. Hanu standing with a headshot. And Patsy's just able to stand in his one spot and fire as a turret towards them. Another kill and the rotation's in, but Hanu is starting to recover this round. A 2 versus 3. Snappy and Hanu looking to make the most out of this.
It's a very difficult round. ENCE have time though. The Glocks, armor, no nades. They can get a plant down, that's something to build upon. But unfortunately getting dropped. Now the plant would just be a necessity and a bare minimum.
No, we know how Snappy feels about plants. He knows how important they are. And now they're doubled out. He sees exactly where they are. He can get the bomb down. And you know Snappy loves to get a bomb planted. It's way more important than just winning the clutch to him. You know, you get the 4th spot. And
I don't know. I think he wins this. Oh, okay.
Now, Wonderful has it under lock and key. But the thing is, Henry, they can get
sometimes
in the next round.
Yeah, sometimes losing the second round can be more detrimental than losing the pistol. Yeah. We will see, because you don't get if you lose the pistol, you get the loss bonus. You go up to $1,900 instead of $1,400, right?
And the bomb plant supplements that. Gives you a little bit of extra cash.
Let's see what happens there. ENCE down, but not out.
Poor Magic. So this is lifeless.
Dude, it's a long day.
It's
you just want to get done. You just want to get back to the hotel. Cry yourself to sleep in some cases.
Yeah.
But
Snappy nearly makes something of that. Gets a bomb plant.
That's the fact he gets the bomb down.
Look how many rifles
exactly.
They have.
Like, it's huge.
No utility really though.
I guess up against MP9s and FAMASs, it might be enough. You never know.
They don't have much utility in the CTs.
Right, because they know they have to get rifles. They're up against it. So what's going to be the play here? Default spread so far for ENCE. 2 in towards the underpass, 1 towards top and middle, and I believe 2 in the palace right now. We'll see.
Madden has just spotted a bit of Chopper. Chopper realizes that and throws the smoke down. Although Hanu has caught the gap from Palace, Magix does not cover off his teammate, and that's the chance now for ENCE, but Magix will swiftly upgrade into the AK-47. He wants a bit more action, but leaves the comfort and the safety of the fortress walls inside of the Palace and gives his life up to some Pious, offers himself up to the Sun God. And now Madden with a double. It's just Patsy left alone, and ENCE have won the force buy response.
The Sun God's making a nice appearance there.
Yeah.
We are.
What a legendary tune.
Where has it gone? Why has it not had a remix?
Yeah, it's like,
where's the remix?
I feel like Harry's almost ashamed.
I think this Pro League, we bring it back.
Sun God's round 2.
We do the full remix.
I mean, I'd love this to be a part of it in any way I can. You know,
I'll see what I can do.
I have some great motivational quotes.
You have some. You have quotes. The thing is, with a quote, you do have to actually get it pretty much exact. Otherwise, it's not a quote. That is the
Yeah,
thing.
but I'm quoting myself. I made it up, Henry. That's
Okay. Well, fair enough. It's a Dinko special.
It was yeah.
Nice boys. Let's go.
I drop one. I drop one.
And that's a quote in itself.
I
Quite,
did it.
quite profound.
Yep, quite profound indeed. What could it mean? What is the underlayer of it? But this is a lovely swift double from Madden. I think Team Spirit get a little lost here. Magix was in a better position in Palace, probably could have stayed there. A little bit of typing here, not a lot of roundage going on. Perhaps another technical issue. And we're tactical this time. So there's a pause, but it's of the tactical variety. And Hallie has his notes out. Couldn't possibly be anything written down, surely, that gets us this late into the day, but all he's having to say, he's ready for this one.
Lots to be said.
And the
Lots
game
to be
is now
done.
live. Once again, 12 to 5. Reminder, ENCE just won the force buy. Buy back here from Team Spirit. Could this possibly be the start of a long road back into this for ENCE?
Definitely could be. What a road it would be.
At this point, I'm down to break some records.
I mean, I think we already have. Like in my career, which is quite a long one in commentary, the latest I think I've ever gone was like 3 a.m. I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
20 past?
We're at 20 past. So we've broken some sort of record, I'm sure.
Yep.
Not the one you necessarily want to be breaking, but
It's always
a
good to break
record all the
records.
same, you know?
It's history. It's great to be part of history. Another quote from me.
It's great to be part of history. Yeah, that's true.
We all are, Henry.
Yeah.
We all are. Some people just a little more important parts of history. Right, 1 minute left in this round. And Team Spirit are going to have to deal with ENCE running at them in middle. Flash to set up Snappy. Return of the hat while playing. Haven't seen that one in a while. And Chopper up in short for Mass.
True.
Just peering down, waiting for anybody to sort of appear, but no one's appearing, and perhaps Chopper has to get in behind again, and Patsy from the connector, 1. Good for him. Madden able to follow up, though. It's 2 kills for Madden. The guillotine being rolled out, and it can't really turn quick enough to take out Magix, but Sampius will at least deliver one more back. Bomb plant confirmed to Sampius. Defends his teammate, and Diha closes that 6th round. Team Spirit with no money. It should be 7 here, and this is really starting to heat up.
It is. This is pretty familiar, actually.
Yep.
We saw this on Anubis, of course.
Yeah.
It was 11-2 into 11-4, and that went into overtime.
We forgot about the 11-4, and we're not going to allow that to ever happen again.
True, we actually did. It became such an epic series that we actually forgot it was 11-4. Now we're really hammering it home.
Yeah, we're really doubling down, you know,
Yeah.
getting the most out of this.
Well, I know there's a lot of 11-4 fans out there.
Pistol stack.
And it's a full 5-man stack. You might as well give it a go.
What's
if they
your
do.
favorite Counter-Strike cliche?
God, I'd probably say most of them, to be honest with
Yeah,
you. I don't
you
know.
probably have invented
I probably
it.
subscribed to most of them. I don't know. Give me an example of yours. It might rack my brain.
Bogdan's Law, I love that one.
Okay. Yeah, I guess Zonic's Law is the one I'd laugh at the most. I think that is quite funny.
Yes.
Like, just it's so ridiculous.
It is
like,
a great one.
like,
No, it's
this,
dangerous.
like, it's like I like this exaggerating and taking it out of context.
Yeah,
That's my favorite thing to do with that. I think that's the best
Just
thing.
really send it home.
Yeah, that's my favorite. But Bogdan Law's a good one as well. All the rounds.
All the rounds.
Makes a good
the
few
game that keeps on
appearances.
giving.
Yeah.
A lot of cliches. You guys can catch at home if you are interested in starting your own Counter-Strike bingo. And we've got a game on our hands. It's also another great one here. But we do, and it is starting to fall into our hands quite swiftly here, Henry.
It is. And a good point with the hat as well. Haven't seen hats out on the stage in a while.
Haven't seen it since Taco.
Yeah, true.
Ruin.
And I guess it was because the sound would leak with the headset,
because they
right?
have the sound cancelling headsets, which we don't
Right.
have here. So
Right.
we don't really. Hats are back. Not much
And
of a hat person.
they're not here to stay. I am, I suppose. I like wearing them when you can't really be bothered. Like it feels like a bit more hidden in the world with a baseball cap on, I suppose.
Top hat as well. I want to
Top hat is that's an option. One of the hats available.
Top hats are also a great little marshmallow chocolate dessert.
Top hats.
Remember, you marshmallow.
I
put
think I
some
know what you mean. I
chocolate,
didn't know it was called
and
a
a
top
Smartie
hat.
on top.
Okay.
It's
No,
like-
I haven't seen that, but it does sound good.
Well, Patsy. Ooh, what's he baking up? Well, he spotted one player leaping off the bench up towards the window. Chomper might get a little bit hot inside of the connector. He's not going to go near the fire. Trading utility, it's just flying all over the place in middle. But no one really getting hurt by it. And that's what matters. 1 minute left. And the T's setting up for what looks like a B play, Henry.
You might be right, we'll see.
Smoke. It's a long journey.
Yeah, down and towards the connector. Trying to hold the players on that side of the map, remove vision as well. Now Snappy, a bit more freedom up towards short if required. He actually gets that opening kill, that's a big one.
Yeah, give him some freedom and Snappy's going to run away with it. And Patsy locks him up again. Siren in the sight, 30 seconds. Can he deliver a big round here? And for A4, no. Madden up on top of the truck, peers on down and finds his victim. And once again, a retake established. Team Spirit trying to get back in, but Madden, who was a big part in their comeback, remember, on Anubis,
true,
has been activated. The 11-4 is the code that unlocks the Madden Beast. He's here to play here in the second half. Wonderful. Magic's forced away into the Palace to save. And the money is not really good at all here for Team Spirit, so we are looking at ENCE making this comeback. And the more they start to win, the more motivated they will be to see it through. Communication will start to increase. Lots of shaky cams here today. I love how there's fist bumps for Magic, slaps for Patsy.
Yeah, I guess everyone's got their own
dynamic.
technique. What feels more comfortable at the time.
No one does high fives though. That could be a new thing. If you're an aspiring player, you could high five.
I don't know, I feel like you have to like rotate your body, look at them, and it's just an awkward, like try and do it now, like it's an awkward angle, look at that. Like it doesn't work.
It's good for your posture.
Look at that, it's really awkward. I don't think the high fives will catch.
Everybody look at the other person's elbow when you're doing it. You never miss.
Well, that's the thing, you're side on side, you can't really see the elbow. You have to look and...
I can see your elbow.
Yeah, but you have to, you can, this fist bump, you just do that. That's all you have to do. Easy.
Well, 2 M4s, A1Ss in fact here saved. And that is really the exciting part about this Team Spirit round. Let's see if they are able to muster anything from those rifles. Or will ENCE start to load their way back in to a 9th. Now, we did see some ridiculous rounds being slipped up, mainly by Team Spirit in that previous map. Oh no, oh no. They're setting up nades and Chopper sees the shadow and Snappy gets pulled away. Maybe this could be the first thread pulled to unravel the whole dress. This is falling apart.
It really is. There's still a good chance here for ENCE. They have the surprise element out of the Palace position. He'll bring it back to a 3-on-3, but not for long. Patsy striking with the AK-47. Maintains the man advantage over Team Spirit. 40 seconds remain from the steps. Sumpire strikes once again, and they're trying to keep themselves within this round, and they might just do it. The awkward reload comes in for Magic's here. Retreating, Sumpire knows that his days are numbered now, and he still brings it back to a 1 versus 1.
Yeah. Down to Siren. A 5-7 still in hand. Oh, peaks. Sumpire is so low, but Siren decides he's going to go all the way around. Sumpire is going to plant on the safe side of triple. And here's the steps. No! Sumpire swings. What a clutch in Sumpire. He's keeping the comeback going.
Oh my.
ENCE are still in it.
That's insane.
Wow.
It looked like a done deal. He had no chance of that one. The awkward reload though towards the connector. I hope we see that exact moment. Really crazy scenes here. Patsy gets that AK-47. At this moment here, gets the AK, but then has to have the awkward reload. Didn't really get much from that replay, but you get the idea. It was a real awkward scene for the reload, and Sumpire's coming out on top once again. Huge round. 11-4, converted to 12-9 so far. Money, pretty decent for Team Spirit. That was their eco before. Wonderful to open up the fragging here in round number 22. Will be snappy to answer back, though. A fast pouncing towards the A-bomb site, and they've got deep in towards CT spawn here. Siren seems to be aware of that prospect. Could be flashed in as the bomb's planted towards default. Do they fancy it?
Fire, smoke, all going towards Siren. And the nade follows up too.
I recall about 4 hours ago saying Sirens had a bit of a tough time dealing with utility in this series. Well, it seems like that is a continuing theme, and he goes flying through the smoke. Henu has no way of dealing with him, but it is time consuming, setting up all this utility, and time may just consume Team Spirit as they run to the sights, and Pius snaps up Siren. There's just not enough time to get it done. A 10th round.
Double digits. Anyone's game
I think
now.
this is, like, if this happens, Henry, this is the end of the discussion. Zonic was right.
He was right all along.
It is the most dangerous environment for a human being.
For a human being, yeah.
Science experiment complete.
Well, time will tell. But so far, so good. ENCE have called yet another very strong T-side. Their T-sides have been great.
Yep. Team Spirit CT sides probably playing a factor towards that, I would say, as well. And I think both teams kind of struggled here on the CT side.
Yeah.
And a timeout needed.
That's been the case as well. If you remember on Anubis, it was, 11 rounds on the T side, right?
Yep, you can see a little recap here. In 1916 on map 1, won by Spirit in overtime, and then ENCE were able to win 16-14. And, well, now we're watching this comeback happen. And everybody just seems a little bit more lively on the ENCE side now. It was kind of dead early in the game, but they're all back, chatting, talking. Maybe they've got that second wind or third wind at this point. Who knows how many wins there has been. But it's happening. The comeback is here. And the swing out from Diha, a double headshot. Oh, that is...
How has he done that?
That's a hurricane.
Yeah, that's huge. Well, it's Patsy and Wonderful to go down as well. I dare say the two strongest members of Team Spirit. Not far behind them would be Magix, of course, and he's still alive. We'll see what he can make of it. It looks like they're retreating towards B already, Dinko, so hold that thought. Save it for another time, as ENCE look likely to go 12-11 here. Magix will be staying for now. If he gets a couple of kills with his smoke, they'll probably go for it, but don't think that'll be happening.
Nope. Not happening. Magix doesn't get that lucky this time around. And ENCE commit to the site. Bomb goes down, smokes go up. And their scoreline also increases to 11, separating the teams by just 1 round. Team Spirit will maintain the lead. But for how much longer as that money is starting to dwindle away? You can see $200 left over here for Chopper, Magix. $0 right now for Siren. They're obviously going to get a little bit of a bump. But not a lot. And so, tough times ahead here for Team Spirit. They've really got to have some Team Spirit here.
They really have. You're right. That's a good point. They've got to have a good amount of Team Spirit overall. But there we go.
One, Henry. Another cliche. Smells like it.
Smells like Team Spirit. Yeah.
That's one that gets pulled out.
Yeah, that's true. Easy for ENCE. Gets pulled out a lot.
That's another good one. Well, they are discussing something there. I was nearly on board with the strat, but I think we just cut away just before the final pieces really came through. This is that Diha swing. What?
That's so sick.
That's disgusting. That's ridiculous. He's doing that at 3 in the morning.
Someone clip that. That's wild.
He's doing that at nearly 4 in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, we're actually, what's the time now? 3:20 maybe?
3:30.
3:30. Lovely. So, Scout is out and about for Wonderful.
Yep.
The game
really
is somehow fallen apart for them. They were 11-4 up, and they haven't really done anything in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, Magix and Wonderful started.
Remember, they won the pistol as well.
Yeah,
they won the pistol.
But the bomb plan went down.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a big lesson as to why. The bomb plan is so important.
You got 11-4 and won the pistol. They end up losing this. Good lord, that would be a gut punch.
Yeah, that would be just difficult to recover from. Snappy and Patsy go back and forth. Sampius comes in with a shot on the Tech 9. It's all about Siren's rifle, and Sampius making quick work of it. But Madden is taking a lot of damage. So is Wonderful, so it's quite even across this 2 versus 2. And the bomb finally gets planted. Madden now crosses AWP into the blind spot. Wonderful walks, and Madden and Sampius, they work together, and they take another round as they tie up the game.
I can't believe it. What's going on with Team Spirit here? Can't post
Full
a single thing.
On
On their CT side, here's Snappy getting the job done. Boost up and towards the window. Sampius spamming through the smoke there. Hate to see that for Patsy. That's unfortunate.
Some
Lovely
Pies,
shot.
it's so many of those. Like,
Yeah.
he's just flying out of
so
the sky.
fast, so accurate. And what's the financial situation for Team Spirit? It's okay. They've actually got a pretty decent buy here, but they've lost the lead. It's all tied up here as we go 12 to 12. Wonderful. The AWP currently sits on 13 frags, second to bottom. Just Magic's beneath, and those are not names you want to see at the bottom of the scoreboard. Wonderful Magics, and you've got Chopper and Siren above them.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to see, but it's all topsy-turvy tonight, Henry. Snappy and Chopper. While Patsy's managed a Molotov kill, he'll increase his kill tally from the grave to 26. So 3 versus 3. Team Spirit have got to get this. They've got to pull off something.
I don't think there's a chance, really. Some Pies have got the perfect
This is
spot.
the moment, though. If he looks away, and Chopper gets the angle, but Chopper's not going. And the timing, it works well.
The master.
Oh, Chopper finds the gap again.
Here we go.
Magic's coming back in. It's all onto Diha. The Polish monster under the bed wakes them up in a nightmare mode. Oh, Diha, 3 kills, takes them out. It's nearly 4 in the morning, but Diha is killing everything.
The beast that never sleeps. Diha steps up and once again completely obliterates his opposition. 3 versus
just
1.
Soul destroying.
Yeah, the Team Spirit now is completely shattered. Morale is low.
So
you can see they're not even reacting to it. Trying to hold in the rage.
They don't have enough.
Hold in the rage.
They don't have enough left in them to get it done.
Oh God, that hurts. That hurts so much.
How
it hurts so much. It was looking so clean.
Here we go. It's Diha.
Oh, it's the orb with the follow-up as well.
He even has the the discipline and the composure to go fight in the apartments.
Holy shit,
Gotta
that's so
give it
sick.
to him. Gotta give it to him.
He did that crazy play towards short a couple of rounds ago as well. He is turning up in buckets and spades here. Diha.
That's incredible.
Well, yeah, indeed. A little bit flabbergasted after that one.
Speechless, really.
We are going to see the Deagles come out, and Team Spirit are yet to post anything more than the pistol in the second half. They had the pistol victory and a 12-4 scoreline, and now it's 13-12 against them on their CT side of Mirage.
Yeah, that's just unbelievable, really, when you put it like that, and how close, you're in a 3 versus 1 in the previous round.
Yeah, that might be the GG right there. You lose that round, the morale is gone.
Yeah, I think that's one of the rounds that just goes, but Team Spirit have come back into these games all day, Henry.
True. They are the masters of the comeback. Shouldn't doubt them.
But it's not easy when you're thrown into the most dangerous situations. And
it's true.
Sometimes
twice in one series.
It's quite a risky place. They did come out the first time, but they've been thrown back in.
So, just the pistols here, and a split.
Oh, the legs.
Showing a bit of ankle there. Snappy will oblige. Find the first couple of kills here on the end side, and the bomb's being planted. 14-12. Lock it in.
Siren fights back, but there's no real fight to be had in this round. You're just fighting the inevitable at this point. And there he goes. Just all wonderful. And Madden comes around the backside, ends that, and now we are looking at ENCE fully in control of this game. And again, I mean, there's probably a lot of new viewers just tuning in to give you the context of what has happened today. Team Spirit had some travel issues due to an airline problem yesterday. Only landed in for the event at 7 a.m. Well, it would be yesterday at this point, but today, we'll call it. And now they've been playing all day and still going. So, gotta give it to Team Spirit, having this much tenacity and enthusiasm. But Patsy getting forced out of the sandwich. Too much hot sauce in that one.
Apparently so. Magic's great little sequence there with the utility and the follow-up spam. Unable to find the kill just yet, though. Damage being exchanged either way. Looking for series points. I can't believe it. 12-4 down. And ENCE now 1 round away from series point. 11-2 down on Anubis. And here they are.
Yeah, they're comeback masters. Probably read words Onyx book. It's on the good reads. Snappy about to head out with a flash. Some Pious about to set it up. Snappy has a flash of his own. Sends that one down into the middle. And out he goes, jumping across. No one's spotted. No one really challenging. Mid is ENCE's to play with. Team Spirit are going to set up just to play for the choke points instead of really getting involved. And this is where ENCE sometimes play their best Counter-Strike. It's just going as a pack, just death-balling their way into the bomb site. And Siren is left all in his lonesome to get this done. Chopper's come over to try and help, and Siren has got himself a nice double. Chopper will assist, and this is finally a brilliant round from Team Spirit. No one's died. Not a single player's gone down yet. It is D-High in the clutch.
Hold on. D is here.
D-High is here. D-High, the destroyer. He's got the first. Surely there cannot be another.
Not going to happen.
They've woken up.
They've posted their second round of their CT half now. That is wild. You can see morale looks relatively okay, to be honest with you. I would have lost my head about 5 rounds ago, I'll be honest.
It's gone.
Yeah, I'd be out. Yeah. Sorry, lads. Can't do it tonight.
Done your back.
That's it. That's it for me. My back's gone. Yeah.
Can't play anymore. Can't physically sit up straight. I thought that was it. I thought
so the broadcast was over. Twitch just said, you know what, you've had your hours.
This is the 24-hour challenge. Getting there. 4 hours, and we're probably around that time. So, 14-13. Spirit find some sort of resurgence in the previous, and just in time, really, to battle for overtime. Still can win in regulation. 3 rounds in a row for Spirit would do that, and they would take this series 2-1. But overtime feels like a pretty likely
I would agree with you,
occurrence.
I would think ENCE probably pick up. I'd say Team Spirit get this one. ENCE find 15, and then we go overtime.
For much fun when we go, team.
We'll see. In terms of the setup, though, yeah, I think Team Spirit has got the AKs on the CT side this time. Wonderful. Got the AWPs been quiet this half, especially. Well, they all have to be fair. Patsy, maybe not so much. 27 kills to his name.
Yeah. But he's kind of slowed down as well. He's had the moments where he's just finding these bursts of rounds in a row. He'll go quiet for a little bit, but you know that that explosive ability is in that. Can happen at any moment. There he is playing towards Ninja Box's Magic, setting him up, and Wonderful's over towards A2. This is the perfect setup here for Spirit. Try and deal with an A play that's coming their way. Molotov goes under the wood, Magix is above it. He'll throw the smoke down and drop under the wood to stay alive and buy some time, but he has been spotted climbing up the ladder, surely, but it is late. Snappy might have missed it, but he goes ahead and checks it, and I don't know how, but Magix is blind and still gets the kill. Team Spirit have found another way back into this game, and they have tied it up. 14-14. This is historical, Henry.
Excellent work there, Magix especially. Taking matters into his own hands there. It looked like he was done for, but some trickery there, extinguishing the flames like you said, and players assuming he's gone down in there, but he comes back up the ladder, then fully blind. Look how blind he is here. Not very, okay, well, I thought he was real blind.
Well,
so take that back. He wasn't blind, but it was still a very good kill.
Slightly.
The point still stands.
Slightly affected by the flashbang.
Slightly blind.
Slightly almost blind.
An important note there.
Visually impaired.
Exactly.
For a moment. 14-14. Round 29. Map number 3. Hour number 16.
Day 1.
Day 2. Starting to get planted. Locked in. ENCE have found their way to the A bomb site. Defense not really on top, but still somehow able to even out the numbers. This connector fight, this is important, and Snappy's going to win it. Henry, you might just be onto something here with your prediction, because it's looking good for ENCE to try and find 15. Siren and Wonderful coming back in on the retake, but oh, Spirit, they found a couple of kills, and Snappy can't do anything about it. Team Spirit with the retake. I thought they would have been broken by the D-Hard Destroyer, but somehow they found the tenacity to get back into this game, and now one more round and they have done it. They could go to bed.
Maybe. We have to see overtime first. I think it's just a lock-in at this stage. No one's ever closed out a game in regulation in CSGO, I'll be honest with you.
Well, how's the money situation? That's the problem here for ENCE. Bomb plant is huge.
It doesn't matter, Dinko. It's already happened at this point. We're going to overtime. Everyone's already accepted it. I'm actually ready for it.
Me too,
And
actually.
like you got Galils, like three. Let's look at this: 3 Galils, couple of AKs. It literally won't matter. It's going to be a Diha round here. This is going to be wild.
A Diha round. Here we go. Has he got something for us?
Well.
Something in the locker that he can pull out and give us overtime again. That's what we're all here for. Not a great start here for ENCE. They've lost the first player. Now comes the B play. There's plenty of Spirit players, but Sampias comes in. Patsy overwhelmed, and ENCE are finding kills, and they found their way through to the B bomb site. It's all down to a 3 versus 3. A marathon of Counter-Strike. And we might have reached the finish line. Magix picks away Snappy, but Diha, it's a Diha round.
It is. We called it, and he might be able to step up here, looking for the 3rd man. And a 2 versus 1, the incendiary is going to skew here. It's all falling apart, and it looks like there it is. Diha with 3 massive kills there. You love to see it, and we're going to overtime.
Oh, it's a Diha round. It's a Diha world. What a game from Diha. The amount of plays he's just pulled out of the hat somehow.
Again and again, he keeps delivering in moments where it looks impossible. In moments when it looks like they're done, he pulls another rabbit out of the hat.
Oh, he's a magician. He's everything. And Boris has no idea what to do. What do they have to do? The admin's in shambles.
Boris the Blade can't believe it.
Oh, it's what a try here from Patsy. Does everything. Open and kills. Multi-kills on the whole. Magix gets a kill. Then Diha.
Here he comes.
Activates and gets it done. What a legend.
So good.
Here we are, Henry.
Right.
Moments like this.
Let's stand up for this one, yeah. Come on.
You're never going to forget this one, Henry.
This is where careers are made in the casting world, Dinko. This is where you can step up and show the world what you're made of.
What an experience, really. You know, you speak of like getting the reps in for the teams, the players, us, for example. Well, there really isn't a better way to do it than
absolutely
play literally every round possible.
Well, I think all of us, the players on the server, you and I, everyone, if they had any rust coming into this tournament, it's all off now. We're all squeaky clean. We're good to go.
Polished.
Day 1, all the nerves gone. It can only get better from this point. So if anything, they've done us all a favor.
They really have.
So then, first round of overtime. Of course, will remain on the respective sides. Team Spirit still rocking the defense of the CTs. AWP for Wonderful here, who has been quiet by his standards. Not a bad game. Still pretty modest in the overall fragging department, though.
Well, Madden about to set up some utility, but are they ready for Patsy to be so aggressive? For him to be already a top middle? I don't think so, but he has given up the ghost now, and Patsy puts himself in a difficult position to get out of, and he doesn't get a kill. And that gives ENCE such a big advantage here at the start of overtime. And Diha is coming through the apartments, looking to try and descend upon the site, and Siren, he's missed it, but he heard it. That's the key. He's heard it, and Diha tries to track him. He finds his prey, but unable to finish it off. It's Henu who's able to get it done. The nade goes flying over the top of the van. Magix, Madden, and Sampias all chiming in for kills. Now it's a bloodbath here, but it's ENCE that are mainly coming out on top. Chopper's gone, and Madden turns to the right position at the right time, and ENCE in the lead.
I can't believe ENCE are in the lead. I actually can't believe that. Like, all jokes aside, I know it's late, but ENCE,
they've done an incredible job.
How they keep making these comebacks a reality is actually kind of baffling.
They're playing with an academy player. They just made a move. Valdez no longer here on the team. And, you know, you're looking at Spirit, a fully fledged roster, sure, have landed in early, had travel issues, but
still dead favorites for the tournament,
yeah, exactly.
right?
So it's an incredible performance here from ENCE.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Like, shout out to Snappy as well. The calling, although a little bit, like, unusual at times, has been fantastic. Like, unpredictable,
I think
difficult
you have to
play
be unusual at this sort of time of day.
It's super cool to watch that.
Yeah, it's been great. And Chopper, well, let's see if we get some chops going here. He's got himself one onto Madden. Just throws the smoke down, stays alive in the Underwood. I think it's all about just staying alive as long as possible here. Try and draw out as much time as you possibly can. Draw them into Patsy,
And that's exactly what will happen. The booby trap is laid, and Chopper finally comes out from the smoke. Shielded by the cover of gray. And on the faces of ENCE, dismay there. I think it's just an unfortunate round loss and a big round step up there from Chopper, making the difference as he's done many times throughout this map so far.
Let's have a look at this. Patsy and co. Mowing them down. You're dead on. Chopper, for me, has been fantastic this series. He's had lots of cool tricks, some great clutch opportunities, lots of gaps exploited, and wonderful fumbles the movement, but still happy to proceed. Maybe shouldn't have done.
Yeah. Well, that's a good quick assemble of the boost there from Sampais to get up on top. Quick reactions too, accurate enough to take down Wonderful. Great job done here. And I think ENCE will be pretty happy with the start of the round. We'll see if they're able to capitalize and turn this 5v4 into a round win.
You good?
My throat is so dry, Henry, after.
We haven't had any water today. I don't even know. I think I had some at the airport this morning.
Yeah, I have like a bottle cap right here.
Okay.
So maybe we can ration that one out to each other as Madden and Snappy maybe exceeding their rations, but they don't care. They've got more kills added to the tally.
Oh, this is absolutely interesting from Magic's there. I thought he had the potential to get the double kill towards Palace, but Henu shuts him down. Another strong performance from Henu, has to be said. Managing to keep up, hitting the shots that really count. But we'll see what can be done. Just Siren, not much, I'm afraid. It's the final round. He's in a 4 versus 1. Double grenade lands at his front doorstep. Won't be cleaning that up anytime soon. Yeah. And we will see a 2-1 scoreline for ENCE on the T side of Mirage, as they just need 1 for series point once again. 1 CT round.
That's all they need?
Yeah, well, I guess their first series point. They haven't had it yet. Team Spirit about it.
Fighting from behind.
Yeah.
The whole time.
Well. Tired now, I can imagine.
I think it goes beyond that point.
Yeah, you've broken through to the other side of the stage, haven't you? Like, you've
this is a new experience.
Yeah, you've completed tiredness, and you've moved on to, like, delirium at this point.
Yeah. Some of the rounds. I mean, if we keep going, this could be an incredible science experiment.
What, can humans survive for 24 hours playing Counter-Strike? Will they make it?
Who will give up first? Who wants it more? The true test of Counter-Strike.
I can't believe ENCE are the favorites now. This is nuts.
It is nuts. I think it's the ears are probably the sorest part right now, playing with the in-ears.
Yeah, right. I don't like, well, even when it's wearing bud headphones in general, I hate them. Like the wireless headphones I have, like I use for music, they hurt my ears after a few hours.
You did give yourself a headphone ban for a while, didn't you?
I did, and I reinvested in some new ones. I won't say the brand, I don't know who's sponsoring this event. But, yeah, they fit in really well. They don't fall out. They give me, like, little, like, sores in my ears if I wear them for, like, more than 2 hours.
Oh,
so that's not ideal.
That sucks, yeah.
Not ideal.
Maybe you need maybe like shoes. You push past them. Get ear blisters, and then you're fine.
Yeah. Work up a callus.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, just get tougher, Henry.
Trying.
Cold showers a day, you know?
2 a day.
2 a day now. Gotta help it. But 17-16, we return to the action once more. Thank you for being with us today, you guys at home. And if you have been watching throughout the whole day, well, thank you very much for being with us on this historical journey through the Counter-Strike world. And here's a first pick for Sampais. Kicks things off with a kill on Chopper. And he has been such an important player here for Team Spirit, but when he goes down, it's all about Patsy, and Patsy does it again. A double. 32 kills now for Patsy.
Yeah, epic performance by him. One of the few players that's really kept up to a top level on the Team Spirit roster here on Mirage, especially in the second half. We'll see Siren now. Great work. Through the smoke he goes. Not going down without a fight here. 4-on-2. D-Hair and Snappy have to see if they can salvage this one. Force the issue. Take them to series point. Snappy pretty far removed. You can see him considering options towards B, but it's all for naught now. Snappy left in a 4 versus 1. Might as well give it a go. First kill towards CT Spawn lands in his favor. There is a low HP. Wonderful here, but he connects the shot regardless. So Team Spirit pull one back and tie things up. It's going to be 17-17. Next round will post series point once again.
Yeah. It's getting into the crunch time, the moments where this entire decided, and just remember, both of these teams already just played a game before this as well, and immediately started playing this one. It's not like this is the only game they've had today. They've played another game. Was it Spirit before this series?
Spirit played against Sprouts, and ENCE played against Movistar Riders.
We had ENCE. So ENCE, at least Spirit had like a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
ENCE went straight into this game.
Yeah.
After their best of one. And it wasn't like a massive break either for Spirit earlier. So both of these teams have pretty much been playing since the afternoon, and it's now nearly the morning. But it's at 4 a.m. So.
Well, the crowd are enjoying it.
Yeah. Crowd now. Proud now.
Certainly.
Technical pause. It's just that it seems like Snappy's PC's actually given up.
Can't have a technical pause now, lads. Come on now. We can't be buggering around with this now.
I'm going to say something, Henry, because I've noticed there's just like laughter from the production room. I think they're all going to stand up now. They've been there
they've been here since 8 a.m. So shout out to production.
Game,
You're the real G's here.
Yeah. They'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
Yeah, absolutely.
4 hours from now.
Yeah.
Kick it all off again.
It's a hard one for the players, the on-camera talent, but the real work's done in the production room. You're doing the whole shift there.
Yeah, yeah. But I do appreciate the epic music at this time. Gets you.
Well, we don't miss a beat here.
Keeps you in the zone for the overtime.
I've got my iPod here.
iPod Nano.
Rocking the beats, yeah.
What was you remember the MP3 players, MP4 players?
MP4 players?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Just in general, do I remember MP3 players?
Yeah.
Is that the question? Yes, I remember MP3 players.
I'm just checking your memory. Man.
Okay.
It's been a long day. It's unraveling. 17-17. We're all tied up yet again. Wouldn't you know it? Heading into a very important round here. Fighting for map point. Siren holds. Madden deep in the ramp.
Why is... Okay, I was going to say, Wonderful hasn't got a weapon here. He had a Glock, but he has got the orb now.
Yeah, well, it's a new feature. Ooh, slick smoke throw.
That was nice.
That was a good catch.
Through the gap in the fence.
Takes a lot of practice, that. Minute left. Madden very patient inside of the ramp for the time being. What has he got cooking? Siren smoked off. Not enjoying this ramp play, is he? Not enjoying having to wait and play this one right down to the final few seconds. 40 to go. Not a lot of space taken by Team Spirit. This is going to be an explosive finish towards A.
Let's see what can be done. Looking for that series points, and Pius will post the first frag. Round number 5. And what a frag it is as well. Patsy removed. 20 seconds remaining, but Magix, he finds a pick out of nowhere. Chopper chimes in as well. 15 seconds remaining. They're pouncing towards the A bomb side now. Flanks coming in from short. Diha only good for one this time. Will the bomb be planted? Oh my God, so Pius,
no!
They denied it!
No way, that's the difference. Oh, Magic's down in the 2v1 and ENCE are able to pull it out. That is unbelievable. The denial, that's the moments that this game is coming down to.
Oh,
that is it, Henry.
wow.
That is the moment.
That's insane. That's where they find series point. 9 seconds remaining. The scramble towards the bomb site, trying to find the plant on the A site. And some Pius, the snake in the grass. The coiled cobra manages to strike.
Wow. Just completely restricts anything happening. Well, 18-17. This could be it. This could be the ENCE victory. It's all come down to this. From the beginning of the most dangerous scoreline ever to Diha kicking things off.
It literally is the most dangerous scoreline the world has ever seen. How does this keep happening?
11-4. You're never safe from it. It's knocking at your door.
Literally never safe. It's happened twice.
Twice in one best of 3.
Oh my God. That's if they can convert this one, but it's looking good. Patsy down early again. He did in the previous round as well.
Yeah, and we've seen him be such an important player. The amount of multi-kills that Patsy's getting out of this game.
Yeah.
They've just gotten rid of him. They foiled the plans, really, of Team Spirit. A minute left. ENCE 1 player up. But we've seen them drop the ball before. But it's Diha. And when you need a player to step up, Diha is often being there. Some Pius through the smoke. Chopper gone.
Wonderful fighting back, but they're still down a player. 45 seconds. A night of Counter-Strike to be remembered might just come to a close with an ENCE victory with an Academy player taking them to school.
It's going to come down to the wire, and that's going to be Maiden joining in the fragging responsibilities, and back and forth we go down to the 1 versus 1. Henu, the Academy player coming in from CT Spawn. Can he seal the deal? Can he become the hero?
2 youngsters up against it. One's a phenom, the other standing in, and Henu holds and he comes out on top. ENCE have got it. ENCE have done it. The marathon finally comes to a close.
What an amazing evening of Counter-Strike we've had. The new boy, the Academy player, he steps up when they need him the absolute most, and it will be 2-1 in favor of ENCE after going down 11-4 not once, but twice.
The most dangerous place a human can be, the most dangerous scoreline of them all. Exhaustion on the face of every single player. You've got to hand it to ENCE. The comebacks, the mental fortitude, the tenacity to get themselves back in the game time and time again. And for Spirit, a day of difficult travel, a day of exhaustion in Counter-Strike. Well, it's been the main feature of it all.
They played a good game though. That T side were phenomenal. They had a great showing on Anubis. They were 11-2 up. Their CT sides, the cracks started to show, things started to fall apart, and mistakes were made. They could learn a lot from this best of 3 right now. Sure, they're up against ENCE, who are playing a little bit wackier CS with the standard, but still plenty of vulnerabilities and holes that are being exploited time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic day, and a lot of, you know, we've seen a lot of talent make their debut today. And what a trial by fire it has been. It's been a fantastic day working with everybody, the whole crew. We've had so many people involved in making this an absolutely historical
It feels like the end of the tournament, doesn't it?
It feels like congratulations. They've won it. They've packed it up. Well, we have got one last segment of the day. It's been the wonderful Cole doing his first hosting gig. We're going to throw it over for him to finish out the day.
Thank you very much. That was a incredible performance. A trial by fire for Henu as well, who had to close out that last map, and he did so just dandy.
That was a game. That was, I'm going to say it, that was simultaneously the best and the worst game of Counter-Strike
It's perfect for 4
I think
a.m.
I've ever seen. it had everything. It had jeopardy, it had anger, it had frustration, it had literal blood, sweat and tears being poured into that. And I can't believe Spirit didn't win it. I can't believe it. I can't believe that third map. And so many occasions in this series, they were completely out of those maps. They were standing no chance. They lost second pistol there. They were already down 11-4. And they take it to overtime and somehow they win it. I mean, I have no words. I'm actually speechless.
It's utter, like, just mind-bending right there. I cannot believe that they were able to actually pull that one back. I don't know how they were able to do it. Like, we're getting into the deep hours of the night now, and they're just sitting there like, yeah, we got this. So we're down 11-4, right? And I mean, maybe they came into their minds and they were like, yeah, we did it on Anubis. Let's just do it again. And they certainly did there. That was a really, really incredible little bit of resilience there out of ENCE, and I got to give him so much credit there. It was a lot of fun as well to watch Henu. He's kind of ragging on him a little bit there. He's, you know, giving him a tough time in some of the games prior where he's looking a little bit shaky, but hey, he showed up big time in that last clutch.
When he got that last kill,
I've never been that excited in my life.
That might be the greatest moment of my life. When he got that
he's my MVP for that kill right there.
Anyway, this is Group B, and we're going to take a look at that one. So obviously, we've just had the ENCE result. They're through to the playoffs. Spirit now waiting in that decider game, and that'll be against the winner of Sprout and Movistar, which will be an intriguing matchup. So Spirit, I mean, it'd be wrong not to have the context. Of course, they have the travel day today. They're flying in. It's a little bit janky. They get in, and presumably not a lot of sleep for the players, given all the disruption. That absolutely was a factor in that game, but they've now got a really tough road when they got to play another series. Here's Group A. Of course, we saw that wrapped up a little bit earlier with BNE taking a very close series versus forZe. Could have gone either way. That means that's forZe down in that lower bracket. They're waiting for the winner of Eternal Fire and Honoris. We expect that to be Eternal Fire, but I think hopefully for the Honoris guys, it'd be nice to see them play some more Counter-Strike because they just didn't really get a lot of chance against forZe.
We had to play yesterday, so it's all good there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough matchup for sure tomorrow there. I think Spirit are going to come into it a little bit refreshed, and Oh, maybe they get some sleep here tonight and they get to come in better tomorrow. ENCE, however, they're going to be moving on into the playoffs, and that's got to be, you know, nice for them. They get a time off as well, get the day off tomorrow. And yeah, guys, again, I want to thank everyone for staying tuned for so very long throughout this day. We had so much going on here. First day, we got it all out of our system. Tomorrow, we'll be running like clockwork. It's going to be smooth as ever, potentially. You know, you never know. But all that being said, guys, I want to thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back in 6 or so hours with some more Counter-Strike, so make sure you stay tuned in for that tomorrow. But good night.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.